Preface to an Elementary Greek Grammar by Kühner and Aural. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An Elementary Greek Grammar by Raphael Kühner and Charles Aural. Preface. The grammar here offered is an abridgment of the system of modern German grammars. Such a book for beginners seems called for in the unanimous preference given by scholars to this system over the imperfect system of the grammars now in use. The study of the language is no longer confined to artificial rules. Its growth and its changes are shown to be according to known principles and laws. The excellence of the system here offered consists in making the student acquainted with these principles and thereby employing his reason in that part of his education where memory only was exercised by the old method. We have had, moreover, an opportunity of observing and testing its value as a method of elementary instruction. It has been taught for some time in the college to which we are attached, with all the advantage to the student that was anticipated. We saw no other objection to its being universally adopted than the copious form in which it has been presented both in the German grammars and in their English versions. With the view of removing this objection and of giving the junior student the benefit of a system so highly prized by the scholar, we have compiled the present elementary grammar. We have followed the Grammars of Kühner, known as his large and school grammars. These have been selected as being more methodical and scientific in their arrangement than any others that have come under our observation. Omitting the learned dissertations and numerous details of the original, we have endeavored to furnish to the student, in a concise and simple form, whatever is of general application. The advantages this system of grammar possesses over the common method are principally these. First, the forms and changes of words are traced to a few general principles and thereby are subjected to a scientific classification. Second, the multitude of details, ever embarrassing to the student, are comprised in a few comprehensive rules. Third, what were regarded as exceptions and anomalies are brought under the established laws of the language. Fourth, rules founded on a profound knowledge and scientific analysis of the language are substituted for arbitrary formulas. It remains only to state that such an arrangement has been adopted as will best unfold these elements to the learner. In this arrangement, a knowledge of the laws that govern the interchange of letters becomes an essential introduction to the study of inflections. In every manner of inflection, the changeable part of the word is carefully distinguished from the unchangeable part or stem. The principles of contraction are given in a few rules, which, if duly impressed on the mind of the student, will save him from the embarrassing exercise of reciting examples. Verbs in me are reduced to a common principle of tense formation, and thereby, it is hoped, divested of the confusion and irregularity which made them a puzzle to the student. The syntax will be found to run in accordance with the more copious syntax of Kühner and Jelf. Instead of a number of unconnected rules, the principle of each case is first laid down, and the various constructions are shown to be modifications of this principle. Charles Aural. End of preface.
Section 1 of an Elementary Greek Grammar by Kühner and Aural. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Libby Gone. An Elementary Greek Grammar by Raphael Kühner and Charles Aural. Section 1. Chapter 1. Letters. A, alpha. B, beta. G, gamma. D, delta. E, short. Epsilon. Z, zeta. A, long. Eta. Th, theta. I, iota. K, kappa. L, lambda. M, mu. N, nu, x, xi, o short, omicron, p, pi, r, rho, s, sigma, t, tau, u, upsilon, f, phi, k, chi, ps, psi, o long, omega. The letters are pronounced like the Latin characters placed opposite to them. Remember, iota is pronounced like the English IE. Gamma before the palatals gamma, kappa, chi, xi, like nu. Zeta is made up of ds and is to be pronounced accordingly. Thus trapeza is pronounced trapedza. Sigma final assumes the form of sigma. When sigma concurs with tau, they are written as one character, called stigma. Tau always retains its own sound, never taking the sound of C before I, as in English and Latin. Chapter 2. Vowels. 1. Letters are divided into vowels and consonants. Vowels each have two sounds, a long and a short. The long sounds of epsilon and omicron are denoted by distinct characters, eta and omega. The sounds of the others may be distinguished by the mark macron for long, and charon for short, placed over them, thus a, a. 2. The vowels alpha, iota, upsilon are regarded as the radical vowel sounds, the others are subordinate to them. Thus epsilon is intermediate to alpha and iota, and omicron to alpha and upsilon. 3. Vowels coming together are sometimes blended into one sound, which is called a diphthong. In Greek, diphthongs are formed by the union of iota and upsilon with the other vowels. Alpha plus iota, pronounced as I, as in isle, as hi. Alpha plus upsilon, pronounced as aw, as in fraud, as naus. Epsilon plus iota, pronounced as I in fight, as deira. Epsilon plus upsilon as eu in feud, as feugo. Omicron plus iota, pronounced as oi in void, as oida. Omicron plus upsilon and omega plus upsilon, pronounced as u in sound, as douros, or with some like u in group. Upsilon plus iota, pronounced like the pronoun we, as huios, or hui in white. When iota forms a diphthong with the vowels alpha macron, eta, omega, its sound is suppressed, and instead of being written with the long vowel it is subscribed, as aiskrai for aiskrai, aidoi for aidoi. Chapter 3. Contraction of vowels. 1. Contraction is the blending of two sounds or two letters into one, to prevent the hiatus that would arise from the concurrence of a number of vowels. The diphthong is the simplest form of contraction, but it is limited to the combinations mentioned, Nos. 2 through 4. All other combinations are comprised under the four following rules. 2. 1. Both vowels coalesce into a cognate long vowel or diphthong. 2. A short vowel is absorbed by a long vowel or diphthong preceding or following it. 3. The short vowels alpha, iota, upsilon absorb the following vowel and become long. 4. When a short vowel precedes a diphthong, it coalesces with the first vowel of a diphthong, whilst the second is entirely absorbed, unless it is iota, which is subscribed. Examples of the foregoing rules. Rule 1. Epsilon plus epsilon equals a, as filet contracted into filet. Alpha plus alpha equals long alpha, as mna'a contracted into mna. Omicron plus alpha equals omega, as horaomen, contracted to horoomen. Rule 2. Epsilon plus epsilon iota equals epsilon iota, as phileis, contracted into phileis. Eta plus epsilon equals eta, as hyleisa, contracted into hyleisa. Rule 3. Alpha plus epsilon into alpha macron, as timae, contracted into tima. Iota plus epsilon equals iota, as porties and portias, contracted into portis. Upsilon plus epsilon equals upsilon, as ichthues, contracted into ichthus. Rule 4. Alpha plus omicron iota equals omega iota subscript, as timaoimi, contracted into timoimi. Alpha plus omicron upsilon equals omega, as perau, contracted into pero. Epsilon plus epsilon alpha iota equals eta iota subscript, as poiei, contracted into poiei. 3. The following examples comprise all the forms of contraction according to the foregoing rules. Epsilon plus epsilon equals epsilon iota. Footnote: into eta in the third declension, as philae, philae. Iota plus iota equals iota, as portii, porti. Omicron plus omicron equals omicron upsilon, as nous, nous. Alpha plus eta equals alpha, as timaete, timate. Alpha plus iota equals alpha iota subscript, as gerai, gerai. Alpha plus omega equals omega, as timaomen, timoomen. Alpha plus epsilon iota or alpha plus eta iota subscript equals alpha iota subscript, as timais or timais, timais. Alpha plus omicron iota equals omega iota subscript, as timaoimi, timoimi. Epsilon plus alpha equals eta. Footnote: into epsilon iota in accusative plural of the third declension, as poleas, poleis. Tekea, teke. Epsilon plus alpha equals alpha, as koea, koa. Epsilon plus omicron equals omicron upsilon, as phileomen, philumen. Epsilon plus alpha iota equals eta iota subscript, as tuptei, tuptei. Epsilon plus epsilon iota equals epsilon iota, as phileis, phileis. Epsilon plus eta iota subscript equals eta iota subscript, as phileis, phileis. Epsilon plus omicron iota equals omicron iota, as phileois, philois. Epsilon plus omicron upsilon equals omicron upsilon, as phileu, philou. Eta plus iota equals eta iota subscript, as threisa, threisa. Eta epsilon iota equals eta iota subscript, as timeis, timeis. Omicron plus alpha equals omega. Footnote: into alpha in some adjectives, and into omicron upsilon in accusative plural of syncopated and contracted adjectives. Mesdoas, mesdous. Section 25. As idoa, ido. Omicron epsilon equals omicron upsilon, as deloe, delu. Omicron plus eta equals omega. Footnote. Into eta in certain adjectives, as deloete, delote. Omicron plus iota equals omicron iota, as idoi, idoi. Omicron plus alpha iota equals alpha iota, as aploi, apply. Omicron plus epsilon iota, omicron plus eta iota subscript, or omicron plus omicron iota equals omicron iota, as mistoe or mistoe, mistoi. 4. Crassus contracts vowels concurring in separate words when these words are closely related, as the article and its noun, the conjunction and the word it connects, as to onoma, tunoma. A comma placed over the vowel marks crassus. 5. Elision removes a final vowel before the initial of the following word, as ep auto for epi auto. It is limited in prose to prepositions, some forms of the pronouns, and verbs of familiar use, as femi, oida, amy, etc. A long vowel is never elided. Synezesis contracts only in pronunciation, and is confined to particles and adverbs, as me u to be read mu. Besides the foregoing vowel changes, others are made by the substitution of a strong vowel for a weaker. In this way, epsilon, being the weakest of the vowels, is very often displaced as a final letter by other vowels, as will be seen in the inflection of nouns and adjectives. End of section 1. Of an elementary Greek grammar by Kühner and O'Leary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Libby Gone. An Elementary Greek Grammar by Raphael Kühner and Charles O'Leary. Section 2. Chapter 4. Consonants. 1. Are divided into palatals, gamma, kappa, chi, pronounced from the palate, into linguals, delta, tau, theta, nu, rho, sigma, pronounced from the tongue, into labials, pi, beta, phi, pronounced from the lips. 2. Consonants produced by the same organ of speech are said to be cognate. Thus gamma, kappa, chi are cognate consonants. The consonants are divided again according to the stress required in producing them, into breathings, the aspirate, which corresponds to h, the sibilant, sigma, the digamma, dropped from writing, but in sound resembles v or f. Liquids, lambda, mu, nu, rho, so called from the facility with which they flow into other sounds. Mutes, pi, beta, phi, gamma, kappa, chi, tau, delta, theta. Chapter 5. Division of mutes. 1. Mutes are divided according to the organs of utterance into 3 palatals, kappa, gamma, chi, 3 linguals, tau, delta, theta, 3 labials, pi, beta, phi. Again they are divided according to the breathings into the 3 smooth containing one of each of the other divisions, pi, kappa, tau, 3 middle, beta, gamma, delta, 3 aspirate, phi, chi, theta. The following diagram represents the mutes in this twofold division. Palatals: smooth, kappa, middle, gamma, aspirate, chi. Capta mutes. Linguals: smooth, tau, middle, delta, aspirate, theta, tau mutes. Labials: smooth, pi, middle, beta, aspirate, phi, pi mutes. 2. Mutes of the same breathing are called coordinate. 3. The aspirate mutes are formed by the union of a mute of each order with the aspirate breathing. Their combination with the sibilant breathing s gives rise to the double letters xi, psi, zdeta equal gamma sigma, pi sigma, delta sigma. The breathings in relation to vowels. Footnote. In diphthongs, the second vowel bears the breathing sign, are divided into the soft and aspirate. The latter is equivalent to the letter H. 6. Changes of consonants. 1. The tendency in language to attain euphony or harmony of sound by assimilation of letters has led to many changes both in vowels and consonants, from the original and radical forms of the words. These changes can be classified under general heads. The following rules will guide the beginner in tracing them through all combinations, and will enable him to anticipate them under certain conditions in the inflection of declinable words. The radical form of the word will be given in each example, in order that the student may see in accordance with what rules and principles the changes occur. Mute changes. 2. 1. Mutes assimilate by partaking the same breathing. 2. The smooth and middle labials and linguals before an aspirate palatal are changed into aspirates, as etuphthe by assimilation etuphthe, elegthe by assimilation elekthe. 3. The following is the order of concurrence: a smooth pi or kappa before a smooth tau, a middle beta or gamma before a middle delta, an aspirate phi or chi before an aspirate theta. 3. Examples: beta middle before tau smooth changed into pi smooth, as tetribti, stem trib, tetripti. Phi aspirate before tau smooth changed into pi smooth, as tetrepti, stem tref, tetrepti. Gamma middle before tau smooth changed into kappa smooth, as lelegti, stem leg, lelekti. Chi aspirate before tau smooth changed into kappa smooth, as bebrekti, stem brek, bebrekti. Pi smooth before delta middle changed into beta middle, as kupta, stem kup, kubda. Phi aspirate before delta middle changed into beta middle, as graphdane, stem graph, grabdane. Kappa smooth before delta middle changed into gamma middle, as plekdane, stem plek, plegdane. Chi aspirate before delta smooth changed into gamma smooth, as brekdane, stem brek, bregdane. Pi smooth before theta aspirate changed into phi aspirate, as etuphthe, stem tup, etuphthe. Beta middle before theta aspirate changed into phi aspirate, as etribthe, stem trib, etrifthe. Kappa smooth before theta aspirate changed into chi aspirate, as eplekthe, stem plek, eplekthe. Gamma middle before theta aspirate changed into chi aspirate, as elegthe, stem leg, elekthe. 4. The concurrence of coordinate mutes takes place not only in the inflection of verbs and nouns, but also in the formation of derivative words, and even in separate words. In the last case, crassus and elision often give occasion for a change of mutes by bringing different breathings together, as apo hu, by elision aphu, by assimilation afhu, ta hetera, by crassus tathera. 5. This principle is limited to mutes of different organs, as if two aspirates of the same kind come together, one is changed to a smooth or to a different letter. Thus zapho for zapho. 6. A lingual followed by another lingual is changed into sigma, as epeiphthane, stem pith, changed into epeisthane. 7. A lingual followed by iota is changed into sigma, thus Plutos, adjective plusios, instead of plutios. Miletos, adjective milesios. 8. Iota produces a like change in palatals, as tachus, tachyon, for which thasion. In some instances, iota assimilates itself to the change it produces. In the example given, thason is more common than thasion. So bradus, bradion, for which brasion, changed to brason. 9. Two aspirates cannot begin two successive syllables. When the middle part of a word loses the aspirate belonging to it, it is transferred to the beginning. Example, hexo from echo, to have. Chapter 7. Changes required by the concurrence of liquids and mutes. 1. A pi mute before mu is changed into mu, as tetupmai, stem tup, tetummai. A kappa mute before mu into the mid-gamma, as peplekmai, stem plek, peplekmai. A tau mute before mu into sigma, as pepaithmai, stem paith, pepaismai. The labial beta before nu is changed into mu, as sebnos, stem seb, changed to semnos. 3. Nu before a labial into mu, as emperia for enpedia. Nu before a palatal into gamma, as sugkaleo for sunkaleo, sugchronos for synchronos. Before enclitics, nu is not changed, as honpertonge. Neither is it before tau mute, as sundeo. Chapter 8. Mutes and liquids with the sibilant sigma. 1. The labials and palatals combine with sigma to form the double letters xi and psi, which equal gamma plus sigma, pi plus sigma. The preposition ek before sigma remains unchanged. 2. A tau mute before sigma is dropped, as peso for paithso, stem pith. Lampasi for lampadsi, stem lampad. The same happens before kappa, as pseudo, epseuka for epseudka. 3. Nu before sigma is dropped, as melas for melans. 4. A tau mute and nu occurring together before sigma are dropped. To compensate, the vowel is lengthened, as tuphthase for tuphthens, tuptusa for tuptunsa, elmisi for elminthsi. 5. Soon in composition with sigma followed by a vowel has nu assimilated to sigma. With sigma followed by a consonant or zdeta, nu is dropped, as susodzo from sun and sodzo. But synstema is changed to sustema. Sigma also undergoes assimilation with nu, as enumi for esnumi. 6. In the nominative of the third declension, sigma is omitted after rho and nu, and the preceding vowel is lengthened, as roter for rotors, akon for akons. Further changes. Liquids. 7. When the same liquid occurs in two successive syllables of a compound, one is changed, as kephalalgia, for which kephalargia. Nu is assimilated to lambda in composition, as sulego, olumi, for sunlego, olnumi. 8. The harsh sound produced by the concurrence of mu and nu with rho is avoided by the insertion of beta and delta, as emroton changed to embroton, anros to andros. Besides the foregoing changes which apply to the inflection and formation of words, the radical parts of words are often changed by the addition of a consonant or lengthening of a vowel for the purpose of strengthening them. The most important of these changes will be classified under general heads in treatment of verbs, where they are of most common occurrence. In strengthening by consonants of the same kind, only the liquids sigma and the mute tau can be doubled in common language. Changes also arise from the removal of consonants from the end of words, as only 3 consonants, nu, sigma, rho, can terminate a Greek word. The proclitics uk and ek are exceptions, but they may be regarded as embodied in the word that follows them. End of section 2.
Of an Elementary Greek Grammar by Kühner and O'Leary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An Elementary Greek Grammar by Raphael Kühner and Charles O'Leary. Chapter 9. Division of Syllables. Accent. 1. Every vowel pronounced by itself or with one or more consonants constitutes a syllable. 2. When a word consists of more than one syllable, these are divided into the radical syllable or root, which contains the main idea, and the syllables of formation, which give this idea the character of verb, noun, adjective, or adverb. Thus, from the radical phil, denoting friendliness, is formed by the addition of omega the verb philo, to love, of iota alpha the noun philia, friendship, of omicron sigma the adjective philos, dear, of omega sigma the adverb philos, friendly. 3. Every syllable is long or short, as the vowel in it is long or short. Diphthongs and contrasted vowels are always long. 4. A vowel that is naturally short becomes long before 2 consonants or the double letters xi, psi, zeta. 5. Besides pronunciation according to quantity, the Greeks used accents to mark the syllables which receive the tone. 6. There are 3 accents, the acute, marked thus, the grave, and the circumflex, formed of the acute and grave. 7. The acute denotes that the syllable is to receive the rising tone, the grave the heavy or falling tone, the circumflex the full prolonged tone. The syllable that receives the circumflex must be naturally long. 8. The acute may rest on any of the 3 last syllables of a word. If the last syllable is long, it cannot be further back than the penultimate. The circumflex may rest on the penultimate or last syllable. If, however, the last syllable is long, it cannot rest on the penultimate, but must be changed into the acute. 9. There are certain words which, being blended in the pronunciation with other words, receive no separate accent, and hence are called enclitics or proclitics, as they precede or follow the words into which their accentuation is absorbed. These are principally adverbial particles, prepositions, some of the pronouns, and the verbs imi, to be, phimi, to say. Note: it is obvious that as by inflection the syllables of a word vary in number and quality, the accent must also shift its position. For further on the accent, see chapter 143 on accent. Etymology or grammatical forms. Chapter 10. Parts of Speech. Declension. 1. The parts of speech are 8. Substantives, adjectives, pronouns, numerals, verbs, adverbs, prepositions, conjunctions. Remark: words are either essential or formal. Essential words express an independent idea. The formal denote the relations of ideas to one another. The essential words are the substantive, adjective, and verb. 2. The essential words with the pronouns are inflected in order to denote their different relations in a sentence. 3. The inflection of the substantive, adjective, and pronoun is called declension, that of the verb conjugation. 4. The former are inflected only by number, gender, and case. 5. The Greeks have 3 numbers, 2, singular and plural corresponding to the English and Latin, and the dual to denote the number 2. 6. 3 genders, as in Latin, determined partly by the signification of words, partly by their terminations. The termination marks of gender will be given under each declension. 7. There are 3 declensions, first, second, and third, distinguished by the inflection endings of the nominative and genitive cases. 8. Nouns and adjectives of the neuter gender have the same inflection ending for the nominative, accusative, and vocative. In the plural, this ending is a, alpha. 9. The dual of all nouns and adjectives has the nominative, accusative, and vocative alike, also the genitive and dative. Chapter 11. The article. Declension of o, e, to. 1. This was originally a pronoun and is always used as such in Homer. It is therefore omitted from a place among the parts of speech. Joined to a noun, it denotes its gender, and also serves to limit and specify its meaning. It is inflected as follows: singular masculine, nominative o, genitive to, dative to, accusative ton, singular feminine, nominative e, genitive tis, dative ti, accusative tin, singular neuter, nominative to, genitive tu, dative to, accusative to, plural masculine, nominative e, genitive ton, dative tis, accusative tus, plural feminine, nominative e, genitive ton, dative tes, accusative tas, plural neuter, nominative ta, genitive ton, dative tis, accusative ta, dual masculine, nominative, accusative, and vocative to, genitive and dative tin, dual feminine, nominative, accusative, and vocative ta, genitive and dative tin, dual neuter, nominative, accusative, and vocative to, genitive and dative tin. End of section 3. 4 of an Elementary Greek Grammar by Kühner and O'Leary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An Elementary Greek Grammar by Raphael Kühner and Charles O'Leary. Chapter 12. Inflection of Nouns. First declension. 1. The nouns of this declension are of the masculine or feminine gender. They are of the ending a, alpha, e, eta, feminine, and as, alpha sigma, is, eta sigma, masculine. 2. Case endings of the first declension. Footnote: as words are divided into the radical part or root which contains the fundamental idea, and the ending syllable or letter which gives that idea the character of a verb, a noun, an adjective, or an adverb, so again every declinable word is divided into the stem and the inflection syllables. The stem bears with it the main idea. The inflection syllables give the relations of this idea in a sentence. If a noun, the inflection endings give the different case relations. If a verb, the inflection endings or syllables give the relations of tense, mode, person, and number. In inflection, then, the stem of every word is to be preserved unchanged, unless otherwise required by euphony. The syllables of inflection alone are subject to variation. When the syllables of inflection are appended directly to the root, the latter and the stem are identical. Example: iops, the voice. Genitive, opos. Root and stem, op. Το πράγμα, the thing. Genitive, πράγματος. Stem, πράγματ. Root, prag. The root is always a monosyllable. End of footnote. Feminine singular, nominative, a accented, or e. Genitive, is, as, or is. Dative, e, a, or e. Accusative, an, or in. Vocative, a, or e. Masculine singular, nominative, as or is. Genitive, u. Dative, a or e. Accusative, an or in. Vocative, a or e or a. Of all nouns, plural, nominative, e. Genitive, on. Dative, s. Accusative, as. Vocative, e. Of all nouns, dual, nominative, a. Genitive, n. Dative, n. Accusative, a. Vocative, a. 3. The case endings of the dual and plural are the same for the different genders and terminations. The genitive plural is always circumflexed. 4. If e, ita, is the ending of the nominative, it is retained throughout the singular. A of the nominative is changed into e in the genitive and dative, unless rho or the vowels alpha, iota, epsilon precede it. When omicron, alpha, or epsilon precedes, the ending is eta. 5. The following 9 nouns, however, end in a, namely poa, stoa, gia, sikia, karia, elaa, aloa, chroa, nafsika. First declension. Paradigm. Feminine substantives. A, alpha, through all cases of the singular. Singular, nominative, η χώρα, place. Genitive, της χώρας. Dative, τη χώρα. Accusative, την χώραν. Vocative, ο χώρα. Plural, nominative, χώρε. Genitive, των χωρών. Dative, τες χώρες. Accusative, τας χώρας. Vocative, ο χώρε. Dual, nominative, accusative, and vocative, το χώρα. Genitive and dative, την χώρεν. E, ita, through all cases of the singular. Singular, nominative, η γνώμη, thought. Genitive, της γνώμης. Dative, τη γνώμη. Accusative, την γνώμην. Vocative, ο γνώμη. Plural, nominative, γνώμε. Genitive, των γνωμών. Dative, τες γνώμες. Accusative, τας γνώμας. Vocative, ο γνώμε. Dual, nominative, accusative, and vocative, το γνώμα. Genitive and dative, την γνώμεν. A, alpha, changed to e, ita, in genitive and dative. Singular, nominative, η δόξα, opinion. Genitive, της δόξης. Dative, τη δόξη. Accusative, την δόξαν. Vocative, ο δόξα. Plural, nominative, δόξε. Genitive, των δοξών. Dative, τες δόξες. Accusative, τας δόξας. Vocative, ο δόξε. Dual, nominative, accusative, and vocative, το δόξα. Genitive and dative, την δόξεν. 6. Alala, war cry. Proper names as Andromeda, Lida, Gila, Philomela. Nouns that contract a into a, as mna, retain the a, though not preceded by rho in all cases of the singular. Chapter 13. Masculine nouns. 1. The genitive of masculine nouns ends in u, omicron y. Nouns that have a before the final sigma never change it, except in genitive singular and plural. Those that have e, ita, retain it in all cases of the singular except the genitive. Exceptions. 2. The vocative ends in a in all nouns in tis, as toxotis, vocative toxota. In nouns in is formed from a verb and noun, as geometris, vocative geometra. In names of nations in is, as Persis, vocative Persa. First declension, paradigm of masculine nouns. Ending in as. Singular. Nominative o neanias. Genitive του νεανίου. Dative το νεανία. Accusative τον νεανίαν. Vocative ο νεανία. Plural nominative η νεανίε. Genitive των νεανίων. Dative τις νεανίες. Accusative τους νεανίας. Vocative ο νεανίε. Dual nominative, accusative and vocative το νεανία. Genitive and dative την νεανίεν. Ending in is. Singular nominative ο τελώνης. Genitive του τελώνου. Dative το τελώνει. Accusative τον τελώνην. Vocative ο τελώνει. Plural nominative η τελώνε. Genitive των τελωνών. Dative τις τελώνες. Accusative τους τελώνας. Vocative ο τελώνες. Dual nominative, accusative and vocative το τελώνα. Genitive and dative την τελώνεν. Endings in tis. Singular nominative ο υπότις. Genitive του υπότου. Dative το υπότι. Accusative τον υπότην. Vocative ο υπότα. Plural nominative οι υπότε. Genitive των υποτών. Dative τις υπότες. Accusative τους υπότας. Vocative ο υπότε. Dual nominative, accusative and vocative το υπότα. Genitive and dative την υπότεν. Compounds. Singular nominative ο μυροπόλης. Genitive του μυροπόλου. Dative το μυροπόλη. Accusative τον μυροπόλην. Vocative ο μυροπόλα. Plural nominative η μυροπόλε. Genitive των μυροπολών. Dative τις μυροπόλες. Accusative τους μυροπόλας. Vocative ο μυροπόλε. Dual nominative, accusative and vocative το μυροπόλα. Genitive and dative την μυροπόλεν. 3. Nouns that have a vowel preceding the ending are contracted according to the rules of contraction. Chapter 3.1. Epsilon plus alpha, when preceded by a vowel or rho, are contracted in alpha, otherwise into eta, as Sikea, Siki, Erea, Era. 4. For dialectic forms of this and the remaining declensions, see section on dialects, chapter 97. Chapter 14. Second declension. 1. The second declension has two terminations, os, masculine and feminine, on, neuter. Some diminutives of the feminine gender terminate in on, as iglykyrion. Case endings. Singular, masculine and feminine. Nominative os, genitive u, dative o, accusative on, vocative os or e. Neuter, nominative on, genitive u, dative o, accusative on, vocative on. Plural masculine and feminine. Nominative e, genitive on, dative is, accusative us, vocative e. neuter, nominative a, genitive on, dative is, accusative a, vocative a. Dual, same for all genders, nominative o, genitive in, dative un, accusative o, vocative o. Remark: the vocative of words in os generally ends in e, though not unfrequently in os, thus vocative o phile and o philos. O Theos, God, has the vocative in os. Paradigm of the second declension. Logos, stem log, the word. Singular, nominative o logos. Genitive του λόγου. Dative το λόγο. Accusative των λόγων. Vocative ο λόγε. Plural, nominative οι λόγοι. Genitive των λόγων. Dative της λόγης. Accusative τους λόγους. Vocative ο λόγοι. Dual, nominative, accusative and vocative το λόγο. Genitive and dative την λόγην. Η νήσος, stem, νης, island. Singular nominative η νήσος. Genitive της νήσου. Dative τη νήσο. Accusative την νήσον. Vocative ο νήσε. Plural nominative νήσι. Genitive των νήσων. Dative τες νήσεις. Accusative τας νήσους. Vocative ο νήσι. Dual, nominative, accusative and vocative το νήσο. Genitive and dative την νήσιν. Ο Θεός, stem the, God. Singular nominative ο Θεός. Genitive του Θεού. Dative το Θεό. Accusative των Θεών. Vocative ο Θεός. Plural nominative οι Θεοί. Genitive των Θεών. Dative της Θεής. Accusative τους Θεούς. Vocative ο Θεοί. Dual, nominative, accusative and vocative το Θεό. Genitive and dative την Θεήν. Το σήκον, stem sick. Fig. Singular nominative το σήκον. Genitive του σήκου. Dative το σήκω. Accusative το σήκον. Vocative το σήκον. Plural nominative τα σίκα. Genitive των σίκων. Dative της σίκης. Accusative τα σίκα. Vocative τα σίκα. Dual nominative, accusative and vocative το σίκο. Genitive and dative την σίκην. Contracted noun ο πλός, stem πλό, voyage. Singular nominative ο πλός, contracted ο πλούς. Genitive του πλώου, contracted του πλού. Dative το πλώο, contracted το πλώ. Accusative των πλώων, contracted των πλούν. Vocative ο πλώε, contracted ο πλού. Plural nominative οι πλώοι, contracted οι πλοί. Genitive των πλώων, contracted των πλών. Dative της πλώης, contracted της πλής. Accusative τους πλώους, contracted τους πλούς. Vocative ο πλώοι, contracted ο πλοί. Dual, nominative, accusative and vocative το πλώο, contracted το πλώ. Genitive and dative την πλώην, contracted την πλήν. Remark: nouns in which omicron or epsilon precedes the case endings suffer contraction in the Attic dialect according to the rules of contraction, chapter 3.1. Sometimes the open form is retained as no. Chapter 15. Attic second declension. Some words, adjectives and substantives, have the endings os, omega sigma, masculine and feminine, on, omega ni, neuter, instead of the ordinary endings os, omicron sigma, and on, omicron ni. They retain the long vowel through all the cases, and when iota occurs in the common form, they have it subscribed, i.e., in the nominative, dative, vocative, plural, dative and genitive dual. For U, omicron y, and OA, omicron alpha, of the common form, they have omega. Some masculine and feminine nouns drop the ni in the accusative. Paradigm. Masculine, singular, nominative, oleos, the people. Genitive, του λέω, dative, το λέω, accusative, των λεών, vocative, ο λεός. Plural, nominative, η λεώ, genitive, των λεών, dative, της λεώς, accusative, τους λεώς, vocative, ο λεώ. Dual, nominative, accusative, and vocative, το λέω, genitive and dative, την λεών. Masculine, singular, nominative, ο λαγός, the hair. Genitive, του λαγώ, dative, το λαγώ, accusative, των λαγών, or τον λαγώ, vocative, ο λαγώ. Plural, nominative, η λαγώ, genitive, των λαγών, dative, της λαγός, accusative, τους λαγός, vocative, ο λαγώ. Dual, nominative, accusative and vocative, το λαγώ, genitive and dative, την λαγών. Neuter, singular nominative, το ανώγεον, the upper floor. Genitive, του ανώγεο, dative, το ανώγεο, accusative, το ανώγεον, vocative, το ανώγεον. Plural nominative, τα ανώγεο, genitive, των ανώγεων, dative, της ανώγεος, accusative, τα ανώγεο, vocative, τα ανώγεο. Dual, nominative, accusative and vocative, το ανώγεο, genitive and dative, την ανώγεον. Remark: nouns in os, omicron sigma, are for the most part masculine. The feminine nouns were originally adjectives which, being changed to substantives, borrow the gender of the noun which they qualified. Thus, η Ήπειρος, γη, η Σύγκλιτος, the assembly, βουλή. Some, however, have an independent signification of their own, yet are feminine, as η νόσος, sickness. End of section 4. Of an elementary Greek grammar by Kühner and O'Leary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An elementary Greek grammar by Raphael Kühner and Charles O'Leary. Chapter 16. Third declension. Case endings. Singular, masculine and feminine. Nominative. Final sigma, genitive, os, omicron final sigma, dative, I, iota, accusative, ni or alpha, vocative, generally like the nominative. Singular neuter, nominative blank, genitive, os, omicron final sigma, dative, I, iota, accusative blank, vocative blank. Plural, masculine and feminine. Nominative, s, epsilon final sigma, genitive, on, omega ni, dative, c, sigma iota, accusative, as, alpha final sigma, vocative, s, epsilon final sigma. Plural, neuter, nominative, a, alpha, genitive, on, omega ni, dative, c, sigma iota, accusative, a, alpha, vocative, a, alpha. Dual, for all genders, nominative, e, epsilon, genitive, in, omicron iota ni, dative, in, omicron iota ni, accusative, e, epsilon, vocative, e, epsilon. 1. The ending sigma is the gender sign and should be appended to all nouns of the masculine and feminine gender. The laws of euphony, chapter 8, however, do not admit the concurrence of sigma with certain letters terminating the stem. Footnote: the stem is often modified in the nominative, but can always be obtained by throwing off the case ending os, of the genitive. End of footnote. Hence the following rules are observed. 2. A. When the stem ends in a kappa or p mute, the gender sign sigma blends with these mutes and forms the double letters xi and psi, with which so many of the nouns of this declension terminate. Thus korax, stem korak, korak plus sigma. Fleps, stem flev, flev plus sigma. Aegyps, stem aegyp, aegyp plus sigma. B. When the stem ends in a consonant with which sigma cannot concur, either sigma or the incompatible consonant is dropped. To compensate for the omission, the vowel of the stem is generally lengthened. Thus, pimin, a shepherd, for pimen plus sigma, stem pimen, genitive pimenos. Delphis, for delphin plus sigma, stem delphin, genitive delphinos. Rhetor, for rhetor plus sigma, stem rhetor, genitive rhetoros. C. When the nominative contains the pure stem, the radical vowel remains unaltered in the oblique cases, e.g. thyr for thyrs, stem thyr, genitive thyros, eros, stem ero, genitive eros. On the foregoing principles we have masculine and feminine nouns of this declension divided into 3 classes. 3a. Those that retain in the nominative the gender sign sigma with the ending consonant of the stem, as korax, korak plus sigma, stem korak, ops, op plus sigma, stem op, als, stem al. B. Those that reject the gender sign sigma or its incompatible consonant, opimin for pimen plus sigma, stem pimen, o rhetor for rhetor plus sigma, stem rhetor, o drakon for drakond plus sigma, stem drakond. Gender sign rejected. Melas for melan plus sigma, stem melan, genitive melanos, o delphis for delphin plus sigma, stem delphin, genitive delphinos, ris, stem rin, genitive rhinos, o gigas for gigant plus sigma, genitive gigandos, stem gigant, incompatible consonant rejected. C. Those that contain the pure stem in the nominative, e.g. o thyr, genitive thyros, stem thyr, o eros, genitive eros, stem eros. 4. To this may be added neuter nouns, which, being without the gender sign sigma, suffer no alteration in the nominative unless the stem contains a consonant not admissible at the end of a word. Such a consonant is rejected and the nominative ends in a vowel. The pure stem reappears in the genitive, e.g. soma, the body, genitive somatos, stem somat. 5. Frequently, the tough ending of neuter nouns is changed into sigma, as to teras, genitive teratos, stem terat. Sometimes into rho, as ipar, genitive ipatos, stem ipat. 6. Sigma is also sometimes added to a stem of vowel ending for the sake of strengthening the nominative, e.g. genos, genitive geneos, stem gene. For the change of epsilon into omicron, see chapter 3.7. Chapter 17. Oblique cases. 1. The remaining cases of the third declension are formed by appending the case endings to the stem and making the changes required by euphony. Accusative. 2. The accusative ending of each declension is ni. The difficulty of pronouncing the ni in connection with the consonant ending a stem caused it to be changed into a, alpha. 3. Hence, when a vowel ends the stem, the accusative is in ni. When a consonant ends the stem, it is in alpha. Example, polis, stem poli, a city, accusative polin. Leon, stem leont, a lion, accusative λέοντα. 4. Exception. Nouns in f's and is with the stem ending in a vowel have the accusative in alpha. Example, βασιλεύς, stem βασιλεύ, accusative βασιλέα. Τριήρης, stem τριήρε, a boat, accusative τριήρεα. Footnote. This accusative ending, deviating from the general rule, arises from the original digamma ending of words in afs, f's, ous. Thus, βασιλεύς, originally βασιλεύς, hence accusative βασιλέφα instead of βασιλέφν. The digamma was changed into y, a common transition, which is dropped between the vowels, hence βασιλέα. End of footnote. 5. Nouns in is j and is y, whose stem ends in a tough mute, drop the tough mute in the accusative and take the ending ni. Example, eris, stem erith, accusative erin, for erida, discord. Ευχάρις, stem ευχάριτ, accusative ευχάριν, for ευχάρητα, grateful. Vocative. 6. As a general rule, the vocative contains the simple stem. It has not the gender sign sigma, and is not therefore subject to those changes which the concurrence of sigma with the ending consonant of the stem occasions in the nominative. Example, ο δαίμον, stem δαίμον, vocative δαίμον, a deity, ο όφης, stem ophi, vocative ophi, a serpent. Footnote. Oxytones, i.e. words that have the acute accent on the final syllable, retain the long vowel on the nominative. Example, pimin, vocative pimin. End of footnote. 7. If the stem contains a consonant that cannot end a word, the vocative instead of the simple stem takes the form of the nominative. Example, ο κόραξ, stem korak, vocative korax, a crow. Η ops, stem op, vocative ops, the eye. 8. Hence, if nouns in is, j, afs, alpha y sigma, ous, omicron y sigma, is, y sigma, are from a stem of consonant ending, they form the vocative like the nominative. But if from a stem of vowel ending, they form the vocative by throwing off the gender sign sigma. Example, elpis, stem elpid, genitive elpidos. Vocative elpis, hope. Polis, stem poli, vocative poli. Pous, stem pod, genitive podos, vocative pous, a foot. Vous, stem vou, vocative vou, an ox. 9. When the stem ends in two consonants, one of which is admissible at the end of a word, the other not, the latter, if final, is rejected, and the vocative ends in the former. Example, leon, stem leont, vocative leon. Gigas, stem gigant, vocative gigan. End of section 5. Section 6 of an elementary Greek grammar by Kühner and O'Leary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An Elementary Greek Grammar by Raphael Kühner and Charles O'Leary. Chapter 18. Paradigm. Class 1. Words that in the nominative add the gender sign sigma to the stem. Ilelaps, the storm. Stem, lelap. Singular nominative. Ilelaps, genitive. Tis lelapos. Dative. Ti lelapi. Accusative. Tin lelapa. Vocative. O lelaps. Plural nominative. Elelapes. Genitive. Ton lelapon. Dative. Tes lelapsi. Accusative. Tas lelapas. Vocative. O lelapes. Dual nominative, accusative, and vocative. Ta lelape. Genitive and dative. Tin lelapin. O korax, the crow. Stem korak. Singular nominative. O korax. Genitive. Tu korakos. Dative. To koraki. Accusative. τον κόρακα, vocative ο κόραξ. Plural nominative, οι κόρακες, genitive, των κοράκων, dative, της κόραξη, accusative, τους κόρακας, vocative ο κόρακες. Dual nominative, accusative and vocative, το κόρακε, genitive and dative, την κοράκιν. Η πόρτης, a heifer, stem πόρτη. Singular nominative, η πόρτης, genitive, της πόρτιος, dative, τη πόρτη. Accusative, την πόρτιν, vocative ο πόρτη. Plural nominative, επόρτιες, genitive των πορτίων, dative τες πόρτισι, accusative τας πόρτιας, vocative ο πόρτιες. Dual nominative, accusative and vocative τα πόρτιε, genitive and dative την πορτίην. Remark: the stems of nouns in ψ and ξ generally end in the smooth and middle mutes. A few end in the aspirates as onyx, genitive onychos, stem onych. Chapter 19. Paradigm. Class 2. Words that drop sigma or the ending consonant of the stem. 1. Nouns that drop the ending consonant. Η λαμπάς, the lamp, stem lambad. Singular nominative, η λαμπάς. Genitive, της λαμπάδος. Dative, τη λαμπάδι. Accusative, την λαμπάδα. Vocative, ο λαμπάς. Plural nominative, ελαμπάδες. Genitive, των λαμπάδων. Dative, τες λαμπάσι. Accusative, τας λαμπάδας. Vocative, ο λαμπάδες. Dual nominative, accusative and vocative, τα λαμπάδε. Genitive and dative, την λαμπάδιν. Η ρις, the nose. Stem, rin. Singular nominative, η ρις. Genitive, της ρινός. Dative, τη ρίνη. Accusative, την ρίνα. Vocative, ο ρίν. Plural nominative, ερίνες. Genitive, των ρινών. Dative, τες ρησί. Accusative, τας ρίνας. Vocative, ο ρίνες. Dual nominative, accusative and vocative, τα ρίνε. Genitive and dative, την ρινήν. Ο γίγας, the giant, stem gigant. Singular nominative, ο γίγας. Genitive, του γίγαντος. Dative, το γίγαντι. Accusative, τον γίγαντα. Vocative, ο γίγαν. Plural nominative, οι γίγαντες. Genitive, των γιγάντων. Dative, της γίγαση. Accusative, τους γίγαντας. Vocative, ο γίγαντες. Dual nominative, accusative and vocative, το γίγαντε. Genitive and dative, την γιγάντιν. Remark: to this division belong words in us, genitive undos, is, genitive endos, is, genitive iidos, as πλακούς, genitive πλακούντος, τυφθείς, genitive τυφθέντος, παριείς, genitive παριείδος. Also, το us, the ear, stem ot, genitive οτός, κτής, a comb, stem κτεν, genitive κτενός. 2. Nouns that retain the ending consonant of the stem reject the gender sign sigma and lengthen the stem vowel. Η φρyn, the mind, stem φρεν. Singular nominative, η φρyn, genitive, της φρενός, dative, τη φρενή, accusative, την φρενά, vocative, ο φρyn. Plural nominative, εφρένες, genitive, των φρενών, dative, τες φρεσί, accusative, τας φρένας, vocative, ο φρένες. Dual nominative, accusative and vocative, τα φρένε, genitive and dative, την φρενήν. Ο δράκον, the dragon, stem δράκοντ. Singular nominative, ο δράκον, genitive, του δράκοντος, dative, το δράκοντι, accusative, τον δράκοντα, vocative, ο δράκον. Plural nominative, οι δράκοντες, genitive, των δρακόντων, dative της δράκουση, accusative τους δράκοντας, vocative ο δράκοντες. Dual nominative, accusative and vocative το δράκοντε, genitive and dative την δρακόντιν. Ο πατήρ, father, stem pater, singular nominative ο πατήρ, genitive του πατρός, dative το πατρί, accusative τον πατέρα, vocative ο πάτερ. Plural nominative οι πατέρες, genitive των πατέρων, dative της πατράσι, accusative τους πατέρας, vocative ο πατέρες. Dual nominative, accusative and vocative το πατέρε, genitive and dative την πατέριν. Remark 1. Like πατήρ are declined η μήτηρ, mother, η θυγάτηρ, daughter, η δημήτηρ, series, η γαστήρ, belly. They drop epsilon in genitive and dative singular by syncope. Ο ανήρ, man, suffers a like syncope but inserts delta to avoid the concurrence of the liquids ni and ro, as ο ανήρ, genitive andros, for aneros, dative andri, for aneri. Remark 2. Here belong the oblique cases arnos, arni, for arenos, areni, from the obsolete arin, for which the nominative o amnos, a lamb, is used. Remark 3. Nouns of the foregoing class have their stem in ni, ni-taf, and ro. For the omission of ni-taf before sigma, see chapter 8.4, and of taf as a final letter, chapter 8.8. Footnote: I here, the hand, a noun of this class, is peculiar in retaining the long vowel of the nominative in the oblique cases, except the dative dual and plural herin, hersi, stem her. End of footnote. Chapter 20. Class 3. Nouns that contain the pure stem in the nominative. A. 1. Nouns of this class omit the gender sign in the nominative, suffer no change in the stem vowel, and are therefore inflected by appending the case endings to the stem as it appears in the nominative. Thus, ο pean, genitive peanos, dative peani, accusative peana, and so on. 2. The stem endings of nouns of this class are ni, ni-taf, ro, with the exception of damar, wife, stem damart. When T is the final letter of the stem, it is rejected in the nominative, but reappears in the oblique cases. Example: xenophon, stem xenophont, genitive xenophontos. 3. Here belong neuter nouns in ro, as το nectar, genitive nectaros, το pelor, genitive peloros. B. Words formed from stems of vowel endings. 1. When a vowel ends the stem, the nominative generally takes the gender sign. The other cases are formed according to the general principle. Chapter 20.1. 2. Words in is, long iota sigma, is, long ypsilon sigma, retain the stem vowel throughout, but those in is, short iota sigma, is, short ypsilon sigma, as well as neuters in short iota, short ypsilon, take epsilon in the oblique cases and have the genitive of masculine and feminine nouns in os, omega sigma, instead of os, omicron sigma, according to the Attic dialect. Chapter 99. Η πόλης, city, stem πόλη, singular nominative, η πόλης, genitive της πόλεως, dative, τη πόλεη, accusative την πόλην, vocative ο πόλη, plural nominative, πόλεες, genitive των πόλεων, dative τες πόλεσι, accusative τας πόλεας, vocative ο πόλεες, dual nominative, accusative and vocative τα πόλεε, genitive and dative την πόλεην. Οικείς, cornworm, stem key, singular nominative, οικείς, genitive της σκιός, dative τη κιή, accusative, την κιν, vocative, ο κι, plural nominative, οικίες, genitive των κοιών, dative, τες κισί, accusative, τα σκίας, vocative, ο κίες, dual nominative, accusative and vocative, τα κίε, genitive and dative, την κιήν. Ο πύχης, cubit, stem πύχη, singular nominative, ο πύχης, genitive, του πύχεως, dative, το πύχεϊ, accusative, τον πύχην, vocative, ο πύχη, plural nominative, οι πύχεες, genitive, των πύχεων, dative, της πύχεση, accusative, τους πύχεας, vocative, ο πύχεες, dual nominative, accusative and vocative, το πύχεε, genitive and dative, την πυχαίην. Ο ιχθύς, fish, stem ιχθύ, singular nominative, ο ιχθύς, genitive, του ιχθύος, dative, το ιχθύι, accusative, τον ιχθύν, vocative, ο ιχθύ, plural nominative, οι ιχθύες, genitive, των ιχθύων, dative, της ιχθύσι, accusative, τους ιχθύας, vocative, ο ιχθύες, dual nominative, accusative and vocative, το ιχθύε, genitive and dative, την ιχθύην. Ending is, ήτα σίγμα. 3. Words of this ending belonging to the third declension are properly adjectives. Some from usage have acquired the signification of nouns. They are contracted in all their cases except the nominative and vocative singular and the dative plural. Many proper names belong to this ending, of which those in clays are contracted in all the cases, as pericles, contracted pericles. Endings afs, fs, us, os, omega. 4. The vowel y of these endings is substituted for the digamma f. Those in f's form the genitive in os and the accusative in a. See chapter 17, note. Η τριήρης, εγκάλεϊ, stem τριήρες, singular nominative, η τριήρης, genitive, της τριήρεως, dative, τη τριήρη, accusative, την τριήρη, vocative, ο τριήρες. Plural nominative, ετριήρης, genitive, των τριήρων, dative, τες τριήρεσι, accusative, τας τριήρης, vocative, ο τριήρης. Ο βασιλεύς, king, stem βασιλεύ, singular nominative, ο βασιλεύς, genitive, του βασιλέως, dative, το βασιλέι, accusative, τον βασιλέα, vocative, ο βασιλεύ, plural nominative, η βασιλής, genitive, των βασιλέων, dative, της βασιλεύση, accusative, τους βασιλείς, vocative, ο βασιλής. Ο βους, the ox, stem βου, singular nominative, ο βους, genitive, του βοός, dative, το βοή, accusative, τον βουν, vocative, ο βου, plural nominative, οι βόες, genitive, των βοών, dative, της βουσί, accusative, τους βόας, vocative, ο βόες. Η γράφς, an old woman, singular nominative, η γράφς, genitive, της γραός, dative, τη γραή, accusative, την γράβ, vocative, ο γράφ. Plural nominative, οι γράες, genitive, των γραών, dative, τες γραυσί, accusative, τας γράφς, vocative, ο γράες. Dual nominative, accusative and vocative, τα γράε, genitive and dative, την γραήν. Εδώς, shame, stem, εδώς. Singular nominative, η εδώς, genitive, της εδούς, dative, τη εδή, accusative, την εδώ, vocative, ο εδή, plural nominative, εδή, genitive, των εδών, dative, τες εδείς, accusative, τας εδούς, vocative, ο εδή. Dual nominative, accusative, vocative, τα εδώ, genitive and dative, την εδήν. Ο ήρος, a hero, singular nominative, ο ήρος, genitive, του ήρωος, dative, το ήρωη, accusative τον ήρωα, vocative ο ήρος, plural nominative οι ήρωες, genitive των ηρώων, dative της ήρωση, accusative τους ήρωας, vocative ο ήρωες, dual nominative, accusative and vocative το ήρωε, genitive and dative την ηρώην. Remark. Nouns in os, omega, genitive os, as edós and ηχό are declined in the plural and dual according to the second declension. They form the vocative singular in ω. Chapter 21. Neuter nouns. Endings os, as, a. Το γένος, race. Stem, γένε. Singular nominative. Το γένος. Genitive, του γένεος. Dative, το γένεϊ. Accusative, το γένος. Vocative, το γένος. Plural nominative, τα γένεα. Genitive, των γενναίων. Dative, της γένεση. Accusative, τα γένεα. Vocative, τα γένεα. Dual nominative, accusative and vocative, το γένεε. Genitive and dative, την γενναίην. Το τέρας. Prodigy. Stem terat. Singular nominative το τέρας. Genitive του τέρατος. Dative το τέρατη. Accusative το τέρας. Vocative το τέρας. Plural nominative τα τέρατα. Genitive των τεράτων. Dative της τέραση. Accusative τα τέρατα. Vocative τα τέρατα. Dual nominative, accusative and vocative το τέρατε. Genitive and dative την τεράτην. Το σώμα, the body, stem, σώματ. Singular nominative, το σώμα, genitive, του σώματος, dative, το σώματι, accusative, το σώμα, vocative, το σώμα. Plural nominative, τα σώματα, genitive, των σωμάτων, dative, της σώμαση, accusative, τα σώματα, vocative, τα σώματα. Dual nominative, accusative, vocative, το σώματε, genitive and dative, την σωμάτιν. Neuters in as, syncopated and contracted, κέρας, horn. Nominative το κέρας, stem, κέρατ. Genitive κέρατος, by syncope κέραος, contracted κέρος. Dative κέρατη, κέραη, κέρα. Plural nominative, κέρατα, κέρα. Genitive κεράτων, κερών. Dual nominative, κέρατε, κέρα. Genitive and dative, κεράτην, κερών. So, κρέας, flesh. A few neuters in as are from a stem in epsilon and consequently have the genitive eos and the other cases accordingly. Thus, το βρέτας, an image, stem, βρέτε, genitive, βρέτεος, dative, βρέτεοι. Of like form are ούδας, the ground, knefas, darkness. Two nouns, δεpas, a cup, and selas, light, have the genitive in aos, from stem in alpha, thus δεpas, stem, δεpa, genitive, δεpaos, and so on. Chapter 22. Anomalous nouns. 1. Under this name are comprised all those nouns that deviate from the foregoing rules and paradigms. They may be divided into three classes. A. Those that have a nominative form not deduced according to the rules above laid down from the stem as it appears in the genitive. Example, γυνή, woman, genitive γυναικός, stem γυναίκ. B. Those that have two forms through some or all of the oblique cases, and both forms corresponding to the form of the nominative. Example, ornis, a bird, nominative plural, ornithes, from stem ornith, and ornes from stem orni. C. Those that have two forms in the oblique cases, one of which corresponds to the form of the nominative, the other does not, but is derived from a different stem. Example, therapon, accusative theraponda, and therapa, as from a stem theraps. 2. Many nouns are of different declensions, some of different genders, and some of different genders and declensions. Example, ifthongi and ophthongos, the tongue. 3. They are divided into heterogeneous, or nouns of different genders, and heteroclites, or nouns of different declensions. Example, ο νότος and το νότον, the bag. Η θάλης, genitive θαλού and θάλιτος. End of section 6. Section 7 of an Elementary Greek Grammar by Kühner and O'Leary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An Elementary Greek Grammar by Raphael Kühner and Charles O'Leary. Chapter 23. Adjectives and Participles. 1. Adjectives and participles are inflected like nouns. They have different inflection endings to correspond to the different genders of the nouns they qualify. Example, kalos masculine, kalli feminine, kalon neuter. 2. All adjectives do not take separate forms for the masculine and feminine. Some are therefore inflected with two endings, one for the masculine and feminine, the other for the neuter. Example, endoxos masculine and feminine, endoxon neuter. 3. Some have only one inflection ending, as they are not used in connection with nouns of the neuter gender. 4. From the foregoing distinction, adjectives are divided into three classes. 1. Adjectives of three inflection endings. To this class belongs participles. 2. Adjectives of 2. 3. Adjectives of 1. The neuter of adjectives and participles, like neuter nouns, has three cases, the nominative, accusative, and vocative, alike, with the ending a in the plural. These are the only cases that have a distinct neuter form. The rest have the same form as the masculine. The feminine of adjectives, when it has a separate form, is inflected like nouns of the first declension. The masculine and neuter of words in the termination os, like nouns of the second declension. In all other terminations, like nouns of the third declension. Participles in os do not change this termination in the vocative. Chapter 24. Paradigm. Os masculine, a when preceded by rho or iota, feminine, on neuter. Kalos, stem kal, beautiful, masculine, singular, nominative, kalos, genitive, καλού, dative, καλό, accusative, καλόν, vocative, καλέ. Plural, nominative, καλή, genitive, καλόν, dative, καλής, accusative, καλούς, vocative, καλή. Dual, nominative, accusative, and vocative, καλό, genitive and dative, καλήν. Feminine, singular, nominative, καλή, genitive, καλής, dative, καλή, accusative, καλήν, vocative, καλή. Plural, nominative, καλέ, genitive, καλόν, dative, καλές, accusative, καλάς, vocative, καλέ. Dual, nominative, accusative, and vocative, καλά, genitive and dative, καλέν. Neuter, singular, nominative, καλόν, genitive, καλού, dative, καλό, accusative, καλόν, vocative, καλόν. Plural, nominative, καλά, genitive, καλόν, dative, καλής, accusative, καλά, vocative, καλά. Dual, nominative, accusative and vocative, καλό, genitive and dative, καλήν. Μακρός, stem μακρ, long. Masculine, singular, nominative, μακρός, genitive, μακρού, dative, μακρό, accusative, μακρόν, vocative, μακρέ. Plural, nominative, μακρύ, genitive, μακρόν, dative, μακρύς, accusative, μακρούς, vocative, μακρύ. Dual, nominative, accusative and vocative, μακρό, genitive and dative, μακρύν. Feminine, singular, nominative, μακρά, genitive, μακράς, dative, μακρά, accusative, μακράν, vocative, μακρά. Plural, nominative, μακρέ, genitive, μακρόν, dative, μακρές, accusative, μακράς, vocative, μακρέ. Dual, nominative, accusative and vocative, μακρά, genitive and dative, μακρέν. Neuter, singular, nominative, μακρόν, genitive, μακρού, dative, μακρό, accusative, μακρόν, vocative, μακρόν. plural nominative μακρά, genitive μακρόν, dative μακρύς, accusative μακρά, vocative μακρά, dual nominative accusative vocative μακρό, genitive dative μακρύν. 1. The majority of adjectives belong to this form. When epsilon or omicron precedes the termination, contraction takes place according to rules of contraction, chapter 3. Those in oos contract oa into a and oi into e, but very often preserve the uncontracted form. Philios, stem phili, friendly, masculine singular nominative philios, genitive philiou, dative philio, accusative philion, vocative philie, plural nominative philii, genitive philion, dative philiis, accusative philius, vocative philii, dual nominative accusative vocative philio, genitive and dative philiin. Feminine singular nominative philia, genitive philias, dative philia, accusative philian, vocative philia, plural nominative philiae, genitive philion, dative philies, accusative philias, vocative philiae. Dual nominative accusative and vocative philia, genitive and dative philien. Neuter singular nominative philion, genitive philiou, dative philio, accusative philion, vocative philion, plural nominative philia, genitive philion, dative philiis, accusative philia, vocative philia, dual nominative accusative and vocative philio, genitive and dative philiin. Chryseos, contracted chrysus, stem chryse, golden, masculine singular nominative chryseos, chrysus, genitive chryseu, chrysou, dative chryseo, chrysό, accusative chryseon, chrysoun, vocative chryse, doubtful contracted form. Plural nominative chrysei, chrysí, genitive chryseon, chrysón, dative chryseis, chrysís, accusative chryseus, chrysούς, vocative chrysei, chrysí. Dual nominative accusative vocative chryseo, chrysό, genitive and dative chrysein, chrysín. Feminine singular nominative chrysea, chrysí, genitive chryseas, chrysís, dative chrysea, chrysí, accusative chrysean, chrysín, vocative chrysea, chrysí. Plural nominative chrysee, chrysέ, genitive chryseon, chrysón, dative chrysees, chrysές, accusative chryseas, chrysás, vocative chrysee, chrysέ. Dual nominative accusative and vocative chrysea, chrysá, genitive and dative chrysέn, chrysén. Neuter singular nominative chryseon, chrysún, genitive chryseu, chrysού, dative chryseo, chrysό, accusative chryseon, chrysún, vocative chryseon, chrysún. Plural nominative chrysea, chrysá, genitive chryseon, chrysón, dative chryseis, chrysís, accusative chrysea, chrysá, vocative chrysea, chrysá. Dual nominative accusative and vocative chryseo, chrysó, genitive and dative chrysein, chrysín. 2. Oos contracted ous. Απλός contracted απλούς, simple. Masculine singular nominative απλός, απλούς. Genitive απλό, απλού. Dative απλό, απλό. Accusative απλόν, απλούν. Plural nominative απλόι, απλή. Genitive απλόν, απλών. Dative απλόις, απλής. Accusative απλούς, απλούς. Dual nominative accusative and vocative απλό, απλό. Genitive and dative απλόιν, απλήν. Feminine singular nominative απλόι, απλή. Genitive απλόις, απλής. Dative απλόι, απλή. Accusative απλόιν, απλήν. Plural nominative απλόε, απλέ. Genitive απλών, απλών. dative, απλόες, απλές, accusative, απλόας, απλάς, dual, nominative, accusative and vocative, απλόα, απλά, genitive and dative, απλόιν, απλήν, neuter, singular, nominative, απλόν, απλούν, genitive, απλόου, απλού, dative, απλόω, απλό, accusative, απλόων, απλούν, plural, nominative, απλόα, απλά, genitive, απλόν, απλών, dative, απλόης, απλής, accusative, απλόα, απλά, dual, nominative, accusative and vocative, απλόω, απλό, genitive and dative, απλόιν, απλήν. As, ένα, an, adjectives. Melas, stem, melan, black. Masculine, singular, nominative. Melas, genitive, melanos, dative, melanie, accusative, melana, vocative, melan, plural, nominative, melanes, genitive, melanon, dative, melasi, accusative, melanas, dual, nominative, accusative and vocative, melane, genitive and dative, melanin. Feminine, singular, nominative, melena, genitive, melenis, dative, meleni, accusative, melenan, vocative, melena. Plural, nominative, melene, genitive, melenon, dative, melenes, accusative, melenas, dual, nominative, accusative and vocative, melena, genitive and dative, melenen, neuter, singular, nominative, melan, genitive, melanos, dative, melanie, accusative, melan, vocative, melan, plural, nominative, melana, genitive, melanon, dative, melasi, accusative, melana, dual, nominative, accusative and vocative, melane, genitive and dative, melanin. As, asa, an, participles. Stas, stem, stand, standing. Masculine, singular, nominative, stas, genitive, standos, dative, standi, accusative, standa, vocative, stas, plural, nominative, standes, genitive, standon, dative, stasi, accusative, standas, vocative, standes, dual, nominative, accusative and vocative, stande, genitive and dative, standin. Feminine, singular, nominative, stasa, genitive, stasis, dative, stasi, accusative, stasan, vocative, stasa, plural, nominative, stase, genitive, stason, dative, stases, accusative, stasas, vocative, stase, dual, nominative, accusative and vocative, stasa, genitive and dative, stasen. Neuter, singular, nominative, stan, genitive, standos, dative, standi, accusative, stan, vocative, stan, plural, nominative, standa, genitive, standon, dative, stasi, accusative, standa, vocative, standa, dual, nominative, accusative and vocative, stande, genitive and dative, standing. Pas, stem, pand, all, declined like participles in as. Masculine, singular, nominative, pas, genitive, pandos, dative, pandi, accusative, panda, vocative, pas, plural, nominative, pandes, genitive, pandon, dative, pasi, accusative, pandas, vocative, pandes, dual, nominative, accusative and vocative, pande, genitive and dative, pandin. Feminine, singular, nominative, pasa, genitive, passis, dative, passi, accusative, passan, vocative, passa, plural, nominative, passe, genitive, passon, dative, passes, accusative, passas, vocative, passe, dual, nominative, accusative and vocative, passa, genitive and dative, passen. Neuter, singular, nominative, pan, genitive, pandos, dative, pandi, accusative, pan, vocative, pan, plural, nominative, panda, genitive, pandon, dative, passi, accusative, panda, vocative, panda, dual, nominative, accusative and vocative, pande, genitive and dative pandin. 3. In, ina, en. This form belongs only to one adjective, terin. The cases are formed regularly by appending the endings to the stem teren. Thus, masculine nominative terin, genitive terenos, dative tereni. Feminine nominative terina, genitive terinis, dative terini. Neuter nominative teren, genitive terenos, dative tereni. 4. Terminations is, essa, en adjectives, is, issa, en participles. Haris, stem harient, grateful. Masculine, singular nominative haris, genitive hariendos, dative hariendi, accusative harienda, vocative harien. Plural nominative hariendes, genitive hariendon, dative hariesi, accusative hariendas, vocative hariendes. Dual nominative, accusative and vocative hariende, genitive and dative hariendin. Feminine, singular nominative hariesa, genitive hariesis, dative hariesi, accusative hariesan, vocative hariesa. Plural nominative hariese, genitive harieson, dative harieses, accusative hariesas, vocative hariese. Dual nominative, accusative and vocative hariesa, genitive and dative hariesen. Neuter, singular nominative harien, genitive hariendos, dative hariendi, accusative harien, vocative harien. Plural nominative harienda, genitive hariendon, dative hariesi, accusative harienda, vocative harienda. Dual nominative, accusative and vocative hariende, genitive and dative hariendin. Lifthis, stem lifthend, being left. Masculine, singular nominative lifthis, genitive lifthendos, dative lifthendi, accusative lifthenda, vocative lifthis. Plural nominative lifthendes, genitive lifthendon, dative lifthisi, accusative lifthendas, vocative lifthendes. Dual nominative, accusative and vocative lifthende, genitive and dative lifthendin. Feminine, singular nominative lifthisa, genitive lifthisis, dative lifthisi, accusative lifthisan, vocative lifthisa. Plural nominative lifthise, genitive lifthison, dative lifthises, accusative lifthisas, vocative lifthise. Dual nominative, accusative and vocative lifthisa, genitive and dative lifthisen. Neuter, singular nominative lifthen, genitive lifthendos, dative lifthendi, accusative lifthen, vocative lifthen. Plural nominative lifthenda, genitive lifthendon, dative lifthisi, accusative lifthenda, vocative lifthenda. Dual nominative, accusative and vocative lifthende, genitive and dative lifthendin. Adjectives terminating in is and ois are contracted according to rule of contract, chapter 3.4. Example: masculine nominative timis, timis, genitive timiendos, timindos. Feminine nominative timiesa, timisa, genitive timiesis, timisis. Neuter nominative timien, timin, genitive timiendos, timindos. Masculine nominative melitois, melitus, genitive melitoendos, melitundos. Feminine nominative melitoesa, melitusa, genitive melitoesis, melitusis. Neuter nominative melitoen, melitun, genitive melitoendos, melitundos. 5. Terminations is, ia, I, adjectives, and is, issa, in participles. Γλυκής, stem γλυκέ, sweet. Masculine singular nominative γλυκής, genitive γλυκαίος, dative γλυκή, accusative γλυκήν, vocative γλυκή. Plural nominative γλυκαίες, γλυκής, genitive γλυκαίων, dative γλυκέσει, accusative γλυκαίας, γλυκής, vocative γλυκαίες, γλυκής. Dual nominative, accusative and vocative γλυκαίε, genitive and dative γλυκαίην. Feminine singular nominative γλυκία, genitive γλυκίας, dative γλυκία, accusative γλυκίαν, vocative γλυκία. Plural nominative γλυκίε, genitive γλυκιών, dative γλυκίες, accusative γλυκίας, vocative γλυκίε. Dual nominative, accusative and vocative γλυκία, genitive and dative γλυκίεν. Neuter singular nominative γλυκή, genitive γλυκαίος, dative γλυκή, accusative γλυκή, vocative γλυκή. Plural nominative γλυκαία, genitive γλυκαίων, dative γλυκέσει, accusative γλυκαία, vocative γλυκαία. Dual nominative, accusative and vocative γλυκαίε, genitive and dative γλυκαίην. Ζευγνής, stem ζευγνύντ, joining. Masculine singular nominative ζευγνής, genitive ζευγνύντος, dative ζευγνύντη, accusative ζευγνύντα, vocative ζευγνής. Plural nominative ζευγνύντες, genitive ζευγνύντων, dative ζευγνήσει, accusative ζευγνύντας, vocative ζευγνύντες. Dual nominative, accusative and vocative ζευγνύντε, genitive and dative ζευγνύντην. Feminine singular nominative ζευγνήσα, genitive ζευγνήσεις, dative ζευγνήσει, accusative ζευγνήσαν, vocative ζευγνήσα. Plural nominative ζευγνήσε, genitive ζευγνησών, dative ζευγνήσες, accusative ζευγνήσας, vocative ζευγνήσε. Dual nominative, accusative and vocative ζευγνήσα, genitive and dative ζευγνήσεν. Neuter singular nominative ζευγνών, genitive ζευγνύντος, dative ζευγνύντη, accusative ζευγνύν, vocative ζευγνύν. Plural nominative ζευγνύντα, genitive ζευγνύντων, dative ζευγνήσει, accusative ζευγνύντα, vocative ζευγνύντα. Dual nominative, accusative and vocative ζευγνύντε, genitive and dative ζευγνύντην. 6. Termination us, usa, on belongs to participles of the present and second aorist active of verbs in omi, but to no adjective of class 1. Masculine singular nominative δους, genitive δόντος, dative δόντι, accusative δόντα, vocative δους. Plural nominative δόντες, genitive δόντων, dative δούσι, accusative δόντας, vocative δόντες. Dual nominative, accusative and vocative δόντε, genitive and dative δόντιν. Feminine singular nominative δούσα, genitive δούσις, dative δούσι, accusative δούσαν, vocative δούσα. Plural nominative δούσε, genitive δουσών, dative δούσες, accusative δούσας, vocative δούσε. Dual nominative, accusative and vocative δούσα, genitive and dative δούσεν. Neuter singular nominative δον, genitive δόντος, dative δόντι, accusative δον, vocative δον. Plural nominative δόντα, genitive δόντων, dative δούσι, accusative δόντα, vocative δόντα. Dual nominative, accusative and vocative δόντε, genitive and dative δόντιν. 7. On, usa, on. This termination belongs to participles of the active voice. Ikon and its compound aekon, akon are the only adjectives belonging to it, and these are declined like participles. The participles of contracted verbs in ao, eo, and o are contracted according to principles of contraction. Chapter 3. Λοιπόν, stem, lipond, leaving. Masculine, singular, nominative, lipon, genitive, lipondos, dative, lipondi, accusative, liponda, vocative, lipon, plural nominative, lipondes, genitive, lipondon, dative, lipusi, accusative, lipondas, vocative, lipondes, dual, nominative, accusative, and vocative, liponde, genitive and dative, lipondin. Feminine, singular, nominative, lipusa, genitive, lipusis, dative, lipusi, accusative, lipusan, vocative, lipusa. Plural, nominative, lipuse, genitive, lipuson, dative, lipuses, accusative, lipusas, vocative, lipuse. Dual, nominative, accusative, and vocative, lipusa, genitive and dative, lipusen. Neuter, singular, nominative, lipon, genitive, lipondos, dative, lipondi, accusative, lipon, vocative, lipon. Plural, nominative, liponda, genitive, lipondon, dative, lipusi, accusative, liponda, vocative, liponda. Dual, nominative, accusative, and vocative, liponde, genitive and dative, lipondin. Participles of contracted verbs. Footnote: the participle of the Attic future and of the future of liquid verbs is declined in this manner. Example: phanon, phanusa, phanun. Genitive: phanundos, phanusis, phanundos, like phileon. End of footnote. Masculine, singular, nominative, timaon, timon. Genitive: timaondos, timondos. Feminine, singular, nominative, timausa, timosa. Genitive: timausis, timosis. Neuter, singular, nominative, timaon, timon. Genitive: timaondos, timondos. Masculine, singular, nominative, phileon, philon. Genitive: phileondos, philundos. Feminine, singular, nominative, phileusa, philusa. Genitive: phileusis, philusis. Neuter, singular, nominative, phileon, philun. Genitive: phileondos, philundos. Masculine, singular, nominative, misthon, misthon. Genitive: misthondos, misthundos. Feminine, singular, nominative, misthousa, misthusa. Genitive: misthousis, misthusis. Neuter, singular, nominative, misthon, misthun. Genitive: misthondos, misthundos. 8. Os, a, on. Only one adjective, pleos, and its compounds. Os, iia, os, participles of first and second perfects. Os, osa, os, syncopated participles of perfect. Pleos, stem ple, full. Masculine, singular, nominative, pleos. Genitive, pleo. Dative, pleo. Accusative, pleon. Vocative, pleo. Plural, nominative, pleo. Genitive, pleon. Dative, pleos. Accusative, pleos. Vocative, pleo. Dual, nominative, accusative, and vocative, pleo. Genitive and dative, pleon. Feminine, singular, nominative, plea. Genitive, pleas. Dative, plea. Accusative, plean. Vocative, plea. Plural, nominative, plee. Genitive, pleon. Dative, plees. Accusative, pleas. Vocative, plee. Dual, nominative, accusative, and vocative, plea. Genitive and dative, pleen. Neuter, singular, nominative, pleon. Genitive, pleo. Dative, pleo. Accusative, pleon. Vocative, pleon. Plural, nominative, plea. Genitive, pleon. Dative, pleos. Accusative, plea. Vocative, plea. Dual, nominative, accusative, and vocative, pleo. Genitive and dative, pleon. Tetifos, stem tetifot, having struck. Masculine, singular, nominative, tetifos. Genitive, tetifotos. Dative, tetifoti. accusative τετυφώτα, vocative τετυφός. Plural, nominative τετυφώτες, genitive τετυφώτων, dative τετυφώσει, accusative τετυφώτας, vocative τετυφώτες. Dual, nominative, accusative and vocative τετυφώτε, genitive and dative τετυφώτην. Feminine, singular, nominative τετυφυΐα, genitive τετυφυΐας, dative τετυφυΐα, accusative τετυφυΐαν, vocative τετυφυΐα. Plural, nominative τετυφυΐε, genitive τετυφυΐων, dative τετυφυΐες, accusative τετυφυΐας, vocative τετυφυΐε. Dual, nominative, accusative and vocative τετυφυΐε, genitive and dative τετυφυΐεν. Neuter, singular, nominative τετυφός, genitive τετυφώτος, dative τετυφώτη, accusative τετυφός, vocative τετυφός. Plural, nominative τετυφώτα, genitive τετυφώτων, dative τετυφώσει, accusative τετυφώτα, vocative τετυφώτα. Dual, nominative, accusative and vocative τετυφώτα, genitive and dative τετυφώτην. Remark. The perfect forms estos, vevos, etc. from esta, veva are inflected like τετυφός, except in the feminine, which is osa. The vowel omega is retained in the masculine and generally in the neuter. Thus, estos, estosa, estos with omega and estos with omicron. Genitive estotos, estosis, estotos, etc. The adjective megas, great, and polis, much, are irregular in their inflection inasmuch as different parts of them are derived from different stems. The nominative, accusative, and vocative, masculine and neuter, in the singular number are according to the forms megas and polis. The other parts are according to the forms megalos and polos. Here belongs also praos, mild, which in part is according to a form prais, praia, prai. Footnote. Thus, praos, praia, praon. Nominative plural prai and prais, praie, praea. Genitive praeon, praion, praeon. Dative prais and praesi, praies, praesi. Accusative praus and prais, praias, praea. Vocative prais and prai, praie, praea. End of footnote. Masculine singular. Nominative megas, genitive megalou, dative megalo, accusative megan, vocative mega. Plural, nominative megali, genitive megalon, dative megalis, accusative megalus, vocative megali. Dual, nominative, accusative and vocative megalo, genitive and dative megalin. Feminine singular, nominative megali, genitive megalis, dative megali, accusative megalin, vocative megali. Plural, nominative megale, genitive megalon, dative megales, accusative megalas, vocative megale. Dual, nominative, accusative and vocative megala, genitive and dative megalen. Neuter, singular, nominative mega, genitive megalou, dative megalo, accusative mega, vocative mega. Plural, nominative megala, genitive megalon, dative megalis, accusative megala, vocative megala. Dual, nominative, accusative and vocative megalo, genitive and dative megalin. Masculine singular, nominative polis, genitive polou, dative polo, accusative polin, vocative poli. Plural, nominative poli, genitive polon, dative polis, accusative polus, vocative poli. Dual, nominative, accusative and vocative polo, genitive and dative polin. Feminine singular, nominative poli, genitive polis, dative poli, accusative polin, vocative poli. Plural, nominative pole, genitive polon, dative poles, accusative polas, vocative pole. Dual, nominative, accusative and vocative πολλά, genitive and dative πολλέν. Neuter, singular, nominative πολλοί, genitive πολλού, dative πολλό, accusative πολλοί, vocative πολλοί. Plural, nominative πολλά, genitive πολλών, dative πολλής, accusative πολλά, vocative πολλά. Dual, nominative, accusative and vocative πολλό, genitive and dative πολλήν. End of section 7. Section 8 of an Elementary Greek Grammar by Kühner and O'Leary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An Elementary Greek Grammar by Raphael Kühner and Charles O'Leary. Chapter 25. Class 2. Adjectives of two terminations. 1. Terminations in os, masculine and feminine, on, neuter, correspond to the same forms in the foregoing division. 2. Terminations in is, eta sigma, masculine and feminine, have the neuter in s and are inflected according to nouns of the third declension of the same terminations with contractions. 3. Terminations in is, iota sigma, masculine and feminine, have the neuter in I, iota. Paradigm. Αληθής, stem αληθέ, true. Masculine and feminine singular, nominative αληθής, genitive αληθούς, dative αληθή, accusative αληθή, vocative αληθές, plural nominative αληθής, genitive αληθών, dative αληθέσει, accusative αληθής, vocative αληθής. Dual, nominative, accusative and vocative αληθή, dative and genitive αληθήν. Neuter, singular, nominative αληθές, genitive αληθούς, dative αληθή, accusative αληθές, vocative αληθές. Plural, nominative αληθή, genitive αληθών, dative αληθέσει, accusative αληθή, vocative αληθή. Dual, nominative, accusative and vocative αληθή, dative and genitive αληθήν. Ίδρυς, stem ίδρυ, skillful. Masculine and feminine singular, nominative ίδρυς, genitive ίδριος, dative ίδρυ, accusative ίδρυν, vocative ίδρυς. Plural, nominative ίδρυες, genitive ίδρυον, dative ίδρυση, accusative ίδρυας, vocative ίδρυες. Dual, nominative, accusative and vocative ίδρυε, dative and genitive ίδρυν. Neuter, singular, nominative ίδρυ, genitive ίδριος, dative ίδρυ, accusative ίδρυ, vocative ίδρυ. Plural, nominative ίδρια, genitive ίδρυον, dative ίδρυση, accusative ίδρια, vocative ίδρια. Dual, nominative, accusative and vocative ίδρυε, dative and genitive ίδρυν. 4. Compound adjectives in is, iota sigma, form the genitive according to the nouns from which they are derived. Example, ευχάρις, genitive ευχάριτος, grateful. Εύελπις, genitive ευέλπιδος, hopeful. Compounds of patris and polis have the genitive ethos and eos, the latter sometimes eos. In, ήτανη, masculine and feminine, en, neuter. Nominative arin, male, aren, genitive arenos, etc., like pimin. This is the only adjective of this form. On, omegani, masculine and feminine, on, omicroni, neuter. Comparatives in on reject the ni in some cases and contract the vowels oa and oe. Chapter 3. Ευδαίμον, stem ευδαίμον, happy. Masculine and feminine singular, nominative ευδαίμον, genitive ευδαίμονος, dative ευδαίμονη, accusative ευδαίμονα, vocative εύδαιμον. Plural, nominative ευδαίμονες, genitive ευδαιμόνων, dative ευδαίμωση, accusative ευδαίμονας, vocative ευδαίμονες. Dual, nominative, accusative and vocative ευδαίμονε, genitive and dative ευδαιμόνιν. Neuter, singular, nominative ευδαιμόν, genitive ευδαίμονος, dative ευδαίμονη, accusative ευδαίμον, vocative ευδαίμον. Plural, nominative ευδαίμονα, genitive ευδαιμόνων, dative ευδαίμωση, accusative ευδαίμονα, vocative ευδαίμονα. Dual, nominative, accusative and vocative ευδαίμονε, genitive and dative ευδαιμόνιν. Εχθείον, stem εχθείον, hateful. Masculine and feminine singular, nominative εχθείον, genitive εχθείονος, dative εχθείονη, accusative εχθείο, vocative έχθειον. Plural, nominative εχθείους, genitive εχθειώνων, dative εχθειώσει, accusative εχθείους, vocative εχθείους. Dual, nominative, accusative and vocative εχθείωνε, genitive and dative εχθειώνειν. Neuter, singular, nominative έχθειον, genitive εχθείονος, dative εχθείωνη, accusative έχθειον, vocative έχθειον. Plural, nominative εχθεία, genitive εχθειώνων, dative εχθειώσει, accusative εχθεία, vocative εχθεία. Dual, nominative, accusative and vocative εχθείωνε, genitive and dative εχθειώνειν. Or, omega ρο, masculine and feminine, or, omicron ρο, neuter. Apator, stem apator, fatherless. Masculine and feminine, singular, nominative apator, genitive apatoros, dative apatori, accusative apatora, vocative apator. Plural, nominative apatores, genitive apatoron, dative apatorsi, accusative apatoras, vocative apatores. Dual, nominative, accusative and vocative apatore, genitive and dative apatorin. Neuter, singular, nominative apator, genitive apatoros, dative apatori, accusative apator, vocative apator. Plural, nominative apatora, genitive apatoron, dative apatorsi, accusative apatora, vocative apatora. Dual, nominative, accusative and vocative apatore, genitive and dative apatorin. Os, omega sigma, masculine and feminine. O, omega, on, omega ni, neuter. Ήλεος, propitious, masculine and feminine, singular, nominative, ήλεος, genitive, ήλαιο, dative, ήλαιο, accusative, ήλαιον, vocative, ήλαιος. Plural, nominative, ήλαιο, genitive, ήλαιον, dative, ήλαιος, accusative, ήλαιος, vocative, ήλαιο. Dual, nominative, accusative and vocative, ήλαιο, genitive and dative, ήλαιον. Neuter, singular, nominative, ήλαιον, genitive, ήλαιο, dative, ήλαιο, accusative, ήλαιον, vocative, ήλαιον. Plural, nominative, ήλαιο, genitive, ήλαιον, dative, ήλαιος, accusative, ήλαιο, vocative, ήλαιο. Dual, nominative, accusative and vocative, ήλαιο, genitive and dative, ήλαιον. 5. The nouns from which adjectives in or, omega ro, are formed mostly end in ir, ita ro. Thus, patir, adjective apator. 6. Adjectives in os, omega sigma, besides the inflection according to the Attic second declension, have an inflection corresponding to the stem of the nouns from which they are derived. Example, ευκαίρος, ευκαίρον, genitive ευκαίρωτος. So with yellows. Note, the adjective sos, safe, contracted from saos, has in the nominative plural sos from soes and soi. Neuter soa, rarely sa. Is, y sigma, masculine and feminine, y neuter. Stem in y or epsilon. Άδακρης, stem άδακρη, tearless. Masculine and feminine, singular, nominative άδακρης, genitive αδάκριος, dative αδάκριοι, accusative άδακρην, vocative άδακρη. Neuter, singular, nominative άδακρη, genitive αδάκριος, dative adάκριοι, accusative άδακροι, vocative άδακροι. The plural is applied by adάκριτος, αδάκριτον, genitive αδακρίτου, and so of the other compounds of δάκρυ. Δίπυχης, stem δίπυχε, two else long. Masculine and feminine, singular, nominative δίπυχης, genitive διπύχεως, dative διπύχεοι, accusative δίπυχην, vocative δίπυχη. Plural, nominative διπύχης, genitive διπυχαίων, dative διπύχεση, accusative διπύχης, vocative διπύχης. Dual, nominative, accusative and vocative διπύχε, genitive and dative διπυχαίην. Neuter, singular, nominative διπυχη, genitive διπύχεως, dative διπύχεοι, accusative διπυχη, vocative διπυχη. Plural, nominative διπύχη, genitive διπυχαίων, dative διπύχεση, accusative διπύχη, vocative διπύχη. Dual, nominative, accusative and vocative διπύχε, genitive and dative διπυχαίην. 7. Those formed from pous, a foot, have the neuter in un, and the cases formed regularly from the stem. Example, δίπους, neuter δίπουν, genitive δίποδος, accusative δίποδα and δίπουν, neuter δίπουν. 8. Adjectives formed from οδούς, a tooth, stem οδόντ, have the neuter in on, and the oblique cases according to the stem of the noun. Example, μονόδους, neuter μονόδων, genitive μονόδοντος, etc. Chapter 26. Class 3. Adjectives of one termination. 1. Adjectives of this class are masculine and feminine. They have no corresponding neuter form, partly because the quality implied belongs only to persons, and partly because they are not susceptible of a neuter form, as μακροχիր, long-handed. Sometimes, however, they occur in connection with neuter nouns in those cases that have a common form of the masculine and neuter. 2. Their inflection corresponds to that of nouns of a similar stem. Terminations and inflections. As, genitive ou. Example, ομόνιας, genitive μονίου, solitary. As, genitive άδος. Example, ο ή φύγας, stem φυγάδ, genitive φυγάδος, fugitive. As, genitive άντος. Example, ο ή ακάμας, stem ακάμαντ, genitive ακάμαντος, unwearied. Are, genitive άρος. Example, ο ή μάκαρ, rare feminine, μάκερα, genitive μάκαρος, happy. Is, genitive ου. Example, ο ή εθελοντής, genitive εθελόντου, volunteer. Is, genitive ήτος. Example, ο ή πένης, stem penit, genitive πένητος, poor. In, genitive ίνος. Example, ο ή απτήν, genitive απτίνος, unfledged. Ως, genitive ότος. Example, ο ή αγνός, stem αγνότ, genitive αγνότος, unknown. Is, genitive είδος. Example, ο ή ανάλκης, stem ανάλκηδ, genitive ανάλκηδος, weak. Is, genitive είδος. Example, ο ή νέιλης, stem νέιλιδ, genitive νεήλιδος, newly come. Many have the stem ending in pi and kappa mutes. Example, άρπαξ, αιγίλειψ. End of section 8.
Of an elementary Greek grammar by Kühner, O'Leary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An Elementary Greek Grammar by Raphael Kühner and Charles O'Leary. Chapter 27. Comparison of Adjectives. 1. Quality can belong to an object in different degrees. 2. There are different forms of the adjective to denote these different degrees, termed the positive, the comparative, and superlative.
3. The positive form attributes quality simply and without comparison to an object. 4. The comparative attributes quality in a higher or lower degree to one object compared with another. 5. The superlative attributes quality to an object in the highest or lowest degree, or in a higher or lower degree to one object compared with several others. 6. Participles, when they assume the signification of adjectives, are also compared. 7. Adverbs express degrees in relations of time, place, and manner, and hence admit of degrees of comparison. 8. In Greek there are two forms of comparison. 1, the more common, consists in appending to the stem of the adjective the endings teros, tera, teron for the comparative, and tatos, tate, taton for the superlative. The other in appending ion for the comparative and istos for the superlative. 9. The syllables o, I, s, is are used to unite the endings of the first form to the stem of the adjective, and hence are termed connecting syllables. Note: o is used when the preceding syllable is long, or when it is short, in order to avoid the concurrence of several syllables of the same quantity. End note. 10. The stem is found by rejecting from the positive the ending of the genitive case. Hence, for the comparison of adjectives in the first form, we have the following rule. 11. Annex the ending to the stem of the adjective directly or by means of one of the connecting syllables. For example, pikros, stem pikr, connecting syllable o, comparative pikroteros, superlative pikrotatos. Sophos, stem soph, comparative sophoteros, superlative sophotatos. Roman 1. Adjectives in os append the endings by means of the connecting syllable o or o, as in the foregoing examples. Adjectives in eos and oos contract the ending vowel of the stem with the connecting syllable o or o. For example, porphyreos, comparative porphyroteros, superlative porphyrotatos. Those in oos take the connecting syllable s. Exception: a few adjectives in os take the connecting syllable I. For example, mesos, mesaiteros, mesaitatos. Some take is, as lalos, lalisteros, lalistatos. Those in ios reject os and annex the comparison endings directly. Geraios, comparative geraiteros, superlative geraitatos. Roman 2. Adjectives in as, genitive u, take the connecting syllable is. For example, kleptes, kleptisteros, kleptistatos. So also pseudes, genitive pseudeos, comparative pseudisteros, superlative pseudistatos. Roman 3. Adjectives in as, genitive eos, in us, ea, u, and in as, neuter an, append the comparison endings to the stem as it appears in the neuter. For example, aletes, aletesteros, aletestatos. Glucus, glucuteros, glucutatos. Melas, melanteros, melantatos. Roman 4. Adjectives in ase, stem n, append the endings to the stem, new, being changed into sigma before tau. Charies, charien, chariesteros, chariestatos. Roman 5. Adjectives in xi take the connecting syllable is or es. For example, harpax, stem harpag, harpagisteros, harpagistatos. Aphelix, growing old, stem aphelic, aphelikesteros, aphelikestatos. Roman 6. Adjectives in on, neuter on, take es. Oidaimon, oidaimonesteros, oidaimonestatos. Chapter 28. Second form of comparison. Comparative ion, masculine and feminine. Ion, neuter. Superlative istos, iste, iston. 1. Adjectives in us and ros receive this form of comparison, though they partake also of form 1. They reject us and ros before the ending. For example, hedus, hedion, hedistos, sweet. Aischros, aischeon, aischistos, base. Comparatives and superlatives formed from nouns in os are also of this form. For example, kudos, glory, kudion, kudistos. Tachus has comparative tasson. See chapter 6, 8, and 9. Chapter 29. Anomalous comparison. 1. The following adjectives deviate from the foregoing rules. They are the relics of obsolete forms, which are associated together on account of similarity in signification, though they differ widely in form. Agathos, good. Comparative, ameinon. Superlative, aristos. Comparative, beltion and belteros. Superlative, beltistos and beltatos. Comparative, kreison. Superlative, kratistos. Comparative, loion and loon. Superlative, lostos. Comparative, verteros. Superlative, vertatos and veristos. Kakos, bad. Comparative, kakion. Superlative, karistos. Comparative, cheiron. Superlative, cheristos. Comparative, hesson and heton. Superlative, hekista, adverb. Mikros, small. Oligos, few. Comparative, mikroteros. Superlative, mikrotatos. Comparative, elasson. Superlative, elachistos. Comparative, meion. Superlative, oligistos. Megas, great. Comparative, meizon. Superlative, megistos. Polus, much. Comparative, pleion or pleon. Superlative, pleistos. Radios, easy. Comparative, raon. Superlative, rastos. Note: adjectives regarded anomalous, but which conform to the second form of comparison, are often classed with the above. Thus, kalos, kalion, kalistos conforms to rule. So, mekos, length, meson, mekistos, see chapter 6 and 8. Even kreison, kratistos are of this form, as derived from the noun kratos. See Chapter 6 and 8.
Chapter 30. Defective comparison. 1. Adjectives denoting a series are comparatives in their signification and have no positive. The adverbs and prepositions containing their roots are made the basis from which their comparison is formed. Proteros, prior. Protos, first, from pro. Anóteros, higher. Anótatos, highest, from anno. Υπέρτερος, higher. Υπέρτατος, ύπατος, from υπέρ. Ύστερος, later. Ίστατος, last, from υπό. Έσχατος, extreme, from ex. Note: adjectives may be compared by adding mallon, more, for the comparative and mάλιστα for superlative. As δήλως, evident, μάλλον δήλως, more evident, μάλιστα δήλως, most evident. Comparison of adverbs. 2. Adverbs formed from adjectives are compared as the adjectives. The comparative has the neuter singular termination, the superlative the neuter plural, as αξιότερον, αξιότατα, from axios. 3. Comparatives and superlatives of adverbs formed from positives in omega, which are prepositions or adverbs, retain the termination omega, as κάτω, κατωτέρω, κατωτάτο.
End of section 9.
Section 10 of an elementary Greek grammar by Kühner and O'Leary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An elementary Greek grammar by Raphael Kühner and Charles O'Leary. Chapter 31. Numerals. 1. Numbers are divided according to their signification into cardinal, ordinal, multiple, and proportional. 2. Those that denote number absolutely, as 1, 2, 3, and answer to the question how many, are called cardinal numbers. The 4 first are declined. From 4 to 200 are indeclinable. The hundreds are of the form of adjectives of 3 terminations, as masculine διακόσιοι, feminine διακόσιε, neuter διακόσια, 200. 3. The numbers from 10 to 20 are denoted by prefixing the proper cardinal to 10, 10, the conjunction και being inserted between them, thus 8 και 10, 18. In the same manner, the numbers between each decade are denoted as εις και 20, 21. If the decade precedes, και may be omitted. 4. For the 8th and 9th of any decade, the Greeks wrote the following decade wanting 1 or 2. Thus, 48, πεντήκοντα διήν δέοντα, i.e., 50 wanting 2. 49, πεντήκοντα ενός δέοντα, 50 wanting 1. Those that denote a series as first, second, third are called ordinal numbers. They resemble adjectives in os of 3 terminations and are declined accordingly, e.g. δεύτερος, δευτέρα, δεύτερον, second. Δέκατος, δεκάτη, δέκατον, 10th. 5. Adverbs denoting how often are formed by affixing akis to the cardinal number, as πεντάκις, 5 times. The 3 numbers 1, 2, 3 are represented in this relation by apax, once, this, twice, tris, thrice. Multiples are formed by annexing to the cardinal the ending plus, pli, plun, English fold, triplus, threefold. 6. The ending plasios, plasia, plasion, annexed to the cardinal, denotes how many times more, how many times as great. Πενταπλάσιος, 5 times as many. 7. The numeral substantives which express an abstract idea of number, are formed in as, genitive ados, dias, duad, trias, triad. Monas is the abstract noun corresponding to 1. 8. Proportion is expressed by meros, part, as των 5 μέρων τα 2, 2/5. Chapter 32. Examples of numbers with the Greek signs. 1. Alpha, cardinal is, ordinal πρώτος πρώτη πρώτον. 2. Β, cardinal 2, ordinal δεύτερος δευτέρα δεύτερον. 3. Γ, cardinal 3, ordinal τρίτος τρίτη τρίτον. 10. Ι, cardinal 10, ordinal δέκατος δεκάτη δέκατον. 11. Ια, cardinal 11, ordinal ενδέκατος ενδεκάτη ενδέκατον. 12. Ιβ, cardinal 12, ordinal δωδέκατος δωδεκάτη δωδέκατον. 20. Κ, cardinal 20, ordinal εικοστός εικοστή εικοστών. 21. Κ, cardinal 20 is, ordinal εικοστός πρώτος εικοστή πρώτη εικοστό πρώτον. 100. Ρο, cardinal 100, ordinal εκατοστός εκατοστή εκατοστών. 101. Ρο α, cardinal 100 is, ordinal εκατοστός πρώτος εκατοστή πρώτη εκατοστών πρώτον. 1000. Αλφα, cardinal χίλιοι χίλιε χίλια, ordinal χιλιοστός χιλιοστή χιλιοστών. Up to 1000, the letters have a mark placed over them. For 1000 and above, the mark is placed under them. Thus, alpha with the mark above equals to 1, alpha with the mark below equals to 1000, iota with the mark above equals to 10, iota with the mark below equals to 10,000. Iota alpha with the marks above equals to 11, iota alpha with the marks below equals to 11,000. Chapter 33. Inflection of the first 4 numerals. Is, stem n, 1. Masculine, nominative is, genitive ενός, dative ενή, accusative ένα. Feminine, nominative μία, genitive μιας, dative μια, accusative μίαν. Neuter, nominative εν, genitive ενός, dative ενή, accusative εν. 2. 2. Masculine, feminine and neuter. Nominative 2, genitive διήν, dative δυσί, accusative 2. 3. 3. Masculine and feminine. Nominative 3, genitive τριών, dative τρισί, accusative 3. Neuter, nominative 3, genitive τριών, dative τρισί, accusative 3. 4. 4. Masculine and feminine. Nominative 4, genitive τεσσάρων, dative τέταρση, accusative τέταρας. Neuter, nominative τέταρα, genitive τεσσάρων, dative τέταρση, accusative τέταρα. Compounds of the negative particles οὐδε, μηδε with is, as ουδής, μηδής, are inflected like is. They are used in the plural ουδένες. Ampho, both, is declined like δύο. End of section 10.
Of an Elementary Greek Grammar by Kühner O'Leary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Maddock. An Elementary Greek Grammar by Raphael Kühner and Charles O'Leary. Section 11. Chapter 4, Section 34, Pronouns. 1. Pronouns express the relation of an object to the speaker. If the pronoun stands for the speaker himself, it is first person. If for the person spoken to, it is second person. If for the person or thing spoken of, it is third person. As there can be no more relations of person than these three, there can be only three personal pronouns, and these belong to every language. In Greek they are ego, I, su, thou, who, of him. The last wants the nominative, which is supplied by the adjective pronoun autos. 3. Besides the personal pronouns, there are 6 other classes: the reflexive, the reciprocal, the possessive, the demonstrative, the relative, and the indefinite. 4. The personal, with the reflexive and the reciprocal, are called substantive pronouns. The others are called adjective pronouns, being generally joined to substantives, though they can also stand substantively by themselves. The adverbs of manner, time, and place, derived from pronouns, as pothen, whence, pu, where, and tautha, here, are called adverbial pronouns. Personal pronouns. Ego, I. Singular. Nominative. Ego. Genitive. Emu, mu. Dative. Emoi, moi. Accusative. Eme, me. Plural. Nominative. Hemes. Genitive. Hemon. Dative. Hemin. Accusative. Hemas. Dual. Nominative and accusative. No. Genitive and dative. Non. Su, thou. Singular. Nominative. Su. Genitive. Su. Dative. Soy. Accusative. Se. Plural. Nominative. Humes. Genitive. Humon. Dative. Humin. Accusative. Humas. Dual. Nominative and accusative. Spho. Genitive and dative. Sphon. Who, of him. Singular. Nominative. Wanting. Genitive. Who. Dative. Hoi. Accusative. He. Plural. Nominative. Sphes. Neuter. Sphea. Genitive. Sphon. Dative. Sphesin. Accusative. Sphas. Neuter. Sphea. Dual. Nominative and accusative. Sphoe. Genitive and dative. Sphoin. Remark 1. The oblique cases of the second and third persons singular may be enclitic. Also the oblique case of the third person in the plural and dual, but never the circumflexed sphas and sphon. Sometimes sphas is shortened by the poets into sphas, and in this case it suffers inclination of the accent. 2. The monosyllabic forms of ego are enclitic. They retain the accent, however, when governed by prepositions. 3. For the sake of emphasis, the particle ge is appended to the pronouns of the first and second person, as egoge, suge. In this case, the accent of ego is drawn back. Section 35. Dialects of personal pronouns. 1. For ego, there is an old Doric form, egon. 2. For su, the Dorians have tu. There exists also an old epic form, tune. 3. The genitive in u comes from eo, contracted, which has been retained in the language of epic poetry, as emeo, seo, heo, or emeo, seo, heo. In the Ionic and Doric dialects, this eo is contracted into eo, as emeo, meo, sueo, eo. The Dorics have also, instead of seo, teo, and teos, teoi. 4. To poetry belongs the genitives emethen, sethen, ethen. This termination then seems added to express more fully the genitive relation out of. 5. The Ionic dialect among the epic writers lengthens the pronoun of the third person by prefixing epsilon, as genitive, eeo, dative, eoi, accusative, ee. 6. In the dative, the Dorians have emin for emoi, teen for teen, and toi, which is also Ionic, for soy, een for hoi. Teen is also used for se. 7. The forms hemes, hemon, hemas, humis, hemon, humas, sphes, sphon, sphas are contractions from hemes, hemeon, hemeas, etc., found in Ionic writers. 8. The Dorians shorten the nominatives into hames, humes, and in the accusative have ame, hume for hemas, humas. Hence arose the Aeolic plural still preserved. Nominative hames, we, humes, you. Dative hamin, humin, or hami, humi. Accusative hame, hume. 9. The accusative sphe is used by the Attics for all numbers and genders. Consequently, for auton, ein, o, and autos, autas, auta. 10. Min is also used by the Ionics as the accusative of all genders and numbers of the third person, as nin is used by the Attics. Section 36. Reflexive pronouns. 1. These are from autos, compounded with the accusative singular of the three personal pronouns, emeautu, of myself, seautu, contracted sautu, of thyself, heautu, contracted hautu, of himself. 2. The first and second are declined only in the oblique cases of the singular. The third is inflected as one word also in the plural. They are all found written separately in Homer. Inflection of reflexive pronouns. Singular, genitive, masculine. Hemautu, seautu, heautu. Feminine. Heautes, seautes, heautes. Dative, masculine. Hemauto, seauto, heauto. Feminine. Heaute, seaute, heaute. Accusative, masculine. Hemauton, seauton, heauton. Feminine. Emautein, seautein, heautein. Plural. Genitive, masculine. Hemon, auton. Humon, auton. Heauton, or hauton. Feminine. Hemon, auton. Humon, auton. Heauton, or hauton. Dative, masculine. Hemin, autois. humin, autois, he autois, or hautois. Feminine. Hemin, autais. Humin, autais. He autais, or hautais. Accusative, masculine. Hemas, autus. Humas, autus. He autus, or hautus. Feminine. Hemas, autas. Humas, autas. He autas, or hautas. Neuter. Hemas, auta. Humas, auta. He auta, or hauta. Section 37. Reciprocal pronoun allelon. This is formed from allos and signifies mutual relation of objects to one another. It is evident from its meaning that it can have no singular. Plural, masculine, feminine, and neuter. Genitive, allelon, allelon, allelon. Dative, allelois, allelais, allelois. Accusative, allelus, allelas, allela. Dual, in masculine, feminine, and neuter. Genitive, alleloin, allelain, alleloin. Dative, alleloin, allelain, alleloin. Accusative, allelo, allela, allelo. Section 38. Adjective pronouns. 1. Possessive pronouns are derived from the genitive of personal pronouns and denote something of or belonging to the person implied. They are inflected like adjectives in os of 3 terminations. Thus, from emu is nominative, emos, eme, emon, mine. In the genitive, emu, emes, emu. From su is nominative, sos, se, son, thine. In genitive, su, ses, son. From u is nominative, heos, hea, heon, his, etc. Or has, he, hein. Genitive, hu, hes, who. From hemon is nominative, hemeteros, hemetera, hemeteron, our. In the genitive, hemeteru, hemeteras, hemeteru. From humon is nominative, humeteros, humetera, humeteron, your. From sphon, in the nominative, spheteros, sphetera, spheteron. Noiteros, from knowing. Sphoiteros, from sphorin. End of section 11. Recording by David Maddock.
Number 12 of an elementary Greek grammar by Kühner O'Leary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Brown. An elementary Greek grammar by Raphael Kühner and Charles O'Leary. Section 12. Chapter 39. Demonstrative pronouns. 1. Demonstrative pronouns serve to point out an object definitely. The English demonstrative this has 2 corresponding forms in Greek, ho, he, ta. See chapter blank. And hutos, haute, tuto. Note: hutos is formed by the union of the article ho, he, ta with the pronoun autos. The vowels omicron and omega with the diphthong oi of the article coalesce with the initial vowels of autos into u, whilst the vowels alpha and eta, when they come in contact with the same initial vowels, are absorbed. Thus, ho autos, he aute, to auto become hutos, haute, tuto, and so throughout the inflection. Autos with the article prefixed ho autos denotes the same. It is sometimes contracted by crasis, but can be distinguished from the foregoing both in form as ho autos, the same, by crasis hautos, and by the crasis sign and accent. Thus in the nominative plural, where the forms of the feminine and neuter are alike, hautai for hai autai denotes the same. Autai, these, and tauta, taota, the same, tauta, these. The English that is expressed in Greek by ekenos. To these is added autos, a pronoun corresponding to the Latin ipse. Nominative singular, masculine, feminine, and neuter, hutos, haute, tuto. Ekenos, ekene, ekeno. Autos, aute, auto. Genitive singular, masculine, feminine, and neuter. Tutu, tautes, tutu. Ekenu, ekenes, ekeno. Autu, autes, autu. Dative singular, masculine, feminine, and neuter. Tuto, taute, tutor. Ekeno, ekene, ekeno. Auto, aute, autor. Accusative, tuton, tautein, tuto. Ekenon, ekenein, ekeno. Auton, autein, auto. Nominative plural, masculine, feminine, and neuter. Utoi, aute, tauta. Ekenoi, ekenai, ekena. Autoi, autai, auta. Genitive plural. Tuton. Ekenon. Auton, auton, auton. Dative, plural, masculine, feminine, neuter. Tutois, tautais, tutois. Ekenois, ekenais, ekenois. Autois, autais, autois. Dual, nominative and accusative, masculine, feminine, neuter. Tuto, tauta, tuto. Ekeno, ekena, ekeno. Auto, auta, auto. Dual, genitive and dative, masculine, feminine, neuter. Tutoin, tautain, tutoin. Ekenoin, ekenain, ekenoin. Autoin, autain, autoin. 2. Besides the foregoing, there are the demonstrative adjectives allos, another, inflected like autos, toiutos, such, in telekutos, so great. Tosutos, so much, inflected like hutos, except that they have the neuter in on as well as in o. Heteros, another, is declined like adjectives of the same termination. When preceded by the article, it means one of two. Latin, alter. Chapter 40, Relative Pronoun. nominative singular, masculine, feminine, neuter, hos, he, ho. Plural, nominative, masculine, feminine, neuter, hoi, hi, ha. Dual, ho, ha, ho. Genitive singular, masculine, feminine, neuter, hu, hes, hu. Plural, hon, hon, hon. Dual, hoin, hein, hoin. Dative singular, masculine, feminine, neuter, ho, he, ho. Plural, hois, heis, hois. Dual, hoin, hein, hoin. Accusative singular, masculine, feminine, neuter, hon, hen, ho. Plural, hus, has, ha. Dual, ho, ha, ho. Chapter 41. The indefinite and interrogative pronoun tis. 1. Tis, masculine and feminine, t, neuter, is used in two significations. First, interrogative denoting who, what. Second, indefinite denoting any. In the former signification it takes the accent, but not the latter, unless followed by another enclitic. In the indefinite, singular nominative tis, t. Interrogative tis, t. Genitive tinos or tu. Interrogative tinos or tu. Dative tina or toi. Interrogative tini or toi. Accusative tina, ti. Interrogative tina, ti. Plural, nominative, indefinite, tines, tina, or ata. Interrogative tines, tina. Genitive plural, indefinite, tinon. Interrogative tinon. Dative, indefinite, tisi. Interrogative tisi. Accusative tines, tina, or hata. Interrogative tinas or tina. Dual, nominative, accusative, indefinite, tine. Interrogative tine. Genitive and dative, dual, indefinite, tinine. Interrogative tinine. 2. The relative hostis, whoever, composed of hos and tis, has the twofold inflection of hos and tis. Singular nominative, masculine, feminine, neuter, hostis, hetis, hoti. In the plural, hoitines, haitines, hatina, or hata. Genitive singular, hutinos or hotu, hestinos. In the plural, hontinon. Dative singular, hotini or hotoi, hetini. Plural, hoistisi, haistisi, hoistisi. Accusative, hontina, hentina, hoti. Plural, hustinas, hastinas, hatina or hata. Dual, nominative, hotine, hatine. Genitive, hointinoin, haintinoin. Dative, hointinoin, haintinoin. Accusative, hotine, hatine. With tis must be classified the indefinite pronoun. Ho, he, ta, denai, someone. Genitive, tu, tes, tu denos. Dative, to, te, to, deni. Accusative, ton, ten, to dena. Plural nominative, hoi, denes. Genitive, ton, denon. Dative wanting. Accusative, tous demos. Chapter 42. Correlatives. 1. Under this term are comprised adverbs and adjectives of pronoun origin, which have a mutual relation, such that when one implies a question, a corresponding term denotes the answer. The adjective correlatives refer to size and quality, the adverbial to place, time, and manner. The former are declined like adjectives in hos of 3 terminations. 2. Correlatives are classified into indefinite, interrogative, demonstrative, and relative. They proceed from a common root and are distinguished by the accent and the initial letter. 3. The indefinite and interrogative have the same initial letter, pi, but are distinguished by the position of the accent. Thus, posos, how much, interrogative, posos, of a certain size, indefinite, pothen, whence, pothen, somewhere. 4. The initial letter of the demonstrative correlative is tau. Of the relative, the aspirated omicron and eta. Examples: adjective, correlative. Interrogative, how great, posos, posse, poson. Indefinite, of a certain size, posos, posse, poson. Demonstrative, so great, tosos, tosse, toson. Relative, as great, hosos, hosse, hoson. Adverbial correlative. Interrogative, of what kind, poios, poia, poion. Pote, when. Indefinite, of a certain kind, poios, poia, poion. Pote, sometime. Demonstrative, of such kind, toios, toia, toion. Tote, then. Relative, of what kind, hopoios, hopoia, hopoion. Hote, when. Chapter 43. Pronoun suffixes. 1. The particles. Footnote. Prepositions, conjunctions, and adverbs not derived from substantives or verbs are termed particles. End footnote. Ge, per, un, de, I, and the prefix de are joined to pronouns to add force and precision to their characteristic meaning. 2. Ge, as remarked, chapter 34, R3, joined to the personal pronouns, gives emphasis to the person implied, as ego ge, and for my part. 3. De is joined to the demonstrative pronouns to give precision and limitation to their demonstrative meaning, as hode. Note. Hode is declined like the article. Homer gives it a double termination in the dative plural, as toistesi. End of note. This very person. 4. Per is joined to the relatives and combines a demonstrative with their relative meaning, as hosper, which very person. 5. Iota suffixed to demonstratives adds to them the idea of place. This iota is a dative termination and preserves the force of the locative dative in this connection, as hutosi, this person here. Note, for further, see dialects of the pronouns. End of note. End of section 12.
Section 13 of An Elementary Greek Grammar by Kühner, O'Leary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. An Elementary Greek Grammar by Raphael Kühner and Charles O'Leary. Section 13. Chapter 5. Section 44. The verb. 1. A verb is a word that expresses action. the relation of the action to the subject of the verb is fourfold, and is made the basis on which verbs are divided into transitive, intransitive, middle, and passive. 2. A verb is transitive when the action implied proceeds from the subject to some external object, as "Voglio se," I advise you. Intransitive when the action proceeds neither from nor to the subject, but resides in it, as "Thalo," I bloom. Middle when the action is directed by the subject to itself, as "Voglio I advise myself." Passive when the action is received by the subject, as "Voglio hupo su," I am advised by you. 3. To denote these relations of the action to the subject, the verb has three forms, termed voices: the active voice, which embraces most transitive and intransitive verbs, the middle, and passive, which embrace verbs of the same names. Note: verbs are called deponent which have partly passive and partly middle forms, but in signification are transitive, intransitive, or reflexive. Section 45. Division of verbs. 1. Verbs are divided according to their terminations into verbs in omega and verbs in mu iota. The former will be first treated, as they constitute the more numerous and important class. 2. First, every verb is to be distinguished into two parts, the radical part, or stem, and the syllables of inflection, which are added to the stem to denote the time, the mode, the number, the person of the verb. Thus, in sa, I advised, boulou is the stem, sa are syllables of inflection. See section 12, note. 3. The stem is subject to no changes throughout the inflection, except those required by the rules of euphony. Note: some changes of the stem vowel occur in some tenses, which will be noticed in their proper place. End note. 4. That letter of the stem to which the syllables of inflection are added is called the verb characteristic. Note: the letter of the simple stem, see section 49, note, and not that letter which, added for the purpose of strengthening the stem, sometimes holds this place, is the verb characteristic. End note. As, according to it, verbs are divided into pure and impure verbs. Pure verbs are those whose characteristic is a vowel, e.g., boulou. The characteristic is y, to which the inflection syllable is annexed. Pure verbs whose characteristics are alpha, epsilon, omicron, are contracted according to rules for contraction. Section 3. 5. Impure verbs are those whose characteristic is a consonant, e.g., trib-o, I rub, characteristic beta. 6. Impure verbs are divided into mute and liquid verbs, according as their characteristic is a mute or a liquid. Section 46. Inflection of verbs in omega. 1. Verbs are inflected by tense, to denote the time, by mode to denote the manner, by number and person to denote the number and person of the verb. 2. The Greek verb has 7 tenses: present, imperfect, perfect, pluperfect, future, aorist, and future perfect, or paulo post, future. 3. The perfect, pluperfect, future, and aorist have each a second form, called second perfect, second future, etc. 4. 5 modes: indicative, imperative, optative, subjunctive, and infinitive, together with a participial form of each tense. 5. The tenses are not all used in each of the modes, as will be seen from the paradigm. Note: the Greek aorist, which has no corresponding tense in Latin or English, denotes past time absolutely, without any reference to a contemporaneous action. Section 47. Inflection of verbs in omega, tense endings. 1. Verbs in omega have the following tense endings in the active voice. The tense ending of the present is omega, of the imperfect, omicron nu, of the first perfect, kappa alpha, in verbs whose characteristic is a vowel, a liquid, or a tau mute. In verbs whose characteristic is a pi or a kappa mute, the ending is aspirated alpha. The aspirate blends with the characteristic mute. The tense ending of the first pluperfect is kappa epsilon iota nu or aspirated epsilon iota nu, with the same distinction as in the perfect. Of the second perfect, alpha. Second pluperfect, epsilon iota nu. First future, sigma omega. Second future, omega. First aorist, sigma alpha. Second aorist, omicron nu. Note: the consonant which connects the ending of some of the tenses with the verb characteristic is called the tense characteristic. Only 3 tenses, the first perfect, first future, and first aorist, have a tense characteristic. The tense characteristic of the perfect is kappa, or an aspirate. That of the future and aorist is sigma. Section 48. Augment and reduplication. 1. The augment, in general terms, is epsilon prefixed to the stem in those tenses that denote past time, as imperfect, boulion, from stem, bouliu. 2. If the initial letter of the stem is a vowel, the augment is blended with it according to rules of contraction. Section 3. Thus, from stem andan, the imperfect becomes eindan on for andan on. But if the initial is a consonant, the augment remains a distinct syllable. In the latter case, the augment is called the syllabic. In the former, it is called the temporal augment. Note: syllabic, from adding a syllable to the stem; temporal, from increasing its time or quantity. End note. 3. Reduplication consists in the repetition of the initial consonant of the stem before the augment, as bebuliuca, from stem bouliu. 4. Reduplication belongs to the perfect and pluperfect tenses and takes place only in verbs whose stem begins with a single consonant. Note: see Remarks on Reduplication, section 75. End note. The pluperfect prefixes an additional augment to the reduplication, as e be buliu kain, I had advised. The perfect, whether it admits of augment or reduplication, retains it through all the modes. 5. The augment of the other tenses, viz., imperfect and aorist, is limited to the indicative mode. See Remark on Tenses. Section 49. Inflection by tense. 1. This consists in appending to the simple or altered note. The present and imperfect generally contain what is called the strengthened stem. This is the simple stem altered by the addition of a vowel or consonant, or by the lengthening of the stem vowel. Thus, in tupto, tup is the simple stem, which is strengthened in the present and imperfect by the addition of tau. The second aorist always contains the pure stem. If the stem is altered by vowel changes, the strengthened form is preserved in the perfect, first future, and first aorist. End note. Stem, the tense endings above given. Paradigm. 2. Verb in pi mute, with stem strengthened in present and imperfect by tau. Tupto, stem, tup, I strike. Present, tupto, formed by adding tense ending to strengthened stem. Imperfect, e tupton, formed by prefixing the augment and adding tense ending. First perfect, te tupha. Note: when the verb begins with a vowel, two consonants, or a double letter, it is not susceptible of reduplication, but takes the augment. End note. Equals te tup ha, formed by prefixing reduplication and adding tense ending to the simple stem. First pluperfect, e te tuphein, equals e te tup hein, formed by prefixing the additional augment to reduplication and adding tense ending. Second perfect, te tupa, formed as first perfect without the aspirate. Second pluperfect, e te tuphein, formed as first pluperfect without the aspirate. First future, tupso, equals tupso, formed by adding tense ending to the simple stem. See section 8. First aorist, e tupsa, equals e tupsa, formed by prefixing the augment and adding the tense ending to the simple stem. Second aorist, e tup on, formed by prefixing the augment and adding tense ending to simple stem. Section 50. Verbs in kappa and tau mutes, inflected by tense. Tense formation the same as above given. Plek o, stem, plek, to weave. Present, plek o. Note: many verbs of this characteristic have their strengthened stem in sigma sigma or tau tau, as tasso, stem tag, future taxo, second aorist etagon, some in zeta, as kradzo, second aorist ekragon, stem krag, end note. Imperfect eplekon, first perfect pe plecha equals pe plek ha, first pluperfect epeplechein equals epeplekhein, second perfect peploka. Note: for the change of the stem vowel, see section 69. End note. Second pluperfect epeplokein, first future plegso equals plek so, first aorist eplexa equals plek sa, second aorist eplekon. Elpidso, stem elpid, to hope, present elpidso, imperfect elpidzon equals elpiz on, first perfect elpi ka, see section 8. First pluperfect elpikein, second perfect elpid a, second pluperfect elpid ein, first future elpi so, first aorist elpi sa, second aorist elpid on. Section 51. Pure verb. Bouliu o, stem bouliu, I advise. Present bouliu o. Imperfect ebouliu on. First perfect bebouliu ka. First pluperfect ebebouliu kain. Note: the second tenses do not belong to pure verbs. The second perfect, however, is not of infrequent use, especially in early poetry. End note. First future bouliu so. First aorist ebouliu sa. 1. The full inflection of a Greek verb is exhibited in the following paradigms. A pure verb has been selected for the purpose, as it presents the inflections free from those changes which, in accordance with the rules of euphony, arise from the concurrence of the verb characteristic with the tense endings in impure verbs. Mode vowel. 1. The vowel which follows either the verb characteristic or tense characteristic in each mode is called the mode vowel. In the optative it is always a diphthong, formed by adding iota to the vowel of the indicative, except in the pluperfect, which changes epsilon iota of the indicative into omicron iota. The mode vowel of the subjunctive is the vowel of the indicative, yet so as to be always long in the former. The perfect and first aorist change alpha of the indicative into omega in the subjunctive. 2. Tenses are divided into principal and historical. The optative mode is properly the subjunctive of the historical tenses, which are the imperfect, pluperfect, and aorist. Hence its appropriation by them in the following paradigm. For further on the modes and for future optative, see sections 132, 133. End of section 13. Of an Elementary Greek Grammar by Kühner, O'Leary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. An Elementary Greek Grammar by Raphael Kühner and Charles O'Leary. Section 14. Section 52. Paradigm. Buliu o. I advise. Indicative. Present. Buliu o. Imperfect. Ebuliuon. First perfect. Bebuliuka. First pluperfect. Ebebuliukain. First future. Buliuso. First aorist. Ebuliusa. Imperative. Present. Buliue. First perfect. Bebuliuke. First aorist. Buliuson. Optative. Imperfect. Buliu oimi. First pluperfect. Bebuliu koimi. First future. Buliu soimi. First aorist. Buliu saimi. Subjunctive. Present. Buliu o. First perfect. Bebuliu ko. First aorist. Buliu so. Infinitive. Present. Buliu ein. First perfect. Bebuliu kenai. First future. Buliu sein. First aorist. Buliusai. Participle. Present. Buliu on. First perfect. Bebuliu kos. First future. Buliu son. First aorist. Buliusas. Section 53. Table. Inflection by person and number. Stem. Buliu. Column headings. Tenses. Numbers. Persons. Modes. 4 subheadings. Indicative, subjunctive, optative, imperative. Participials. 2 subheadings. Infinitive, participle. Indicative mode. Present tense. First person singular. Buliu o. I advise. Second person singular. Buliu es. Thou advisest. Third person singular. Buliu e. He, she, or it advises. Second person dual. buleueton, ye two advise. Third person dual, buleueton, they two advise. First person plural, buleuomen, we advise. Second person plural, buleuete, you advise. Third person plural, buleuusi, new movable, they advise. Imperfect tense. First person singular, ebuleuon, I was advising. Second person singular, ebuleues, thou wert. Third person singular, ebulue, new movable, he, she, or it was. Second person dual, ebuleueton, ye two were. Third person dual, ebuleuetain, they two were. First person plural, ebuleuomen, we were. Second person plural, ebuleuete, you were. Third person plural, ebuleuon, they were. First perfect tense. First person singular, bebuleuka, I have advised. Second person singular, bebuleukas, thou hast. Third person singular, bebuleuke, new movable, he, she, or it has. Second person dual, bebuleukaton, you two have. Third person dual, bebuleukaton, they two have. First person plural, bebuleukamen, we have. Second person plural, bebuleucate, you have. Third person plural, bebuleucasi, new movable, they have. First pluperfect tense. First person singular, ebebuleukein, I had advised. Second person singular, ebebuleukeis, thou, etc. Third person singular, ebebuleuke. Second person dual, ebebuleuketon. Third person dual, ebebuleuketain. First person plural, ebebuleukemen. Second person plural, ebebuleucete. Third person plural, ebebuleukesan or esan. First aorist tense. First person singular, ebuleusa, I advised. Second person singular, ebuleussas. Third person singular, ebuleusse, new movable. Second person dual, ebuleusaton. Third person dual, ebuleusatain. First person plural, ebuleusamen. Second person plural, ebuleussate. Third person plural, ebuleusan. future tense, first person singular. Buliu so, I shall advise. Second person singular. Buliu ses. Third person singular. Buliu se. Second person dual. Buliu seton. Third person dual. Buliu seton. First person plural. Buliu somen. Second person plural. Buliu sete. Third person plural. Buliu susi. New movable. Subjunctive mode, present tense, first person singular. Buliu o, I may advise. Second person singular. Buliu eis. Third person singular. Buliu ei. Second person dual. Buliu eiton. Third person dual. Buliu eiton. First person plural. Buliu omen. Second person plural. Buliu eite. Third person plural. Buliu osi. New movable. First perfect tense. First person singular. Bebuliu ko. I may have advised. Second person singular. Bebuliu keis. Third person singular. Bebuliu kei. Second person dual. Bebuliu keiton. Third person dual. Bebuliu keiton. First person plural. Bebuliu komen. Second person plural. Bebuliu keite. Third person plural. Bebuliu kosi. New movable. First aorist tense. First person singular. Buliu so. I may advise. Second person singular. Buliu seis. Third person singular. Buliu sei. Second person dual. Buliu seiton. Third person dual. Buliu seiton. First person plural. Buliu somen. Second person plural. Buliu seite. Third person plural. Buliu sosi. New movable. Optative mode. Imperfect tense. First person singular. Buliu oimi. I might advise. Second person singular. Buliu ois. Third person singular. Buliu oi. Second person dual. Buliu oiton. Third person dual. Buliu oitain. First person plural. Buliu oimen. Second person plural. Buliu oite. Third person plural. Buliu oien. Pluperfect tense. First person singular. Bebuliu koimi. I might have. second person singular, bebuliukois. Third person singular, bebuliukoi. Second person dual, bebuliukoiton. Third person dual, bebuliukoitain. First person plural, bebuliukoimen. Second person plural, bebuliukoite. Third person plural, bebuliukoien. First aorist tense, first person singular, buliusaimi, I might. Second person singular, buliusais, or eas. Third person singular, buliusai, or ea, new movable. Second person dual, buliusaiton. Third person dual, buliusaitain. First person plural, buliusaimen. Second person plural, buliusaite. Third person plural, buliusaien, or aeon. Future tense, first person singular, buliusoimi, I would advise. Second person singular, buliusois. Third person singular, buliusoi. Second person dual, buliusaiton. Third person dual, buliusoitain. First person plural, buliusoimen. Second person plural, buliusaite. Third person plural, buliusoien. Imperative mode, present tense. Second person singular, buliue, advise. Third person singular, buliueto. Second person dual, buliueton. Third person dual, buliueton. Second person plural, buliuete. Third person plural, buliuetosan, or onton. First aorist tense. Second person singular, buliuson, advise. Third person singular, buliusato. Second person dual, buliusaton. Third person dual, buliusaton. Second person plural, buliusate. Third person plural, buliusatosan. Infinitive participial, present tense, buliuen, to advise. First perfect tense, bebuliukenai, to have advised. First aorist tense, buliusai, to advise. Future tense, buliusain. Participle, participial. Present tense. Nominative, bouliu on. Bouliu usa. Bouliu on. Genitive, bouliu ontos. Bouliu u ses. Advising. First perfect tense. Nominative, bebouliukos. Bebouliukuia. Bebouliukos. Genitive, bebouliukotos. Bebouliukuias. Having advised. First aorist tense. Nominative, bouliu sas. Bouliu sasa. Bouliu san. Genitive, bouliu santos. Bouliu sases. Future tense. Nominative, bouliu son. Bouliu susa. Bouliu son. Genitive, bouliu santos. End of table. Inflection of second tenses. As pure verbs afford no example of second tenses, their paradigm in impure verbs is here subjoined. It will be observed that second perfects and pluperfects are inflected like their first tenses, and the second aorist like the imperfect in the modes common to both. In the other modes, it is like the present. Note: the second future is not given, as not belonging to mute verbs in the active. End note. Inflection by mode. Tupto. Stem, tup. Note: for tense formation, see General Principles, section 49. End note. I strike. Indicative, second perfect. Te tupa. Second pluperfect. Ete tupein. Second aorist. E tupon. Imperative, second perfect. Te tupe. Second aorist. Tupe. Optative, second pluperfect. Te tupoimi. Second aorist. Tupoimi. Subjunctive, second perfect. Te tupo. Second aorist. Tupo. Infinitive, second perfect. Te tupenai. Second aorist. Tupein. Participle, second perfect. Te tupos. Second aorist. Tupon. Inflection by number and person. Indicative, perfect, first person singular. Te tupa. Second person singular, suffix as. Third person singular, suffix e. second person dual, te tup aton. Third person dual, suffix aton. First person plural, te tup amen. Second person plural, suffix ate. Third person plural, suffix asi. Pluperfect, first person singular, et te tup ein. Second person singular, suffix ace. Third person singular, suffix a. Second person dual, et te tup eton. Third person dual, suffix etain. First person plural, et te tup amen. Second person plural, suffix ete. Third person plural, suffix asan. Second aorist, first person singular, tupon. Second person singular, suffix s. Third person singular, suffix e. Second person dual, tup eton. Third person dual, suffix etain. First person plural, tup omen. Second person plural, suffix ete. Third person plural, tupon. Imperative, perfect, second person singular, te tupe. Third person singular, te tup to. Second person dual, te tup eton. Third person dual, suffix eton. Second person plural, te tup ete. Third person plural, suffix etosan. Second aorist, second person singular, tup e. Third person singular, tup to. Second person dual, tup eton. Third person dual, suffix ton. Second person plural, tup ete. Third person plural, suffix etosan. Optative, pluperfect, first person singular, te tup oimi. Second person singular, suffix ois. Third person singular, suffix oi. Second person dual, te tup oiton. Third person dual, suffix oitain. First person plural, te tup oimen. Second person plural, suffix oite. Third person plural, suffix oien. Second aorist, first person singular, tup oimoi. Second person singular, suffix, ois. Third person singular, suffix, oi. Second person dual, tup oiton. Third person dual, suffix, oitain. First person plural, tup oimen. Second person plural, suffix, oite. Third person plural, suffix, oien. Subjunctive, perfect. First person singular, te tup o. Second person singular, suffix, eis. Third person singular, suffix, a. Second person dual, te tup eton. Third person dual, suffix, eton. First person plural, te tup omen. Second person plural, suffix, eite. Third person plural, suffix, osi. Second aorist, first person singular, tup o. Second person singular, suffix, eis. Third person singular, suffix, a. Second person dual, tup eton. Third person dual, suffix, eton. First person plural, tup omen. Second person plural, suffix, eite. Third person plural, suffix, osi. End of section 14.
Chapters 54 to 55 of An Elementary Greek Grammar by Kühner O'Leary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. An Elementary Greek Grammar by Raphael Kühner and Charles O'Leary. Section 15. 54. Inflection of verbs in the middle voice. 1. The middle voice has the following tense endings: present, omai; imperfect, omein; perfect, mai; pluperfect, mein; first aorist, samein; second aorist, omein; first future, somai; second future, umai. 2. The inflection by tense proceeds as in the active voice, that is, by adding the tense endings to the stem, and prefixing the augment and reduplication to the proper tenses. Thus, stem, bouleu, present; bouleu, omai. Imperfective, bouleu, omein; perfect, bouleu, mai; pluperfect, bouleu, mein; first aorist, bouleu, samein; second aorist, first future, bouleu, somai. 55. Inflection by mode. Tense, present. Indicative, bouleomai, imperative. U, subjunctive, omai. Infinitive, estai. Participle, omenos. Imperfect. Indicative, ebuliomein. Optative, oimein. Perfect. Indicative, bebuliomai. Imperative, so. Subjunctive, menos, or. Infinitive, sthai. Participle, menos. Pluperfect. Indicative, ebebuliomein. Optative, menos, eien. First aorist. Indicative, ebuliusamein. Imperative, sai. Optative, saimen. Subjunctive, somai. Infinitive, sasthai. Participle, saminos. Second aorist. First future. Indicative, buliosomai. Optative, soimen. Infinitive, sestai. Participle, sominos. Second future. End of section 15. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater, recorded in Oxford, England.
Of an Elementary Greek Grammar by Kühner and O'Leary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An Elementary Greek Grammar by Raphael Kühner and Charles O'Leary. Chapter 56. Paradigm of Middle Voice of Regular Verbs in Omega. Mode Indicative. Present tense. Singular, first person, voulévome, I deliberate or am advised. Second person, voulévi. Third person, voulévete. Dual, first person, voulévomethon. Second person, voulévesthon. Third person, voulévesthon. Plural, first person, voulévometha. Second person, vouléveste. Third person, voulévonde. Imperfect tense. Singular, first person, evoulevomin, I was deliberating. Second person, evoulevu. Third person, evouleveto. Dual, first person, evoulevomethon. Second person, evoulevesthon. Third person, evoulevestin. Plural, first person, evoulevometha. Second person, evouleveste. Third person, evoulevondo. Perfect tense. Singular, first person, vevoulevme, I have deliberated. Second person, vevoulevse. Third person, vevoulevte. Dual, first person, vevoulevmethon. Second person, vevoulevsthon. Third person, vevoulevsthon. Plural, first person, vevoulevmetha. Second person, vevoulevste. Third person, vevoulevde. Pluperfect tense. Singular, first person, evevoulevmin, I had deliberated. Second person, evevoulevso. Third person, evevoulevto. Dual, first person, evevoulevmethon. Second person, evevoulevston. Third person, evevoulevstin. Plural, first person, evevoulevmetha. Second person, evevoulevste. Third person, evevoulevto. First aorist tense, singular, first person, evoulevsamin, I deliberated. Second person, evoulevso. Third person, evoulevsato. Dual, first person, evoulevsamethon. Second person, evoulevsaston. Third person, evoulevsastin. Plural, first person, evoulevsametha. Second person, evoulevsaste. Third person, evoulevsando. First future tense, singular, first person, voulevsome, I shall deliberate. Second person, voulevsi. Third person, voulevsete. Dual, first person, voulevsomethon. Second person, voulevsesthon. Third person, voulevsesthon. Plural, first person, voulevsometha. Second person, voulevseste. Third person, voulevsonde. Mode subjunctive. Present tense. Singular, first person. Voulevome, I may deliberate. Second person, voulevi. Third person, voulevite. Dual, first person, voulevomethon. second person βουλεύισθον, third person βουλεύισθον. Plural first person βουλευόμεθα, second person βουλεύεστε, third person βουλεύονται. Perfect tense, singular first person βεβουλευμένος ο, I may have deliberated. Second person βεβουλευμένος εις, third person βεβουλευμένος ει. Dual second person βεβουλευμένο ήτον, third person βεβουλευμένο ήτον. Plural first person βεβουλευμένοι όμεν, second person βεβουλευμένοι ήτε, third person βεβουλευμένοι όσοι. First aorist tense, singular first person βουλεύσομαι, I may deliberate. Second person βουλεύσει, third person βουλεύσητε. Dual first person βουλευσόμεθον, second person βουλεύσιστον, third person βουλεύσιστον. Plural first person βουλευσόμεθα, second person βουλεύσιστε, third person βουλεύσονται. Mode optative, imperfect tense, singular first person βουλευήμην, I might deliberate. Second person βουλεύειο, third person βουλεύητο. Dual first person βουλευήμεθον, second person βουλεύισθον, third person βουλευίστην. Plural first person βουλευήμεθα, second person βουλεύιστε, third person βουλεύειντο. Pluperfect tense, singular first person βεβουλευμένος ιειν, second person βεβουλευμένος ιης, third person βεβουλευμένος ιη. Dual second person βεβουλευμένο ιητον, third person βεβουλευμένο ιητην. Plural first person βεβουλευμένη ιημεν, second person βεβουλευμένη ιήτε, third person βεβουλευμένη ιήσαν. First aorist tense, singular first person βουλευσέμην, second person βουλεύσεω, third person βουλεύσετο. Dual first person βουλευσέμεθον, second person βουλεύσεστον, third person βουλευσέστην. Plural first person βουλευσέμεθα, second person βουλεύσεστε, third person βουλεύσεντο. First future tense, singular first person βουλευσίμην, I might have deliberated. Second person βουλεύσιο, third person βουλεύσιτο. Dual first person βουλευσίμεθον, second person βουλεύσιστον, third person βουλευσίστην. Plural first person βουλευσίμεθα, second person βουλεύσιστε, third person βουλεύσιντο. Mode imperative, present tense, singular, second person, βουλεύου, deliberate, third person, βουλευέσθω. Dual second person, βουλεύεσθον, third person, βουλευέσθον. Plural second person, βουλεύεστε, third person, βουλευέστοσαν or βουλευέσθον. Perfect tense, singular, second person, βεβούλευσω, third person, βεβουλεύσθω. Dual second person, βεβούλευσθον, third person, βεβουλεύσθον. Plural second person, βεβούλευσθε, third person, βεβουλεύστοσαν or βεβουλεύσθον. First aorist tense, singular, second person, βούλευσε, third person, βουλευσάστο. Dual second person, βουλεύσαστον, third person, βουλευσάσθον. Plural second person, βουλεύσαστε, third person, βουλευσάστοσαν or βουλευσάσθον. Participials, infinitive, present tense, βουλεύεστε, to deliberate. Perfect tense, βεβουλεύστε, to have deliberated. First aorist tense, βουλεύσαστε, to deliberate. First future tense, βουλεύσεστε. Participle, present tense, nominative, βουλευόμενος, βουλευομένη, βουλευόμενον, deliberating. Perfect tense, nominative, βεβουλευμένος, βεβουλευμένη, βεβουλευμένον, having deliberated. First aorist tense, nominative, βουλευσάμενος, βουλευσαμένη, βουλευσάμενον. First future tense, nominative, βουλευσόμενος, βουλευσομένη, βουλευσόμενον. Remark: the perfect tense, passive and middle voice in the subjunctive mode as observed in the foregoing paradigm, is made up of the participle and the corresponding mode of the present tense of imi, to be. For inflection of imi, see chapter 92. This form of the perfect is also observed in third person plural indicative in mute and liquid verbs. The same remark applies to the pluperfect in its proper modes. Chapter 57. Passive voice. 1. The aorist and future are the only tenses of distinct passive form. The form of the other tenses is common to the passive and middle. 2. The third future belongs to this voice. It has the reduplication of the perfect and the ending of the future middle. 3. The passive voice has the following tense endings: first future, thysome; second future, isome; first aorist, thin; second aorist, in; third future, some. Chapter 58. Inflection by tense. Stem βούλευ. First aorist, ευουλεύθην; second aorist, βουλεύειν; first future, βουλευθήσομαι; second future, βουλευήσομαι; third future, βεβουλεύσομαι. Chapter 59. Inflection by mode. First aorist tense, indicative, ευουλεύθην; imperative, βουλεύθητη; optative, βουλευθείν; subjunctive, βουλευθώ; infinitive, βουλευθύνε; participle, βουλευθείς. First future, indicative, βουλευθήσομαι; optative, βουλευθυσίμην; infinitive, βουλευθήσεσθε; participle, βουλευθυσσόμενος. Third future, indicative, βεβουλεύσομαι; optative, βουλευσίμην; infinitive, βουλεύσεσθε; participle, βουλευσόμενος. Chapter 60. Inflection by person and number. Mode indicative. First aorist tense, singular, first person, ευουλεύθην, I was advised. Second person, ευουλεύθης. Third person, ευουλεύθη. Dual, second person, ευουλεύθητον. Third person, ευουλευθύτην. Plural, first person, ευουλεύθημεν. Second person, ευουλεύθητε. Third person, ευουλεύθησαν. First future tense, singular, first person, βουλευθήσομαι, I shall be advised. Second person, βουλευθήσει. Third person, βουλευθήσετε. Dual first person, βουλευθυσόμεθον. Second person, βουλευθήσεσθον. Third person, βουλευθήσεσθον. Plural first person, βουλευθυσόμεθα. Second person, βουλευθήσεστε. Third person, βουλευθήσονται. Third future tense, singular, first person, βεβουλεύσομαι. Second person, βεβουλεύσει. Third person, βεβουλεύσετε. Dual first person, βεβουλευσόμεθον. Second person, βεβουλεύσεσθον. Third person, βεβουλεύσεσθον. Plural first person, βεβουλευσόμεθα. Second person, βεβουλεύσεστε. Third person, βεβουλεύσονται. Mode subjunctive. First aorist tense. Singular, first person, βουλευθώ. I might have been advised. Second person, βουλευθείς. Third person, βουλευθή. Dual, second person, βουλευθήτων. Third person, βουλευθήτων. Plural, first person, βουλευθόμεν. Second person, βουλευθείτε. Third person, βουλευθώσιν. Mode optative. First aorist tense. Singular, first person, βουλευθείν, I might be advised. Second person, βουλευθείς. Third person, βουλευθείη. Dual, second person, βουλευθείτων. Third person, βουλευθείτην. Plural, first person, βουλευθείμεν or βουλευθείμεν. Second person, βουλευθείτε or βουλευθείτε. Third person, βουλευθείεν. First future tense, singular, first person, βουλευθυσίμην, I should be advised. Second person, βουλευθήσιο. Third person, βουλευθήσιτο. Dual first person, βουλευθυσίμεθον. Second person, βουλευθήσιστον. Third person, βουλευθυσίστην. Plural first person, βουλευθυσίμεθα. Second person, βουλευθήσιστε. Third person, βουλευθύσιντο. Third future tense, singular, first person, βεβουλευσίμην. Second person, βεβουλεύσιο. third person, βεβουλεύσιτο, dual first person, βεβουλευσίμεθον, second person, βεβουλεύσιστον, third person, βεβουλευσίστην, plural first person, βεβουλευσίμεθα, second person, βεβουλεύσιστε, third person, βεβουλεύσιντο. Mode imperative, first aorist tense, singular, second person, βουλεύθητη, third person, βουλευθήτο, dual second person, βουλεύθητον, third person, βουλευθήτων, plural second person, βουλεύθητε, third person, βουλευθήτωσαν. Participles, infinitive, first aorist tense, βουλευθύνε, to be advised, first future tense, βουλευθήσεστε, third future tense, βεβουλεύσεστε. Participles, first aorist tense, nominative, βουλευθείς, βουλευθήσα, βουλευθέν, genitive, βουλευθέντος, βουλευθήσεις, βουλευθέντος. First future tense, nominative, βουλευθυσόμενος, βουλευθυσομένη, βουλευθυσόμενον. Third future tense, nominative, βεβουλευσόμενος, βεβουλευσομένη, βεβουλευσόμενον. End of section 16.
Of an elementary Greek grammar by Kühner O'Leary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An elementary Greek grammar by Raphael Kühner and Charles O'Leary. Section 17. Chapter 61. Contracted verbs. Poor contracted verbs correspond in their inflection to the paradigm of bouleo. They are contracted only in the present and imperfect tenses. In contraction, they conform to the general rules of contraction. See Chapter 3. The following are the contractions which they undergo. The characteristic alpha is contracted with the ending vowels omicron, omega, and omicron y into omega, with epsilon into alpha. The characteristic epsilon is contracted with the ending vowels epsilon and epsilon iota into epsilon iota, with omicron into omicron y, with alpha into alpha. The characteristic omicron is contracted with the ending vowels omega into omega, with omicron epsilon and omicron y into omicron y. Chapter 62. Paradigm of contracted verbs. Present tense. Characteristic alpha. Indicative: timao, timo, I honor. Timaeis, timas. Timae, tima. Timaeton, timaton. Timaeton, timaton. Timaumen, timomen. Timaete, timate. Timausin, timosin. Subjunctive: timau, timo. Timaes, timas. Timae, tima. Timaeton, timaton. Timaeton, timaton. Timaumen, timomen. Timaete, timate. Timausin, timosin. Imperative: timae, tima. Timaeto, timato. Timaeton, timaton. Timaeton, timaton. Timaete, timate. Timaetosan, timatosan, or timaunton, timonton. Infinitive, timain, timan. Participle, nominative, timaun, timon, timausa, timosa, timaon, timon, timaontos, timontos, timauses, timoses, timaontos, timontos. Characteristic epsilon. Indicative, phileo, philo, I love. Phileis, phileis. Philei, philei. Phileton, phileiton. Phileton, phileiton. Phileomen, philumen. Phileete, phileite. Phileusin, philusin. Subjunctive, phileo, philo. Philees, philees. Phileae, philae. Phileaton, phileaton. Phileaton, phileaton. Phileomen, philomen. Phileate, philaete. Phileosin, philosin. Imperative, philae, philei. Phileeto, phileito. Phileeton, phileiton. Phileeton, phileiton. Phileete, phileite. Phileetosan, phileitosan. Or phileonton, philunton. Infinitive, philein, philein. Participle, nominative, phileon, philon. Phileusa, philusa. Phileon, philun. Genitive, phileontos, philuntos. Phileuses, philuses. Phileontos, philuntos. Characteristic omicron. Indicative, mistoo, misto, I let. Mistoeis, mistois. Mistoei, mistoi. Mistoeton, mistuton. Mistoeton, mistuton. Mistoomen, mistumen. Mistoete, mistute. Mistousin, mistusin. Subjunctive, mistoo, misto. Mistoes, mistois. Mistoe, mistoi. Mistoeton, mistoton. Mistoeton, mistoton. Mistoomen, mistomen. Mistoete, mistote. Mistoosin, mistosin. Imperative, mistoe, mistu. Mistoeto, mistuto. Mistoeton, mistuton. Mistoeton, mistuton. Mistoete, mistute. Mistoetosan, mistutosan. Or mistoonton, mistunton. Infinitive, mistoein, mistun. Participle, nominative, mistoon, miston. Mistousa, mistusa. Miston, mistun. Genitive, mistoontos, mistuntos. Mistouses, mistuses. Mistoontos, mistuntos. Imperfect tense. Characteristic alpha. Indicative: etimaon, etimon, etimaes, etimas, etimae, etima, etimaeton, etimaton, etimaeten, etimaten, etimaomen, etimomen, etimaete, etimate, etimaon, etimon. Optative: timaoimi, timomi, timaois, timos, timaoi, timo, timaoiton, timoton, timaoiten, timoten, timaoimen, timomen, timaoite, timote, timaoien, timoen. Attic optative: timaoien, timoen, timaoies, timoes, timaoie, timoe, timaoieton, timoeton, timaoieten, timoeten, timaoiemen, timoemen, timaoiete, timoete, timaoien, timoen. Characteristic epsilon. Ephileon, ephilun, ephiles, ephileis, ephilee, ephilei, ephileeton, ephileiton, ephileeten, ephileiten, ephileomen, ephilumen, ephileete, ephileite, ephileon, ephilun. Optative: phileoimi, philoimi, phileois, philois, phileoi, philoi, phileoiton, philoiton, phileoiten, philoiten, phileoimen, philoimen, phileoite, philoite, phileoien, philoien. Attic optative: phileoien, philoien, phileoies, philoies, phileoie, philoie, phileoieten, philoieten, phileoieten, philoieten, phileoiemen, philoiemen, phileoiete, philoiete, phileoien, philoien. Characteristic omicron. Emistoon, emistun, emistoes, emistus, emistoe, emistu, emistoeton, emistuton, emistoeten, emistuten, emistoomen, emistumen, emistoete, emistute, emiston, emistun. Optative: mistoimi, mistoimi, mistois, mistois, mistoi, mistoi, mistoiton, mistoiton, mistooiten, mistoiten, mistooimen, mistoimen, mistooite, mistoite, mistooien, mistoien, mistoien. Attic optative: mistooien, mistoien, mistooies, mistoies, mistooie, mistoie, mistoieton, mistoieton, mistoieten, mistoieten, mistoiemen, mistoiemen, mistoiete, mistoiete, mistoien, mistoien. Middle and passive, present tense. Characteristic alpha. Indicative: timaomai, timomai, timae, tima, timaetai, timatai, timaometon, timometon, timaeston, timaston, timaeston, timaston, timaometa, timometa, timaeste, timaste, timaontai, timontai. Subjunctive: timaomai, timomai, timae, tima, timaetai, timatai, timaometon, timometon, timaeston, timaston, timaeston, timaston, timaometa, timometa, timaeste, timaste, timaontai, timontai. Imperative: timao, timo, timaesto, timasto, timaeston, timaston, timaeston, timaston, timaeste, timaste, timaestosan, timastosan, or timaeston, timaston. Infinitive: timaestai, timastai. Participle, nominative: timaomenos, timomenos, timaomene, timomene, timaomenon, timomenon. Genitive: timaomenu, timomenu, timaomenes, timomenes, timaomenu, timomenu. Characteristic epsilon. Indicative: phileomai, philumai, phileae, philae, philetai, phileitai, phileometon, philumeton, phileiston, 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 phileometa, philumeta, phileiste, phileiste, phileontai, philuntai. Subjunctive: phileomai, philumai, phileae, philae, philaetai, philaetai, phileometon, philometon, phileiston, philaeston, 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 phileometa, philometa, philaeste, philaeste, phileontai, philontai. Imperative: phileu, philu, philaesto, phileisto, philaeston, phileiston, philaeston, phileiston, philaeste, phileiste, philaestosan, phileistosan, or philaeston, phileiston. Infinitive: philaestai, phileistai. Participle, nominative: phileomenos, philumenos, Phileomene, Philumene, Phileomenon, Philumenon. Genitive. Phileomenu, Philumenu, Phileomenes, Philumenes, Phileomenu, Philumenu. Characteristic Omicron. Indicative. Mistomai, mistumai, mistoe, mistoi, mistoetai, mistutai, mistoometon, mistumeton, mistoeston, mistuston, mistoeston, mistuston, mistoometa, mistumeta, mistoeste, mistuste, mistoontai, mistuntai. Subjunctive. Mistoomai, mistomai, mistoe, mistoi, mistoetai, mistotai, mistoometon, mistometon, mistoeston, mistoston, mistoeston, mistoston, mistoometa, mistometa, mistoeste, mistoste, mistoontai, mistontai. Imperative. Mistou, mistu, mistoesto, mistusto, mistoeston, mistuston, mistoeston, mistuston, mistoeste, mistuste, mistoestosan, mistustosan, or mistoeston, mistuston. Infinitive. Mistoestai, mistustai. Participle nominative. Mistoomenos, mistumenos, mistoomene, mistumene, mistoomenon, mistumenon. Genitive. Mistoomenu, mistumenu, mistoomenes, mistumenes, mistoomenu, mistumenu. Imperfect tense. Characteristic alpha. Indicative. Etimaomen, etimomen, etimau, etimo, etimaeto, etimato, etimaometon, etimometon, etimaeston, etimaston, etimaesten, etimasten, etimaometa, etimometa, etimaeste, etimaste, etimaonto, etimonto. Optative. Timaoimen, timomen, timaoio, timoo, timaoito, timoto, timaoimeton, timometon, timaoiston, timoston, timaoisten, timosten, timaoimeta, timometa, timaoiste, timoste, timaointo, timonto. Characteristic epsilon. Ephileomen, ephilumen, ephileu, ephilou, ephileeto, ephileito, ephileometon, ephilumeton, ephileiston, ephileiston, ephileesten, ephileisten, ephileometa, ephilumeta, ephileeste, ephileiste, ephileonto, ephilunto. Optative. Phileoimen, philoimen, phileoio, philoio, phileoito, philoito, phileoimeton, philoimeton, phileoiston, philoiston, phileoisten, philoisten, phileoimeta, philoimeta, phileoiste, philoiste, phileointo, philointo. Characteristic omicron. Emistoomen, emistumen, emistou, emistou, emistoeto, emistuto, emistoometon, emistumeton, emistoeston, emistuston, emistoesten, emistusten, emistoometa, emistumeta, emistoeste, emistuste, emistonto, emistunto. Optative. Mistooimen, mistoimen, mistooio, mistoio, mistooito, mistoito, mistooimeton, mistoimeton, mistooiston, mistoiston, mistooisten, mistoisten, mistooimeta, mistoimeta, mistooiste, mistoiste, mistoointo, mistointo. Remark. In the verbs zao, peinao, dipsao, and kraomai, the characteristic alpha is contracted with the ending vowel epsilon into eta, and with epsilon iota into eta with iota subscriptum. The characteristic epsilon in verbs of a monosyllabic stem suffer only the contraction with epsilon and epsilon iota into epsilon iota. Chapter 63. Inflection of moot verbs in the middle voice. 1. The inflection of the middle voice has been already given in the case of pure verbs. It is the same for moot and liquid verbs, but is rendered somewhat complex by those changes with the characteristic consonant of the verb, concurring with the tense ending, must undergo in accordance with the rules of euphony. These changes, given in chapter 6, 7, 8, are here repeated. Changes of moots before mu. 2. A p moot before mu into mu, as for stem typ. Tetymai for tetypmai. A kappa moot before mu into gamma, as from stem plek, peplegmai for peplekmai. A tau moot before mu into sigma, as from stem frad, pefrasmai for pefradmai. P and kappa moots before s combine with it to form psi and xi. A tau moot before sigma is dropped as pefrasai for pefradzai. 3. Moots of the same breathing must concur, a smooth must precede a smooth, etc. 4. Nu occurring between consonants is changed into alpha in order to facilitate the pronunciation. 5. To illustrate the above rules, the inflection of the perfect tense is here presented, compared with its inflection without the stem changes. Perfect middle tetymai, stem typ. Singular tetymai, unchanged tetypmai. tetipsai unchanged tetupsai, tetuptai, dual tetumeton unchanged tetupmeton, tetufton unchanged tetupton, tetufton unchanged tetupton. Plural tetumeta unchanged tetupmeta, tetufte unchanged tetupte, tetumenoiesi unchanged tetupntai. Peplegmai stem plek. Singular peplegmai unchanged peplegmai. Peplexai unchanged peplexai. Peplectai, dual peplegmeton unchanged peplegmeton. Peplechton unchanged peplekton. Peplechton unchanged peplekton. Plural peplegmeta unchanged peplegmeta. Peplechte unchanged peplekte. Peplegmenoiesi unchanged peplegentai. Remark: by changing nu into alpha, these endings become tetupatai, peplekatai, and pefradatai. This form is frequently adopted in verbs of tau characteristic. This is the ionic ending. Pephrasmai stem frad. Singular pephrasmai unchanged pefradmai. Pephrasai unchanged pefradsai. Pephrastai unchanged pefrattai. Dual pephrasmeton unchanged pefradmeton. Pephraston unchanged pefratton. Pephraston unchanged pefratton. Plural pephrasmeta unchanged pefradmeta. Pefraste unchanged pefratte. Pephrasmenoiesi unchanged pefrattai. Remark: in liquid verbs, nu before mu is changed into sigma or is assimilated, as phaino stem phan, perfect middle pephasmai, xeraino stem xeran, perfect middle exeramai. This happens only in verbs in aino, aino. Those in eino, ino reject the n, as teino stem ten, perfect middle tetamai. In the former class, the nu appears when collision with mu does not occur. Thus, pephasmai, second person pephansai, third person pephantai. Chapter 64. Inflection of mood and liquid verbs in the middle voice. Mood verb typtomai, I strike myself, stem typ. 1. The foregoing stem changes being observed, the inflection of mood verbs confirms exactly to that of pure verbs. 2nd. Inflection by tense. Typ, present, typtomai, imperfect, etyptomen, perfect, tetumai, tetypmai, pluperfect, etetymen, first aorist, etypsamen, second aorist, etypomen, future, typsomai, this is typsomai. Chapter 65. Inflection by mode. Indicative present typtomai, imperfect etyptomen, perfect tetumai, pluperfect etetymen, first aorist etypsamen, second aorist etypomen, future typsomai. Imperfect present typto, perfect tetypso, first aorist typsai, second aorist typu, subjunctive present typtomai, perfect tetymenos o, first aorist typsomai, second aorist typomai. Optative imperfect etyptoimen, pluperfect etetymenos eien, first aorist etypsaimen, second aorist etypoimen, future typsoimen. Infinitive present typtestai, perfect tetyphtai, first aorist etypsastai, second aorist etypestai, future typsestai. Participles present typtomenos, perfect tetymenos, first aorist typsamenos, second aorist typomenos, future typsomenos. Inflection by person. Perfect tense. Indicative tetymai, tetypsai, tetyptai, tetymeton, tetyphton, tetyphton, tetymeta, tetyphthe, tetymenoiaisi, or tetypatai. Imperative tetypso, tetypto, tetyphton, tetyphton, tetyphthe, tetyphtosan, or tetyphton. Subjunctive tetymenos o, tetymenos es, tetymenos tetymeno eton, tetymenueton, tetymenoi omen, tetymenoi ete, tetymenoi osi. Infinitive tetyphtai, participle medium tetymenos, tetymenon, tetymene. Pluperfect tense. Indicative etetymen, etetypso, etetypto, etetymeton, etetyphton, etetyphthen, etetymeta, etetyphthe, etetymenoi esan, for etetypato. Optative tetymenos eien, tetymenos eies, tetymenos eie, tetymeno eieton, tetymeno eieten, tetymenoi eiemen, tetymenoi eiete, tetymenoi eiesan. Remark: the second aorist middle corresponds in inflection to the present in the imperative and subjunctive modes. To the imperfect in the indicative and optative, see bouleio. Chapter 66. Inflection of mood verbs in the passive voice. Parenting. Indicative, first future, typhthesomai, second future, typesomai. Future perfect, tetypsomai, first aorist, etyphthen, second aorist, etypen. Imperative, first aorist, typhteti, second aorist, typeti. äto. Optative, first future, typtezoimen, second future, typezoimen, future perfect, tetypsoimen, first aorist, etypteian, second aorist, etypeian. Infinitive, first future, typtesestai, second future, typesestai, future perfect, tetypsestai, first aorist, etyphaenai, second aorist, etypaenai. Participle, first future, typtezomenos, second future, typezomenos, future perfect, tetypsomenos, first aorist, etypheis, second aorist, etypeis. The first tenses of the above have already given in the paradigm of bouleo. The second future is inflected like the first future, and the second aorist like the first, as there given. End of section 17 of an elementary Greek grammar.
Section 18 of an elementary Greek grammar by Kühner O'Leary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter O'Sullivan. An elementary Greek grammar by Raphael Kühner and Charles O'Leary. Section 18. Part 1. Etymology. Chapter 4. Verbs. Section 67. Remarks on tense formation. 1. The principle of tense forming has been given. Section 49. 2. The due application of this principle requires a knowledge of the pure stem, as distinguished from the impure or simple stem. This is best attained by studying those additions made to the stem for the purpose of strengthening it in the present and imperfect. The following are the most general. 3. Number 1. The stem is strengthened by changing its short vowel into a cognate long one, or into a diphthong. A stem strengthened in this manner is generally retained through all the first tenses. Note: except liquid verbs. End note. Hence, in order to obtain the pure stem, the above changes are to be reversed. Thus, in liquid verbs, from the strengthened form letho, by changing eta into alpha, is obtained lambda alpha theta, lath, pure stem. Phino, by changing alpha iota into alpha, is obtained phi alpha nu, phon, pure stem. Phthero, by changing epsilon iota into epsilon, is obtained phi theta epsilon rho, pure stem. In mute verbs, from lepo, by changing epsilon iota into short iota, is obtained lambda iota p, lip, pure stem. Thribo, by changing long iota into short iota, is obtained tau rho iota beta, thrib, pure stem. Frugo, by changing long upsilon into short upsilon, is obtained phi rho upsilon gamma, frug, pure stem. Pheugo, by changing epsilon upsilon into short upsilon, is obtained phi upsilon gamma, fug, pure stem. 2. The stem is strengthened by doubling the characteristic or by adding a different consonant to the characteristic, which is always a simple consonant. A stem strengthened in this manner is found only in the present and the imperfect. Hence, to obtain the pure stem, remove the additional consonant from the simple characteristic. Thus, from the strengthened form tupto, by removing tau is obtained simple stem tau upsilon p tup. Tasso, which is tau alpha gamma sigma omega, tagso, is obtained simple stem tau alpha gamma, tag. Frazzo, which is phi rho alpha delta sigma omega, fradso, is obtained simple stem phi rho alpha delta, frad. Psalo is obtained simple stem psi alpha lambda, psal. Section 68. First tenses. First perfect. 1. The characteristics alpha, epsilon, and omicron are lengthened in this tense. Note: the short vowel is retained in some verbs, as teleso. End note. As also in the first future and first aorist, as timao, perfect, tetimeka, philao, perfect, pephileka, delao, perfect, dedeloka. When a liquid precedes alpha, it is merely lengthened, as horao, perfect, eoraka. 2. A few verbs of a monosyllabic stem change the stem vowel epsilon of mute verbs into omicron, of liquid verbs into alpha, as lego, stem, lambda epsilon gamma, leg, perfect, lulaka, stello, stem, sigma tau epsilon lambda, stel, perfect, estlaka. First future. 3. A tau mute before the characteristic sigma of the future is dropped, as patho, I believe, stem p iota theta, pith, future peso, for paithso. 4. If nu comes before the tau mute, both are dropped, and the stem vowel is lengthened, as spendo, future spaso. 5. An aspirate in the verb characteristic cannot combine with the tense ending of the future, as is therefore transferred to the initial, and trepho, stem tau rho epsilon phi, tref, future threpso. 6. A few verbs in io, alpha omega, ao, assume upsilon in the future, which was originally in the stem as a digamma. Thus, kaio at a kao with digamma kawo, future kauso, I burned. Keo, stem keu, I pour, future kuso. 7. The first aorist coincides with the future in the foregoing particulars. It has forms derived from the old and modern stem, in those verbs that assume upsilon in the future. Thus, kaio, first aorist ekosa, and ekea. In the optative, the terminations ea, eas, ea, etc., eolic, are frequently used instead of imi, ice, I, etc. Attic future. 8. The characteristic sigma of the future, when preceded by short vowels alpha, epsilon, iota, is omitted in certain verbs. The vowels alpha and epsilon, thus brought into contact with omega, are absorbed. Iota is suffered to remain, but in either case the termination omega takes the circumflex accent. Thus, teleo, future teleso, sigma being omitted, teleo, which is contracted into telo. 9. From its frequent use by Attic writers, it is called the Attic future. This form is limited to the indicative, infinitive, and participle. Section 69. Second tenses. 1. The change of the stem vowel in these tenses is very common. Second perfect. The ending is always appended to the simple characteristic, as tupto, stem, tau upsilon p, tup. Second perfect, tetupa. Change of stem vowels. 3. The stem vowels alpha, iota, upsilon are lengthened. Alpha, when preceded by a liquid, is merely lengthened. Otherwise, it is changed into eta, as phino, stem, phi alpha nu, phon. Second perfect, pephena. 4. The stem vowel omicron remains unchanged, but epsilon of a monosyllabic stem is always changed into omicron. Note: hence, eorga from ergo. Endnote. As klepto, stem, kappa, lambda, epsilon, p, klep. Second perfect, kleklapa. Epsilon iota of the present of mute verbs is changed into omicron iota. Note: hence, eoka from echo. Endnote. Of liquid verbs into omicron, as lepo, stem, lambda iota p. Second perfect, leloipa, I leave. Spero, stem, sigma, p, epsilon rho, sper. Second perfect, espora. Second aorist. 5. The ending is appended to the simple characteristic. Change of stem vowel. 6. Epsilon of a monosyllabic stem is changed into alpha, as trepo, I turn, stem, tau rho epsilon p, trep. Second aorist, etropon. 7. The second future appends omega circumflexed to the pure stem. This ending is the result of contraction consequent on the rejection of sigma from the original, which was epsilon sigma omega, eso. Thus, from the stem tau upsilon p tup was formed second future tupeso, which by rejecting sigma became tupeo by contraction tupo. 8. The pluperfects retain the stem changes of their respective perfects. Section 70. Liquid verbs. 1. In the inflection of liquid verbs, the following particulars are observed. Number 1. The stem vowel is strengthened, except in a few verbs with epsilon as a stem vowel. In the present and imperfect, first, by doubling the characteristic lambda as sphalo, stem sigma phi alpha lambda, sphal. Second, by adding nu to the characteristic mu, as kamno, stem kappa alpha mu, kam. Third, by lengthening the stem vowel, as phino, stem phi alpha nu, phon. Number 2. The simple stem appears in the future which is formed without its characteristic sigma by appending omega circumflexed to the stem. Thus, from the foregoing stems are formed the futures sphalo, phano, kamo. This is the only future belonging to liquid verbs in the active and middle voices, and is inflected like the contracted form of verbs in epsilon omega. Note: this future is a contracted form of the original future in epsilon sigma omega eso by syncope epsilon omega by contraction omega circumflexed. Number 3. The first aorist omits its characteristic sigma, lengthens the stem vowel, and appends alpha to the simple characteristic as psalo, I touch. First aorist epsela. Number 4. The first perfect retains its characteristic kappa. Note: this tense with the pluperfect, both in the active and middle voices, first aorist and first future passive, suffer a transposing of the liquid and the stem vowel, called metathesis. Thus, balo, perfect, bebleka, passive, beblemai. In this case, the stem vowel is lengthened. End note. The liquid nu, instead of being changed into gamma before kappa, as required by the rules of euphony, is rejected except in a few verbs with alpha as a stem vowel. The stem vowel epsilon is changed into alpha, as kateno, stem kappa tau epsilon nu kten, perfect ektika. Number 5. The second perfect, both of liquid and mute verbs, has been treated. Section 69. Number 6. The second aorist changes the stem vowel epsilon into alpha and appends its ending to the simple stem, as kateno, stem kappa tau epsilon nu kten. Second aorist ektenon. Section 71. Inflection of liquid verbs by tense. Paradigm. Phino, I appear. Stem phi alpha nu phon. Present phino. Imperfect ephinon. First perfect pephanka. First pluperfect epiphankein. Second perfect pephena. Second pluperfect epiphanein. First aorist ephena. Second aorist ephanon. Future phano. Paradigm. Temno, I cut. Stem tau epsilon mu tem. Present temno. Imperfect etemnon. First perfect tetmeka. Note: by metathesis for tetemeka. End note. First pluperfect etetmekein. Second perfect tetmea. Note: by metathesis for tethema. End note. Second pluperfect etetmein. First aorist etema. Note: this tense, though given in form, is wanting. End note. Second aorist etamon. Future tamo. Paradigm. Sphalo, I deceive. Stem sigma phi alpha lambda. Sphal. Present sphalo. Imperfect esphalon. First perfect esphalka. First pluperfect esphalkein. Second perfect esphela. Second pluperfect esphalain. First aorist esphela. Second aorist esphalon. Future sphalo. Paradigm. Sphero, iso. Stem. Sigma p epsilon rho. Sper. Present. Spero. Imperfect. Esperon. First perfect. Esparca. First pluperfect. Esparcane. Second perfect. Espora. Second pluperfect. Esporane. First aorist. Espera. Second aorist. Esperon. Future. Spero. Section 72. Remarks on the inflection of endings of the three voices. Active voice. 1. Nu properly belongs to the third person plural, but is omitted before sigma, and to compensate the vowel is lengthened. Thus, buluuse for buluonse. 2. The ending ada instead of ain occurs in the first person pluperfect. This results from the ionic ending epsilon alpha, formed by substituting alpha for nu, a substitution very common in the Ionic dialect. Thus for ebeblucane, ace, a, comes the Ionic form kea, chaos, whence the Attic k, case, k. Note: the inflection by person and mode of liquid verbs is according to the paradigm of mute verbs, except in the future as above explained. End note. 3. In the optative, the ending oiane instead of oimi is of Attic origin. Thus, tupoiane, ace, a. This ending is of frequent use in contracted verbs, as timoiane, timaoiane. Note: see contractions section 3. Philoiane, deloiane. 4. For the aorist ending of the same mode, the Iolic ea, eas, ea are common, as tupsea, eas, ea. 5. For ason, third person plural optative, the shorter form n is adopted. The same remark applies to the ending of the passive aorist. 6. The imperative has the ending on tone. For etoson, active, as tuptonton. For tuptetoson. And sthone for esthoson, in the middle and passive, as tuptesthone for tuptesthoson. Section 73. Passive and middle. The sigma belongs as characteristic to the second person, but has been removed, except in the perfect psi and pluperfect saw, by the Ionic dialect. Thus, for the ending psi, as tuptomai, tuptesai, the Ionic rejecting sigma adopted tuptei, which the Attic changed into tuptei, and the common language into tupte. In like manner, asa, first person aorist middle, became Ionic alpha omicron, aa. Attic omega, as etupso and eso, became Ionic eo. Attic u, as etuptomane, second person etuptesa, Ionic etuptea. Attic etuptu. 2. The regular perfect and pluperfect endings are untai, unta. These, with the stem consonant, are difficult of pronunciation, and were softened into atai and ata by the ionic substitution of alpha for nu. Thus, tetrimai, stem, tau, rho, iota, beta, trib, third person plural, tetribntai, softened into tetrifatai, for which in the common dialect the participle with the verb ami is used as tetrimenoi, ac. Section 74. The augment. The general view of the augment has been already presented. Section 48. The following particulars, not embraced therein, deserve to be noticed. Number 1. The initial row of the stem is doubled when the augment is prefixed, as reo, I flow, imperfect, ereon. Number 2. The initial iota and upsilon absorb the augment and become long, as hikano, imperfect hikanon, for ehikanon. Number 3. Alpha initial, followed by a vowel not forming a diphthong with it, is contracted with the augment into alpha instead of eta, as aedidzomai, imperfect aedidzomein, for aedidzomein. Number 4. When the initial is a long vowel or one of the diphthongs a, u, the augment is absorbed. In the diphthongs I, oi, the augment combines with the vowels alpha, omicron into eta, omega, and iota is subscribed. Hyreo, I take, imperfect, heirun, for heirun. Oikidzo, imperfect, oikidzon. Number 5. The augment remains unabsorbed before the vowel omega of some verbs. Otheo, imperfect, eothun. Number 6. It sometimes happens that when the initial vowel is lengthened by the augment, an additional unabsorbed augment is prefixed, as horao, imperfect, heoron. Number 7. The contraction of the augment with the initial epsilon of some verbs is in epsilon iota instead of the more usual eta, as in echo, acon. Note: there are only 12 verbs which undergo this contraction with the augment. End note. Number 8. Verbs compounded with a preposition take the augment, as a general rule, between the preposition and the verb. Note: if the preposition combined with the verb does not alter its signification, the augment occurs at the beginning. Example: kathudo, to sleep, imperfect, ekathudon. Verbs formed from pre-existing compounds follow the general rule. Example: enantiumai, imperfect, enantiumein, from enantios, adverse. End note. As sunfero, I contribute, imperfect, suneferon. Number 9. If the final letter of the preposition is a vowel, it is elided before the augment, as apobalo, I reject, imperfect, apebalon, except in peri and pro. In the latter, however, the vowel is contracted with the augment into u. Example: probalo, imperfect, prubalon, for proebalon. Number 10. Verbs compounded with dus. If their initial is a consonant, or a vowel incapable of augment, receive the augment at the beginning, otherwise in the middle. Example, dus apeo, imperfect, edusapun, but dusapestheo makes dusapestun. Number 11. Verbs compounded with eu follow no fixed rule regarding the position of the augment. Note, the augment affords the only example of the contraction of epsilon omicron into omega. In all other cases, it is into u. End note. Section 75. Reduplication. Cases wherein reduplication is not admitted. Number 1. When the initial of the stem is a vowel, as opto, stem alpha p op, perfect epha. Number 2. When the initial is the liquid rho, a double letter or two consonants. Note, some verbs of two consonants as initials take a reduplication. The consonants in such examples, however, are brought together by syncope, as ptaomai and pipto for petaomai and piptato. End note. As reo, perfect ereka. Zeteo, perfect ezeteka. Spero, stem sigma p epsilon rho sper, perfect esparka. Exception. If the consonants consist of a mute and a liquid, except the combinations beta lambda, note, blapo beblafa is an exception, end note. Gamma lambda, gamma nu, the verb admits of reduplication, as grapto, stem gamma rho alpha p grap, perfect gegrafa. Number 3. 4 verbs whose initials are the liquids lambda mu take the augment epsilon iota instead of the reduplication. Lambano, stem lambda alpha beta lab, perfect elefa. Lancano, stem lambda alpha ki lach. Sulego, and meromai, stem mu epsilon rho mer. Number 4. When the initial is an aspirate mute, the reduplication is the corresponding soft, as phileo, perfect pephileka. Attic reduplication. This reduplication of verbs whose initial is a vowel is common among Attic writers. It consists in repeating the 2 first letters of the stem before the augment in verbs whose initials are alpha, epsilon, and omicron, thus amao, perfect omaka, by Attic reduplication amomaka. This reduplication occurs in the second aorist of a few verbs, as egagon from ago. Here it is seen the reduplicated vowel takes the augment. End of section 18. Recording by Peter O'Sullivan. This recording is in the public domain.
Of an Elementary Greek Grammar by Kühner and O'Leary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An Elementary Greek Grammar by Raphael Kühner and Charles O'Leary. Chapter 76. Verbs in me. Me iota. 1. Verbs in me have only 3 tenses of this form: present, imperfect, and second aorist. The remaining tenses are formed regularly from the stem according to the paradigm of verbs in omega. 2. They are divided into 2 classes: 1. Those that append the tense endings immediately to the stem; 2. Those that append them by means of the connecting syllables ni y and ni y. Class 1. 1. Verbs of this class are from a stem of vowel characteristic. They form their tenses by appending mi iota for the present and ni for the imperfect and second aorist to the lengthened vowel of the stem and adding the proper prefixes. 2. This lengthened vowel is retained only in the singular of the indicative active. Footnote: verbs of the characteristic alpha retain the long vowel in the second aorist, indicative, dual, and plural throughout the imperative and in the infinitive, active voice. End of footnote. 3. The prefixes are, for the present, a reduplication, which consists in repeating the initial consonant of the stem with iota in verbs susceptible of reduplication, chapter 48. Thus, from stem the is formed present tithimi. 4. The imperfect prefixes an augment to the reduplication of the present, as etithin. 5. The second aorist prefixes the augment to the stem. Thus, from the same stem is formed second aorist ethin. 6. In verbs not susceptible of reduplication, iota alone is prefixed in the present and imperfect. Footnote: this iota, which is termed the improper reduplication, receives the aspirate breathing. End of footnote. Example: stem sta, present istimi, imperfect istin. Stem present iimi. Chapter 77. Class 2. 1. The reduplication is not prefixed to the stem of verbs of this class. The tense endings are the same as in Class 1 and are appended to the stem by means of the syllable ni y if the characteristic is a vowel, by ni y if it is a consonant. 2. The stem vowel remains unaltered unless it is omicron, which is changed into omega and remains long throughout. 3. Thus, according to foregoing rules, are formed from stem dik, present diknimi, imperfect ediknin; from stem stro, present stronimi, imperfect estronin. The second aorist conforms mostly to the paradigm of verbs in omega. The remaining tenses are formed regularly from the stem, which is obtained by throwing off the connected syllables ni y and ni y. Chapter 78. Paradigm of verbs in me. Very few verbs in me have the 3 tenses in full. The following 4 verbs are the most complete and are therefore selected to exhibit the paradigm in me. Inflection by tense. Stem sta, present istimi, imperfect istin, second aorist esthin. Stem the, present tithimi, imperfect etithin, second aorist ethin. Stem tho, present didomi, imperfect edidon, second aorist edon. Stem dik, present diknimi, imperfect ediknin, second aorist wanting. Inflection by mode. Stem sta, indicative, present istimi, imperfect istin, second aorist estin. Imperative, present isti. Footnote: for istathi, termination thi, retained only in a very few compounds. End of footnote. Second aorist stithi. Footnote: in compounds sta, as aposta. End of footnote. Optative, imperfect istein, second aorist stein. Subjunctive, present isto, second aorist sto. Infinitive, present istane, second aorist stine. Participle, present istas, second aorist stas. Stem the. Indicative, present tithimi, imperfect etithin, second aorist ethin. Imperative, present tithi. Footnote: according to forms in eo and o, end of footnote, second aorist thes, and thethi, optative, imperfect, tithin, second aorist thin, subjunctive, present, titho, second aorist tho, infinitive, present, tithene, second aorist thine, participle, present, tithis, second aorist this, stem, tho, indicative, present, didomi, imperfect, edidon, second aorist edon, imperative, present, didu, and didothi. Footnote, according to forms in eo and o, end of footnote, second aorist thos, and dothi. Optative, imperfect, didin, second aorist din. Subjunctive, present, dido, second aorist do. Infinitive, present, didone, second aorist dune. Participle, present, didus, second aorist dus. Stem, dic, indicative, present, dicnimi, imperfect, edicnin. Imperative, present, dicnithi, optative, imperfect, dicniimi. Subjunctive, present, dicnio, infinitive, present, dicnine. Participle, present, dicnis. Chapter 79. Inflection by person. Stem, sta, stand. Indicative mode. Present tense, singular first person, istimi, I stand. Second person, istis. Third person, istisi. Dual second person, istaton. Third person, istaton. Plural first person, istamen. Second person, istate. Third person, istasi, and istasi. Imperfect tense, singular first person, istin. Second person, istis. Third person, isti. Dual second person, istaton. Third person, istatin. Plural first person, istamen. Second person, istate. Third person, istasan. Second aorist tense, singular first person, estin. Second person, estis. Third person, esti. Dual second person, estiton. Third person, estitin. Plural first person, estimen. Second person, estite. Third person, estisan. Subjunctive mode, present tense, singular first person, isto. Second person, istis. Third person, isti. Dual second person, istiton. Third person, istiton. Plural first person, istomen. Second person, istite. Third person, istosi. Second aorist, singular first person, sto. Second person, stis. Third person, sti. Dual second person, stiton. Third person, stiton. Plural first person, stomen. Second person, stite. Third person, stosi. Optative mode, imperfect tense, singular first person, istein. Second person, isteis. Third person, istei. Dual second person, isteton. Third person, istetin. Plural first person, istemen. Second person, istete. Third person, isteen. Footnote. In the dual and plural of the optative, the vowel ita before the ending is rejected by the Attic dialect. Thus, for isteimen, Attic istemen. End of footnote. Second aorist tense. Singular first person, stein. Second person, steis. Third person, stei. Dual second person, steiton. Third person, steitin. Plural first person, steimen. Second person, steite. Third person, stein. Imperative mode, present tense, singular, second person, isti and istathi. Third person, istato. Dual second person, istaton. Third person, istaton. Plural second person, istate. Third person, istatosan and istandon. Second aorist tense, singular, second person, stithi. Footnote, in compounds sta as aposta. End of footnote. Third person, stito. Dual, second person, stiton. Third person, stiton. Plural, second person, stite. Third person, stitosan and standon. Stem, the, place. Indicative mode. Present tense, singular, first person, tithimi, I place. Second person, tithis. Third person, tithisi. Dual, second person, titheton. Third person, titheton. Plural, first person, tithemen. Second person, tithete. Third person, titheasi and tithisi. Imperfect tense, singular, first person, etithin. Second person, etithis. Footnote, inflected as from verbs in omega contracted as titheo and didoo. End of footnote. Third person, etithi. Dual second person, etitheton. Third person, etithetin. Plural first person, etithemen. Second person, etithete. Third person, etithesan. Second aorist tense, singular. Footnote, not used in the singular. First aorist supplies its place. End of footnote. First person, ethin. Second person, ethis. Third person, ethi. Dual second person, etheton. Third person, ethetin. Plural first person, ethemen. Second person, ethete. Third person, ethesan. Subjunctive mode. Present tense. Singular, first person, titho. Second person, tithis. Third person, tithi. Dual, second person, tithiton. Third person, tithiton. Plural, first person, tithomen. Second person, tithite. Third person, tithosi. Second aorist. Singular, first person, tho. Second person, this. Third person, thi. Dual, second person, thiton. Third person, thiton. Plural, first person, thomen. Second person, thite. Third person, thosi. Optative mode. Imperfect tense. Singular, first person, tithien. Second person, tithis. Third person, tithii. Dual, second person, tithiton. Third person, tithitin. Plural, first person, tithimen. Second person, tithite. Third person, tithien. Second aorist tense, singular, first person, thein. Second person, this. Third person, thi. Dual, second person, theeton. Third person, theetin. Plural, first person, thiemen. Second person, theete. Third person, thien. Imperative mode, present tense, singular, second person, tithi and titheto. Third person, titheto. Dual, second person, titheton. Third person, titheton. Plural, second person, tithete. Third person, tithetosan and tithendon. Second aorist tense, singular, second person, thes and thethi. Third person, theto. Dual, second person, theton. Third person, theton. Plural, second person, thete. Third person, thetosan and thendon. Stem, tho, give. Indicative mode, present tense, singular, first person, didomi, I give. Second person, didos. Third person, didosi. Dual, second person, didoton. Third person, didoton. Plural, first person, didomen. Second person, didote. Third person, didoasi and didusi. Imperfect tense, singular, first person, edidun. Second person, edidus. Footnote, inflected as from verbs in omega contracted as titheo and didoo. End of footnote. Third person, edidu. Dual, second person, edidoton. Third person, edidotin. Plural, first person, edidomen. Second person, edidote. Third person, edidosan. Second aorist, singular. Footnote, first aorist used in singular as for ethin. End of footnote. First person, edon. Second person, edos. Third person, edo. Dual, second person, edoton. Third person, edotin. Plural, first person, edomen. Second person, edote. Third person, edosan. Subjunctive mode, present tense, singular, first person, didо. Second person, didos. Third person, didώ. Dual second person διδότων, third person διδότων. Plural first person διδόμεν, second person διδότε, third person διδώσει. Second aorist tense, singular first person δω, second person δος, third person δω. Dual second person δότων, third person δότων. Plural first person δόμεν, second person δότε, third person δώσει. Optative mode, imperfect tense, singular first person διδύειν, second person διδύεις, third person διδύει. Dual second person διδύτων, third person διδύτην. Plural first person διδύμεν, second person διδύτε, third person διδύεν. Second aorist tense, singular first person δίν, second person δίεις, third person δίει. Dual second person δίητον, third person δίητην. Plural first person δίμεν and δίημεν, second person δίτε and δίητε, third person δίεν. Imperative mode, present tense, singular second person δίδου. Footnote, the form in me would give imperative ending thi. The ending given in paradigm conforms to pure contracted verbs and is of more frequent occurrence. End of footnote. Third person διδότω. Dual second person δίδωτον, third person διδότων. Plural second person δίδωτε, third person διδότωσαν and διδόντων. Second aorist tense, singular second person δος and δόθη, third person δότω, dual second person δότων, third person δότων, plural second person δότε, third person δότωσαν and δόντων. Stem δίκ, show, indicative mode, present tense, singular, first person δείχνει, I show, second person δείχνεις, third person δείχνησι, dual second person δείχνητον, third person δείχνητον, plural first person δείχνημεν, second person δείχνητε, third person δείχνησι, and δεικνύασι. Imperfect tense, singular first person εδείχνειν, second person εδείχνεις, third person εδείχνει, dual second person εδείχνητον, third person εδεικνύτην, plural first person εδείχνημεν, second person εδείχνητε, third person εδείχνησαν. Second aorist is wanting. Subjunctive mode, present tense, singular first person δεικνύω, second person δεικνύεις, and so on, like verbs in omega in the optative and subjunctive. Imperative mode, present tense, singular second person δείκνει, third person δεικνύτω. Dual second person δείκνητον, third person δεικνύτων. Plural second person δείκνητε, third person δεικνύτωσαν and δεικνύντων. Remark, the verbs στήθημι and δίδομι form the first aorist with kappa instead of sigma, as έθικα, έδωκα. To these may be added ica from stem of verb iimi, and inega, first aorist of fero, from stem egg. This form is used only in the singular of the indicative active. The second aorist, which is of rare use in the part occupied by the first aorist, completes the aorist tense in the remainder of the active and in all the middle. The passive form of second aorist is not in use. Chapter 80, Paradigm, Middle Voice. 1. The tenses are formed in class 1 by appending me, mi alpha iota, for the present and min, mi itani, for the imperfect and second aorist to the unaltered vowel of the stem. 2. The prefixes are the same as in the active voice. 3. Verbs of class 2 have the same endings and annex them by means of the syllables nini y and ni y, with the distinction observed in the active. Inflection by tense. Stem sta, present istame, imperfect istamin, second aorist estamin. Stem the, present τίθεμε, imperfect ετιθέμην, second aorist εθέμην. Stem δω, present δίδομαι, imperfect ediddomin, second aorist eddomin. Stem dic, present dicnime, imperfect edicnimin, second aorist wanting. Inflection by mode. Stem sta. Indicative. Present istame, imperfect istamin, second aorist estamin. Imperative. Present istaso and isto, second aorist staso and sto. Optative. Imperfect istemin, second aorist stemin. Subjunctive. Present istome, second aorist stome. Infinitive. Present istaste, second aorist staste. Participle. Present istamenos istameni istamenon, second aorist istamenos istameni istamenon. Stem the. Indicative. Present titheme, imperfect etithemin, second aorist ethemin. Imperative. Present titheso, second aorist thu. Optative. Imperfect tithimin, second aorist thimin. Subjunctive. Present tithome, second aorist thome. Infinitive. Present titheste, second aorist theste. Participle. Present tithemenos tithemeni tithemenon, second aorist themenos themeni themenon. Stem tho. Indicative. Present didome, imperfect ediddomin, second aorist eddomin. Imperative. Present didoso, second aorist dou. Optative. Imperfect didymin, second aorist dymin. Subjunctive. Present didome, second aorist dome. Infinitive. Present didoste, second aorist doste. Participle. Present diddomenos diddomeni diddomenon, second aorist domenos domeni domenon. Stem dic. Indicative. Present dicnimi, imperfect edicnimin. Imperative. Present dicniso, optative. Imperfect dicnimin. Subjunctive. Present dicniome. Infinitive. Present dicniste. Participle. Present dicnimenos, dicnimeni, dicnimenon. Note: as there exists no passive form of the second aorist, there can be no distinct passive inflection of verbs in me. Chapter 81. Middle voice. Stem sta, stand. Indicative mode. Present tense singular, first person istame, second person istase, third person istate. Dual first person istamethon, second person istasthon, third person istasthon. Plural first person istametha, second person istaste, third person istande. Imperfect tense singular, first person istamin, second person istaso and isto. Dual first person istamethon, second person istasthon, third person istasthin. Plural first person istametha, second person istaste, third person istando. Second aorist tense singular, first person estamin. Optative mode. Imperfect tense singular, first person istemin, second person isteo, third person isteto. Dual first person istemethon, second person istesthon, third person istesthin. Plural first person istemetha, second person isteste, third person istendo. Second aorist tense singular, first person stemin. Subjunctive mode. Present tense singular, first person istome, second person isti, third person istite. Dual first person istomethon, second person ististhon, third person ististhon. Plural first person istometha, second person ististe, third person istonde. Second aorist tense singular, first person stome. Imperative mode. Present tense singular, second person istaso and isto, third person istastho. Dual second person istasthon, third person istasthon. Plural second person istaste, third person istasthosan and istasthon. Second aorist singular second person staso or sto. Infinitive and participle present istaste second aorist staste. Footnote, see paradigm of modes. End of footnote. Stem the, place. Indicative mode, present tense, singular first person τίθεμαι, second person τίθεσαι, third person τίθεται, dual first person τίθεμεθον, second person τίθεστον, third person τίθεστον. Plural first person τίθεμεθα, second person τίθεστε, third person τίθενται. Imperfect tense, singular, first person ετιθέμην, second person ετίθεσο, third person ετίθετο. Dual first person ετιθέμεθον, second person ετίθεστον, third person ετιθέστην. Plural first person ετιθέμεθα, second person ετίθεστε, third person ετίθεντο. Second aorist tense, singular, first person εθέμην, second person έθου, from έθεσο, third person έθετο. Dual first person εθέμεθον, second person έθεσθον, third person εθέστην. Plural first person εθέμεθα, second person έθεστε, third person έθεντο. Optative mode. Imperfect tense, singular first person τιθήμην, second person τιθείο, third person τιθήτω, dual first person τιθήμεθον, second person τιθίστον, third person τιθίστην, plural first person τιθήμεθα, second person τιθίστε, third person τιθύντο. Second aorist tense, singular first person θύμην, second person θείο, third person θήτο. Dual first person θύμεθον, second person θύστον, third person θύστην. Plural first person θύμεθα, second person θύστε, third person θύντο. Subjunctive mode, present tense, singular first person τιθώμε, second person τιθεί, third person τιθείτε. Dual first person τιθόμεθον, second person τιθίσθον, third person τιθίσθον. Plural first person τιθόμεθα, second person τιθίστε, third person τιθώνται. Second aorist, singular, first person θώμε, second person θη, third person θήτε. Dual first person θώμεθον, second person θύσθον, third person θύσθον. Plural first person θώμεθα, second person θύστε, third person θώνται. Imperative mode, present tense, singular, second person, τίθεσο, third person, τιθέσθο. Dual, second person, τίθεσθον, third person, τιθέσθον. Plural, second person, τίθεστε, third person, τιθέσθωσαν, or τιθέσθον. Second aorist tense, singular, second person, θου, from θέσω, third person, θέσθο, dual, second person, θέσθον, third person, θέσθον, plural, second person, θέστε, third person, θέστωσαν, and θέσθον. Stem, δω, give, indicative mode, present tense, singular, first person, δίδομαι, second person, δίδωσε, third person, δίδοτε, dual, first person, διδόμεθον, second person, δίδοσθον, third person, δίδοσθον. Plural first person, διδόμεθα, second person, δίδωστε, third person, δίδονται. Imperfect, singular, first person, εδιδόμην, second person, εδίδωσο, third person, εδίδωτο. Dual first person, εδιδόμεθον, second person, εδίδωσθον, third person, εδιδώσθην. Plural first person, εδιδόμεθα, second person, εδίδωσθε, third person, εδίδοντο. Second aorist tense, singular, first person, εδόμην, second person, έδωσο, third person, έδωτο. Dual, first person, εδόμεθον, second person, έδωστον, third person, εδώστην. Plural, first person, εδόμεθα, second person έδωστε, third person έδοντο. Optative mode, imperfect tense, singular, first person διδήμην, second person διδύο, third person διδύτο, dual, first person διδήμεθον, second person διδύσθον, third person διδύστην, plural, first person διδήμεθα, second person διδύστε, third person διδύντο. Second aorist tense, singular, first person δήμην, second person δύο, third person δίτο. Dual, first person δήμεθον, second person δίσθον, third person δίσθην. Plural, first person δήμεθα, second person δίστε, third person δίντο. Subjunctive mode, present tense, singular, first person διδώμε, second person διδώ, third person διδώτε. Dual, first person διδώμεθον, second person διδώσθον, third person διδώσθον. Plural, first person διδώμεθα, second person διδώστε, third person διδώνται. Second aorist tense, singular, first person δώμε, second person δώ, third person δώτε, dual, first person δώμεθον, second person δώσθον, third person δώσθον. Plural, first person δώμεθα, second person δώσθε, third person δόνται. Imperative mode, present tense, singular, second person δίδωσω, third person διδώσθω, dual, second person δίδωσθον, third person διδώσθον, plural, second person δίδωσθε, third person διδώστοσαν and διδώσθον. Second aorist tense, singular, second person δου, from δώσω, third person δώσθω, dual, second person δώσθον, third person δώσθον, plural, second person δώσθε, third person δώστοσαν and δώσθον. Stem, δίκ, show. Indicative mode, present tense, singular, first person δείκνυμε, second person δείκνυσε, third person δείκνυτε. Dual, first person δεικνύμεθον, second person δείκνυσθον, third person δείκνυσθον. Plural, first person δεικνύμεθα, second person δείκνυσθε, third person δείκνυνται. Imperfect tense, singular, first person εδεικνύμην, second person εδείκνυσω, third person εδείκνυτο. Dual, first person εδεικνύμεθον, second person εδείκνυσθον, third person εδεικνύσθην. Plural, first person εδεικνύμεθα, second person εδείκνυσθε, third person εδείκνυντο. Optative mode, imperfect tense, singular, first person δεικνύμην, second person δεικνύω, and so on like verbs in omega. Subjunctive mode, present tense, singular, first person δεικνύομαι, second person δεικνύει, and so on. Imperative mode, present tense, singular, second person δείκνυσω, third person δεικνύσθω, dual, second person δείκνυσθον, third person δεικνύσθον. Plural, second person δείκνυσθε, third person δεικνύσθωσαν. Remark, the verb istimi is partly transitive and partly intransitive. The transitive signification to place belongs to the present, imperfect, future, and first aorist active, the intransitive to the perfect, pluperfect, second aorist, and the future form estixo, middle voice estixome. End of section 19. Of an elementary Greek grammar by Kühner and O'Leary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An elementary Greek grammar by Raphael Kühner and Charles O'Leary. Chapter 82. Tenses formed according to the paradigm of verbs in omega. Stem sta, active voice. Perfect, έσtica. Footnote: the syncopated form έστα is common in the poets. Participle estáos, contracted estos, see chapter 105, lengthened by the Ionic dialect into estéos, so γέγα from γίνομαι and τέθνα from θνέσκω. End of footnote. Pluperfect, εστίκην and ιστίκην. First aorist, έστησα. Future, στήσω. Footnote: future form εστίξω is regarded as a future perfect, so τεθνέξω from θνίσκω. End of footnote. Middle voice, perfect, εστάμε. Pluperfect, εστάμην. First aorist, εστισάμην. Future, στήσομαι. Passive voice, first aorist, εστάθην. First future, σταθήσομαι. Stem the, active voice. Perfect, τέθηκα. Pluperfect, ετεθήκην. First aorist, έθηκα. Future, θήσω. Middle voice, perfect, τέθημε. Pluperfect, ετεθήμην. First aorist, εθηκάμην. Future, θήσομαι. Passive voice, first aorist, ετέθην, for εθέθην. First future, τεθήσομαι, for θεθήσομαι. Stem δω, active voice, perfect, δέδοκα. Pluperfect, εδεδόκην. Second aorist, έδοκα. Future, δώσω. Middle voice, perfect, δέδομε. Pluperfect, εδεδόμην. First aorist, εδοκάμην. Future, δώσομαι. Passive voice, first aorist, εδόθην. First future, δοθήσομαι. Stem δίκ, active voice, perfect, δέδειχα. Pluperfect, εδεδείχην. First aorist, έδειξα. Future, δείξω. Middle voice, perfect, δέδειγμε. Pluperfect, εδεδείγμην. First aorist, εδειξάμην. Future, δείξομαι. Passive voice, first aorist, εδείχθην. First future, διχθήσομαι. Chapter 83. Condensed paradigm of verbs that annex the ending mi, iota, by means of the connecting syllables ni y and ni y. Characteristic alpha, stem σκέδα. Present, σκεδάνιμη. Imperfect, εσκεδάνην. Perfect, εσκέδακα. Pluperfect, εσκεδάκην. Future, σκεδάσω and σκεδώ. Aorist, εσκέδασα. Characteristic έψιλον, stem κορέ. Present, κορένιμη. Imperfect, εκορένην. Perfect, κεκόρεκα. Pluperfect, εκεκορέκην. Future, κορέσω and κορώ. Aorist, εκόρεσα. Characteristic omicron and omega. Stem, στρώ. Present, στρώνιμη. Imperfect, εστρώνην. Perfect, έστρωκα. Pluperfect, εστρώκην. Future, στρώσω. Aorist, έστρωσα. Stem, όλε. Present, όλιμη. For όλνημη. See chapter 8. Imperfect, όλην. Perfect, όλεκα. Attic reduplication, ολόλεκα. Second perfect, όλολα. Pluperfect, όλεκα. Attic reduplication, ολολέκην. Future, ολέσω and ολό. Aorist, όλεσα. Chapter 84. Middle voice. Stem, σκέδα. Present, σκεδάμινη. Imperfect, εσκεδανίμην. Perfect, εσκέδασμε. Pluperfect, εσκεδάσμην. Stem, κορέ. Present, κορένιμε. Imperfect, εκορενίμην. Perfect, κεκόρεσμε. Pluperfect, εκεκορέσμην. Future, κορέσομαι. Aorist, εκορεσάμεν. Stem, στρώ. Present, στρώνιμη. Imperfect, εστρονίμην. Perfect, έστρωμε. Pluperfect, εστρώμην. Stem, όλε. Present, όλιμε. Imperfect, ολίμην. Future, ολούμε. Second aorist, ολόμην. Chapter 85. Passive voice. Stem, σκέδα. Aorist, εσκεδάστην. First future, σκεδαστήσομαι. Stem, κορέ. Aorist, εκορέσθην. First future κορεσθήσομαι. Stem stro. Aorist estρώθην. First future στρωθήσομαι. Chapter 86. The following second aorists of verbs in omega are according to the form in me. Evin, stem va, imperative βήθη, optative vein, subjunctive vo, infinitive vine, participle vas, present veno, to go. Esvin, stem sve, imperative σβήθη, optative σβήν, subjunctive svo, infinitive σβήνε, participle σβής, present σβένιμη, to extinguish. Έγνον, stem γνώ, imperative γνώθη, optative γνήειν, subjunctive γνώ, infinitive γνώνε, participle γνούς, present γιγνώσκω, to know. Έδιν, stem δι, imperative δήθη, optative δίειν and δίειν, subjunctive διό, infinitive δίνε, participle this, present δύο, to enter. Summary of verbs that form their second aorist according to form in me. Διδράσκω, stem δρά, second aorist έδραν, to run away. Πέτομαι, stem πτά, second aorist έπτην, middle voice επτάμην, to fly. Σκέλω, stem σκλά, second aorist έσκλην, to dry. Φθάνω, stem φθά, second aorist εύθυν, to anticipate. Καίω, stem κάε, second aorist εκάειν, to burn. Ρέω, stem ρίε, second aorist ερίειν, to flow. Χαίρω, stem χάρε, second aorist εχάριν, to rejoice. Αλίσκομαι, stem άλλο, second aorist ήλον and εάλλον, to be taken. Βιώ, stem βιώ, second aorist ευίον, to live. Φύω, stem φύ, second aorist έφην, to produce. Chapter 87. Perfects according to form in me. 1. Example 2. Perfect, singular, first person, δέδια, second person, δέδιας, third person, δέδιε. Dual, second person, δέδιτον, third person, δέδιτον. Plural, first person, δέδιμεν, second person, δέδιτε, third person, δεδίαση, mode vowel being omitted. Imperative, δεδυθητό, subjunctive, δεδύο. Infinitive, δεδίαινε and δέδιμεν. Summary of perfects of the above form belonging to verbs in omega. Present, γίγνομαι. Perfect, γέγα. First person plural, γέγαμεν. Stem, γα. To become. Present, βαίνω. Perfect, βέβαια. First person plural, βέβαμεν. Stem, βα. To go. Present, θνίσκω. Perfect, τένθα. First person plural, τέθναμεν. Stem, θαν. To die. Present, τλάω. Perfect, τέτλα. First person plural, τέτλαμεν. Stem, τλά. To bear. 2. Here belong also the imperative κέκραχθη from κράζω, πέπιστη from πείθω, and the participles βευρός and πεπτός from βιβρόσκω and πίπτω, stems βρώ and pet. Chapter 88. Anomalous and defective verbs in me, arranged according to their characteristic vowels, alpha, epsilon, iota, omicron. 1. Verbs that annex the tense ending to the lengthened vowel of the stem, characteristic alpha. Example, istimi. Φημί, stem fa, I say. Inflection by tense. See chapter 77. Present, φημί, formed by annexing the ending me to the lengthened vowel of the stem. Imperfect, έφην, formed by prefixing the augment and adding the ending to the stem as in the present. Tenses according to form in omega. Future, φύσω. First aorist, έφυσα. Inflection by mode. Indicative. Present, φημί. Imperfect, έφην. Imperative. Present, φαθή. Optative. imperfect, fein, subjunctive, present, pho, infinitive, present, phane, participle, present, nominative, phas, phasa, phan, genitive, phandos, phasis, phandos. The infinitive phane, though assigned to the present in inflection, is an aorist in meaning. When the present is required, le or afniaskin is used. Inflection by person. Indicative. Present. Singular, first person phimi, second person phis, third person phisi. Dual, second person phaton, third person phaton. Plural, first person phamen, second person phate, third person phasi. Imperfect. Singular, first person ephin, second person ephis, third person ephi. Dual, second person ephaton, third person ephatin. Plural, first person ephamen, second person ephate, third person ephasan. Subjunctive, present, singular, first person pho, second person phis, third person phi. Dual, second person phyton, third person phyton. Plural, first person phomen, second person phite, third person phosi. Optative, imperfect, singular, first person phein, second person pheis, third person phei. Dual, second person pheton and phaeton, third person phaetin and pheitin. Plural, first person phaemen and phaemen, second person phaete and phete, third person phaen. Imperative, singular, second person phathi, third person phato. Dual, second person phaton, third person phaton. Plural, second person phate, third person phatosan and phandon. Chapter 89, Middle Voice. Indicative, imperfect, ephamin, third pluperfect, ephando. Imperative, perfect, pefastho. Infinitive, present, phaste. Participle, present, phamenus. Verbal adjectives, phatos and phateos. To the foregoing division belong kychrimi, stem chra, to lend. Chri, stem chra, it behoveth. Apochri, stem chra, it sufficeth. Onynimi, stem ona, to profit. Pimplimi, stem pla, to fill. Pimprimi, stem pra, to burn. Tlimi, stem tla, to endure. With the deponent verbs agame, I admire, erame, I love, cremame, I hang, priame, I buy, diname, I am able, epistame, I know. Chapter 90, Characteristic epsilon, tithimi, stem the. Iimi, stem I send. Inflection by tense, present iimi, formed by prefixing iota and adding tense ending mi to the prolonged stem. Imperfect iun, from ieo, seldom iin, second aorist, first person, plural, imen. Tenses according to form in omega. Perfect, ica, pluperfect, ikin. First aorist, ica, first future, iso. Inflection by mode. Indicative, present, iimi, imperfect, iun, second aorist, first person plural, imen. Imperative, present, ii, second aorist, es. Optative, imperfect, in and in, second aorist, in. Subjunctive, present, io, second aorist, o. Infinitive, present, iene, second aorist, ine. Participle, present, iis, iisa, ien, second aorist, is, issa, en. Inflection by person. Indicative, present, singular, first person, iimi, second person, iis, third person, iisi, dual, second person, ieton, third person, ieton, plural, first person, iemen, second person, iete, third person, iisi and iasi. Imperfect, singular, first person, iun and iin, second person, iis, third person, ii, dual, second person, ieton, third person, ietin, plural, first person, iemen, second person, iete, third person, iesan, second aorist, dual, second person, iton, third person, itin, plural, first person, imen, second person, ite, third person, isan and esan. Imperative, present, singular, second person, ii, third person, ieto, dual, second person, ieton, third person, ieton, plural, second person, iete, third person, ietosan and iondon. Second aorist, singular, second person, es, third person, eto, dual, second person, eton, third person, eton, plural, second person, ete, third person, etosan and endon. Optative, imperfect, singular, first person, iin and iin, second person, iis, third person, ii, dual, second person, iiton and iiton, third person, iitin and iitin, plural, first person, iimen and iimen, second person, iite and iite or ite, third person, ien and ien. Second aorist, singular, first person, in, second person, is, third person, I, dual, second person, iton, third person, itin, plural, first person, imen, second person, ite, third person, ien. Subjunctive, present, singular, first person, io, second person, is, third person, ii, dual, second person, iiton, third person, iiton, plural, first person, iomen, second person, iite, third person, iosi. Second aorist, singular, first person, o, second person, is, third person, I, dual, second person, iton, third person, iton, plural, first person, omen, second person, ite, third person, osi. Chapter 91, Middle Voice, Inflection by Tense and Mode. Indicative, present tense, ieme, imperfect, iemin, second aorist, imin. Imperative, present tense, ieso, second aorist, u. Optative, imperfect tense, iimin and iimin, second aorist, imin. Subjunctive, present tense, iome, second aorist, ome. Infinitive, present tense, ieste, second aorist, este. Participle, present tense, iemenus, iemeni, iemenon, second aorist, emenos, emeni, emenon. Tenses according to form in omega. Indicative, perfect tense, ime, pluperfect, imin, future, isome, first aorist, ikamin. Passive voice. Indicative, first aorist, ithin, future, ethysome. Infinitive, first aorist, ethine. Inflection by person, indicative mode. Present, singular, first person, ieme, second person, iese, third person, iete. Dual, first person, iemethon, second person, iesthon, third person, iesthon. Plural, first person, iemetha, second person, ieste, third person, iende. Imperfect, singular, first person, iemin, second person, ieso, third person, ieto. Dual, first person, iemethon, second person, iesthon, third person, iesthin. Plural, first person, iemetha, second person, iesthe, third person, iendo. Second aorist, singular, first person, imin, second person, iso, third person, ito. Dual, first person, imethon, second person, isthon, third person, isthin. Plural, first person, imetha, second person, isthe, third person, indo. Imperative, present, singular, second person, ieso and iu, third person, iestho. Dual, second person, iesthon, third person, iesthon. Plural, second person, ieste, third person, iesthosan and iesthon. Second aorist, singular, second person ou, third person esthon. Dual, second person esthon, third person esthon. Plural, second person esthe, third person esthosan. Optative, imperfect, singular, first person imin and imin, second person io and io, third person ito and ito. Dual, first person imethon and imethon, second person iston and iston, third person istin and istin. Plural, first person imetha and imetha, second person iste and iste, third person indo and indo. Second aorist, singular, first person imin and imin, second person io and io, third person ito and ito. Dual, first person imethon and imethon, second person isthon and isthon, third person istin and istin, plural, first person imetha and imetha, second person isthe and isthe, third person indo and indo. Subjunctive, present, singular, first person iome, second person I, third person ite, dual, first person iomethon, second person isthon, third person isthon, plural, first person iometha, second person iste, third person ionde. Second aorist, singular, first person ome, second person I, third person ite. Dual, first person omethon, second person isthon, third person isthin, plural, first person ometha, second person iste, third person onde. 1. Many parts of the above verb are used only in its compounds. 2. The mode vowel omicron iota of the optative is more common than epsilon iota. The former is Attic. 3. To this class belong aimi, stem ae, to breathe, didimi, stem the, to bind, and dizimi, stem ze, to search. End of section 20.
Of an elementary Greek grammar by Kühner O'Leary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An elementary Greek grammar by Raphael Kühner and Charles O'Leary. Section 21. Chapter 92. Aimi to go, aimi to be. Aimi to go, stem e, and aimi to be, stem s, though not related in their radical syllables, are here presented together in order that the similarity and difference in their inflection may be better observed. Inflection by mode and tense. Aimi to go, aimi to be. Present indicative, aimi to be. Imperfect, en. Future, esomai. Imperative, isti. Optative imperfect, eien. Optative future, esoimen. Subjunctive present, o. Infinitive present, einai. Infinitive future, esestai. Participle present, on. Future, esomenos. Present indicative, eimi, to go. Imperfect, eiein. Imperative, itti. Optative imperfect, ioimi. Present subjunctive, io. Present infinitive, ienai, present participle ion. Inflection by number and person. Indicative mode. Me to be. Present me, I am. Esti, eston, eston, esmen, este, sie. Imperfect an, I was. As or esta, a or an. Eston or eton, esten or eten, amen, ete or este, esan. Amy to go, present, Amy I go, asi, iton, iton, imen, ite, iasi. Imperfect eain or ea I went, eas or easta, ea, eiton or eton, eaten or eten, eamen or amen, eate or ete, esan or esan. Indicative mode, future, esomai I will be. Ese or ese, esetai or estai, esometon, eseston, eseston, esometa, eseste, esontai. Imperative mode, present, isti, be though, esto, eston, eston, este, estosan or eston. Present, iti or a, go though, ito, iton, iton, ite, itosan or iton or ionton. Optative mode, imperfect. An I might be. As, ae, aeton, aeten, aemen or amen, aete or aete, aesan or aen. Imperfect ioimi or ioien I might go. Iois, ioi, ioiton, ioiten, ioimen, ioite, ioien. Subjunctive mode, present. O, as, eton, eton, omen, ete, osi. Present, io, ies, ie, ieton, ieton, iomen, iete, iosi. Middle voice, emi, I hasten. Remark, there is not wanting authority to support the opinion that emi ought to be written with a rough breathing and referred to hiemi, which in form it resembles. Some deduce it and ami from a stem io instead of that given, and thus, as it were, remove the anomaly. Present emi, imperfect ieso, infinitive iestai, participle iemenos, imperfect iemen. Inflection by person, indicative. Present iemai, iesai or ie, ietai, iemeton, ieston, ieston, iemeta, ieste, ientai. Imperfect, iemen, ieso, ieto, iemeton, ieston, iesten, iemeta, ieste, iento. Imperative, ieso, ieste, iesto, iestosan, or ieston. Inflection of the preterites keimai to lie down, hemai to sit. A perfect keimai, imperative keiso, subjunctive keomai, infinitive keistai, participle keimenos. Indicative keimai, keisai, keitai, keimeton, keiston, keiston, keimeta, keiste, keintai. Imperative keiso, keisto, keiston, keiston, keiste, keistosan. Subjunctive perfect keomai, kie, kietai, keometon, keeston, keeston, keometa, keeste, keontai. Indicative pluperfect ekeimen, ekeiso, ekeito, ekeimeton, ekeiston, ekeisten, ekeimeta, ekeiste, ekeinto. Infinitive keistai, participle keimenos, aeon, optative keoimen, keoio, keoito, keoimeton, keoiston, keoisten, keoimeta, keoiste, keointo. Note: keimai and hemai are preterites from the stem ke, contracted kei, and head. The stem head appears in hedzomai, in the poetic first aorist heisa, and in the third person plural perfect hestai for hettai. Keimai, I have laid myself down, hence I am lying, lie down. Hemai, I have seated myself, passive, I have been seated, hence I sit, I am sitting. Hemai, perfect hemai, imperative heso, infinitive hestai, participle hemenos, pluperfect hemen. Indicative perfect hemai, hesai, hestai, hemeton, heston, heston, hemeta, heste, hentai. Pluperfect hemen, heso, hesto, hemeton, heston, hesten, hemeta, heste, hento. Imperative heso, heston, heste, hesto, heston, hestosan. Inflection of the anomalous perfect oida, pluperfect edein, stem id, of which a present eido is in use. Remark: the form isemi, given in some grammars as a present of the above preterite forms, does not exist. Perfect oida, imperative isti, subjunctive eido, infinitive eidenai, participle eidos, pluperfect edein, optative eideien. Inflection by number and person. Indicative oida, oista or oidas, oide, iston, iston, ismen or isamen, iste, isasi. Imperative: isti, isto, iston, iston, iste, istosan. Subjunctive: eido, eides, eide, eideton, eideton, eidomen, eidete, eidosin. Indicative pluperfect: edein or ede, edes or edesta, edei or ede, edeiton or eston, edeiten or esten, edeimen or esmen, edeite or este, edesan or esan. Optative pluperfect: eideien, eidees, eideie, eideiton or eideieton, eideiten, eideimen or eideiemen, eideite, eideien. Chapter 93. Strengthening of the stem. 1. Under the paradigm of tense formation, Chapter 49, note: it has been observed that the present and imperfect add certain letters to the stem for the purpose of strengthening it. When the strengthening letter is a vowel, besides the two tenses named, it is also retained in all the first tenses, but never in the second. 2. The consonants used to strengthen a stem are generally tau when the characteristic is a p moot, tau sigma when it is gamma, sigma when it is delta, nu when the characteristic is kappa. Examples: typto, stem typ, to strike; pratto or prasso, stem prag, to do, gamma being assimilated; frazzo is frazzo, stem frat, to say; dacno, stem dec, to bite. 3. In the case of liquid characteristics, nu strengthens the characteristic mu, as camno, stem cam. Lambda is doubled, as psallo, stem psal. Stems with the characteristics nu and ro are strengthened by the addition of a vowel. Chapter 94. Besides the foregoing, there are other modes of strengthening the stem, which may be classified under different heads. 1. Stem strengthened by inserting nu before the ending of present. Vaino, stem ba, stem vowel being lengthened. Future basomai, to go. Second aorist eben, according to form in mi. Dyno, stem du, future dyso, to enter. 2. By inserting ne before the ending. Byneo, stem bu, future byso, to stop up. Hykneomai, stem hic, future hyxomai, perfect hykmai, to come. Kyneo, stem ky, future kyso, to kiss. 3. By inserting an, ein before the ending. Heistanomai, stem heist, future heistesomai, to perceive, second aorist estomen. Osphreinomai, stem osfre, future osphresomai, to smell, second aorist osphromen. 4. By inserting nu, changed to gamma before the characteristic an before ending. Eryngano, stem eryk, second aorist erygon, to vomit. tingano, stem tik, second aorist etigon, to touch. Mantano, stem mat, future matesomai, to learn, second aorist ematon. Lantano, stem lat, second aorist elaton, to lie hid. 5. By inserting the syllable isk, sk, before the ending. The former when the stem ends in a consonant, the latter when it ends in a vowel. Haliskomai, stem halo, future halosomai, to take, second aorist healon and helon, perfect healoka and heloka. Heurisko, stem heur, future heureso, second aorist heuron, to find, perfect heureka. 6. By reduplication, which consists in repeating the initial consonant with the iota before the stem. Bibazo, stem ba, future bibazo, attic bibo, to convey. Gignosko, stem gno, future gnoso, to know, second aorist egnon. Gignomai, stem gen, for gigenomai, future genesomai, second aorist egenomen, second perfect gegona and gegaa, ga, perfect middle gegenemai, to beget. Pipto, stem pet, for pipetto, future pesumai, to fall, perfect peptoka, second aorist epeson. Tirao, stem tra, future treso, to wound. End of chapter 21.
Section 22 of An Elementary Greek Grammar by Kühner, O'Leary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. An Elementary Greek Grammar by Raphael Kühner and Charles O'Leary. Section 22. Chapter 6. Section 95. Dialects. The Greek language has a variety of dialects. The most important are the Ionic, Doric, Aeolic, and Attic. The grammatical forms of words have been presented in the preceding pages as they occur in the Attic and Common dialects. Note: so the Attic was named when it became the language of the Grecian world after the conquests of Alexander. As a matter of necessity, Attic purity was impaired by the introduction of many provincial forms. End note. The other dialects will be here brought under view in examples characteristic of them, selected from the writings preserved in each. The countries in which the dialects were respectively spoken, the writings belonging to each. The Doric, regarded as the oldest dialect, was spoken in the Greek colonies of the south and southwest coast of Asia Minor, in the island of Rhodes, in a great part of the Peloponnesus, and in some parts of Greece proper, especially in Thebes. Writings: the Odes of Pindar, a native of Thebes, B.C. 522. The choral odes of the drama, with some treatises on philosophy. This was the least polished and cultivated of the four national dialects. The Aeolic, closely akin to the Doric, was spoken in the Aeolian colonies of the northwest coast of Asia Minor, in the islands that skirt the coast as far as Lydia, in Achaia, Thessaly, and other parts of Greece proper. Writings. The Odes of Sappho and Alcaeus, B.C. 610, both natives of Lesbos. This dialect was of more refined cast than the Doric. The Ionic was spoken in its purity in the Ionian colonies of Asia Minor, and partook of the general refinement and cultivation of that portion of the Hellenic family. It is characterized by a fondness for vowel sounds, by a softness and delicacy that distinguish it from the Doric branch of the language. It is divided into the older and later Ionic. Writings. Of the older, the works of Homer, B.C. 900. Of the later, the prose writings of Herodotus, B.C. 484, and of Hippocrates, B.C. 460. The Attic, akin to the Ionic, was spoken in its purity in Attica at Athens. After the loss of Grecian independence and the consequent breaking up of distinct nationalities, this became the universal dialect of the Greeks. In its high cultivation and the richness of its literature, it surpasses the other dialects. It is divided into the Old, the Middle, and the New. Writings. Of the Old, the tragedies of Aeschylus, B.C. 520, Sophocles, B.C. 497, and Euripides, B.C. 480, the history of Thucydides, B.C. 472, the comedies of Aristophanes, B.C. 472, and the orations of the earlier orators. Of the Middle, the works of Plato, B.C. 430, and Xenophon, B.C. 447. Of the New, the orations of Demosthenes and the writings of his contemporaries, the later comedies. The Epic. This name is given to forms found in the epic poems of Homer and Hesiod. Note: the epic dialect is composed of forms that remained from the old language, not appropriated by any of the newly modeled dialects. To these were added, no doubt, forms invented by the poet, according to the analogy of those furnished him by the ancient language as well as by the more modern dialects. End note. Section 96. Special dialectic forms. 1. Dialects do not admit of any general rules whereby they can be distinguished from one another. They are to be learned only from examples selected from the writings in which each is presented in its greatest purity. 2. The following general characteristics are worthy of notice. 3. The Doric has the broad open sound of alpha, where the Ionic and Attic have eta. In contraction it has epsilon upsilon, where the Attic has omicron upsilon. Alpha is its primitive vowel. 4. The Ionic is partial to the open sound of vowels and rarely contracts. Eta and omicron iota are its favorite vowel sounds. It is fond of inserting epsilon before omega. 5. The Attic contracts the resolved vowel sounds of the Ionic. It is partial to the long vowel omega, and for the purpose of introducing it, shortens a preceding long vowel or changes it into epsilon. Section 97. First declension. Nominative. 1. The Doric retains the original long alpha, for which the Attic and Ionic have substituted eta. Example: tima. Genitive: timas. Doric. 2. The Aeolic terminates masculine nouns in eta sigma with short alpha. Example: hippota, for hypotes. This form is of common occurrence in epic poetry. Genitive. 3. The genitive singular terminated originally in alpha omicron, the plural in alpha omega nu. Example: atreidao, musa on. The Doric contracted the vowels in both cases into alpha. Atreida, musan. The Ionic substituted epsilon for alpha. Example: atreideo, museon. Dative. 4. The old form of the dative was alpha iota sigma iota, retained by the Doric and older Attic poets. The Ionic is eta sigma iota, or eta iota subscript sigma. The new Attic is alpha iota sigma. Accusative. 5. The Aeolic accusative plural was alpha iota sigma instead of alpha sigma. Section 98, second declension. Nominative. 1. In proper names in lambda alpha omicron sigma, the Doric rejects omicron throughout and adopts long alpha. Example: Menelaos. Doric: Menelas. Genitive: Menela. Genitive. 2. The old ending was omicron omicron, contracted into omicron upsilon, whence the Thessalian omicron iota omicron, adopted by the epic poets. The Ionic termination singular and plural is the same as for the first: epsilon omega nu. The Doric plural is alpha nu, contracted from alpha omega nu. Dative, dual. Epic, omicron iota iota nu instead of omicron iota nu. Plural. Omicron iota sigma iota was the original form, still preserved in Homer and in Ionic prose, hence regarded as Ionic. Example: logoisi. Attic: logois. Words. Accusative, plural. Doric omega. Example: tos nomos, laws, for nomus. Aeolic, omicron iota sigma, as nomois. Attic, second declension. The epic genitive is omega omicron instead of omega. In some words the omega is resolved differently. Example: galos, sister-in-law. Genitive: galoos. Section 99, third declension. Nominative. The Doric has alpha instead of the Attic, Ionic, and Epic eta. Example: poiman, for poimen. Genitive, plural. Ionic, epsilon omega nu. Doric, alpha omega nu, contracted into alpha nu. Example: aigan, stem, alpha iota gamma, from ix, a goat, instead of aigon. Nouns in iota sigma, Attic genitive epsilon omega sigma, are regular in the Epic and Ionic. Example: polis, genitive, polios. Dative: Epic endings sigma iota, sigma sigma iota when stem ends in a vowel, epsilon sigma iota, and epsilon sigma sigma iota. The original ending of the dative plural was epsilon sigma iota, strengthened in the Epic by the insertion of sigma. Alpha sigma iota never doubles the sigma. In the Old Language, epsilon sigma iota was added to the simple stem without the euphonic changes. Example: anact esi, for which, anaxi. Section 100, Adjectives. Adjectives in ypsilon sigma, feminine epsilon iota alpha, have in the Epic feminine epsilon alpha. Some have ypsilon sigma common to the masculine and feminine in the Epic, which have separate forms for both genders in the other dialects. Homer, for the sake of metrical quantity, uses in comparison adjectives the long connecting vowel omega, where the preceding syllable is long. Section 27, 9. Example: xenóteros. End of section 22. Section 23 of An Elementary Greek Grammar by Kühner, O'Leary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. An Elementary Greek Grammar by Raphael Kühner and Charles O'Leary. Section 23. Section 101, Pronouns. Inflection of pronouns in different dialects. 1. Personal pronouns. Ego. Singular. Epic. Nominative. Ego, egon. Genitive. Emeo, emu, mu. Dative. Emoi. Accusative. Eme. Ionic. Genitive. Emeo, emu, mu. Doric. Genitive. Emeus, emus. Dative. Emin. Aeolic. Nominative. Ego, egon. Dative. Emoi. Plural. Epic. Nominative. Hemes. Ames. Genitive. Emeon. Dative. Hemin. Hemin. Accusative. Hemeas. Ionic. Nominative. Hemes. Genitive. Hemeon. Doric. Nominative. Hames. Genitive. Hamon. Dative. Hamin. Aeolic. Nominative. Ames. Genitive, ammeon. Dative, ammi, ammesi. Su, singular, epic, nominative, su, tune. Genitive, seo, seu, seoio, teoio, sethen. Dative, soi, toi. Accusative, se. Ionic. Genitive, seu, seoio, teoio, sethen. Doric. Nominative, tu. Genitive, teo, teos, teus. Dative, tin, tein. Accusative, te, tu. Plural, epic, nominative, humes. Genitive, humeon, humeion. Dative, humin, ummi. Accusative, humeas. Ionic, nominative, humees. Genitive, humeon. Dative, humin. Accusative, humeas. Doric, nominative, humes. Aeolic, nominative, omnes. Genitive, omion. Accusative, omme. Ego, epic, dual. Nominative, noi. Genitive and dative, noin, noi, no. Su, epic, dual. Nominative, svoin, svoi, svoin, svo. Genitive and dative, svoin, svoi, svon, svo. Who, of him. Singular, epic. Genitive, heu, heo, heio, heeo. Hethen. Dative, heoi, hoi. Accusative, hee, min, he. Ionic. Genitive, heu, heo. Accusative, hee. Doric. Genitive, heus. Dative, in. Accusative, nin, sve. Plural, epic. Genitive, sveon, svon, sveon. Dative, svin, svi, svisi. Accusative, sveas, svas, sveas, sve. Ionic. Genitive. Spheon. Sphon. Spheon. Dative. Sphi. Accusative. Spheas. Aeolic. Dative. Asphi. Accusative. Asphe. Reflexive pronouns. Emautou, seautou, and heautou have their components written separate in Homer as auton. The Ionic dialect changes the diphthong alpha upsilon into omega upsilon, and to this prefixes epsilon. Example: emeutou, seautou. Adjective pronouns. Possessive. Thine. Sos. Doric. Theos. Also epic. His. Hos. He. Hon. Doric and Ionic. Heos. On. Our. Hemeteros. Doric and epic. Amos. Aeolic. Ammos. Ammeteros. Your. Hymeteros. Doric and epic. Humos. Aeolic. Umos. There. Sveteros. Aeolic and epic. Svos. Demonstrative. Singular. Nominative feminine in Doric is ha. Genitive epic toio, tiu. Doric to. Feminine tas. Dative Doric feminine ta. Accusative Doric feminine tan. Plural. Epic nominative toi, tai. Also Doric genitive taon. Epic tan. Doric dative toisi, taisi. Epic accusative tos, tos. Doric teis, teisi. Hutos, haute, tuto. This. The Ionic inserts epsilon before the long endings of the oblique cases. Example: tu teu for tutu. Ekeinos, Ionic, keinos, so in Attic poetry. Doric, teinos. Aeolic, keinos. Hode. Dative, epic, tois desi and tois desi instead of toiside and toiste. Relative. Hos, he, ho. Doric, ho, he, ho. The Doric retains throughout, except in the neuter, the form of the demonstrative for this pronoun. The same occurs in Homer and in other Ionic writers. Genitive, epic and Ionic, hoio. Dative, heisi and heis instead of heis. Indefinite and interrogative. Tis, ti, any one, who. Genitive, epic and Ionic, teo. Epic, Ionic, and Doric, teo. Dative, epic and Ionic, teo and tor. Plural, accusative, neuter, assa. Genitive, teon. Epic and Ionic, dative, teoisi. Epic and Ionic, also toisi. Hostis, whoever. Hotis, hoti, hotti. Epic, genitive, hotio. Epic and Ionic, hoteo, hotteo, hottu. Epic, dative, hoteor, hotto. Epic and Ionic accusative, hotina, hoti, hotti. Epic, plural, nominative, neuter, hatina. Epic, genitive, hoteon. Epic and Ionic dative, hoteoisi. Feminine, hoteisi. Epic, accusative, hotinas. Neuter, hatina, and hassa. Epic. Section 102. Augment, reduplication. 1. All dialects except the Attic suffer the omission of the augment in poetry. Example, luce for eluse. 2. Ionic prose even omits at pleasure the temporal augment. Example, ergasmai, hamai, for ergasmai, hemai. 3. Complying with the exigencies of the verse, the epic doubles the liquids, the mutes, pi, tau, and the breathing, sigma. Example, ellabon, essue. It neglects doubling rho for similar reason. Example, erexas. 4. The Doric contracts the augment epsilon with initial alpha into long alpha instead of eta. Example, ago, imperfect. Eagon, Doric, agon, Ionic and Attic, agon. 5. The second aorist, active and middle, is reduplicated in some verbs by the Ionic dialect. This reduplication is retained through all the modes. Example, kekamo, kekluthi. Section 103. Personal endings and mode vowel. Active voice. First person. The original ending mu iota. Note: the conjugation in mu iota is, for good reason, regarded as the older form of the verb. End note. Is preserved by the epic in some verbs. Example, ktenomi, tuchomi. Second person. The epic, Aeolic, and Doric add theta alpha to the common ending eta sigma. Example, tithestha, ethelestha, for tithes, etheles. Rarely to omicron iota sigma of the optative, as didoistha. the Doric ending is epsilon sigma in second person indicative principal tenses. Boulues for bouloues. Third person, the Doric has eta for epsilon iota. Example, didaske for didaske. The epic adds sigma iota to the subjunctive. Age si. First person plural. The Doric is epsilon sigma instead of mu epsilon nu. Tuptomes. Third person plural. The Doric is omicron nu tau iota, as tuptonti. This was the original ending, nu being the characteristic of third person plural, which was altered by the softer dialects into omicron upsilon sigma iota. The Iolodoric omicron iota sigma iota for omicron upsilon sigma iota also occurs, as naioisi for naiusi. See section 8, 4. For epsilon iota nu of pluperfect, the epic and Ionic have epsilon alpha contracted by the Attic into eta, as dea, eas, for eden, es, The dual endings of the historical tenses, first and second persons, are alike in Homer. Note: verbs that originally had the digamma do not contract the augment in Homer. Example, andano, fandano, imperfect, eandanon, edomai, phedomai, aorist, eisamenos. End note. Middle voice. Second person. The characteristic letter was sigma, which is retained only in the perfect and pluperfect. Thus, present, tuptesai, from which the Ionic excludes sigma, tuptei, contracted by the Attic into eta iota subscript. In conversational language, as appears from comedy, into epsilon iota. Hence, tupte or tuptei. In like manner is derived the second person of the historical tenses omicron upsilon. Thus, imperfect, etuptu, from etupteo, Ionic, for etupteso, and etupso, Ionic, etupsao, for etupsaso. Homer lengthens the Ionic epsilon omicron into epsilon iota omicron, as ereo. In the epic, epsilon omicron becomes epsilon upsilon instead of omicron upsilon in some verbs, as epleu, archeu. First person plural. Mu epsilon sigma theta omicron nu and mu epsilon sigma theta alpha occur as endings in the dual and plural in poetry instead of mu epsilon theta omicron nu, mu epsilon theta alpha. Example, tuptomistha. Third person. The new characteristic before the ending is changed by the Ionic and Epic into alpha. Example, ebebuluato, for ebebulunto. The alpha, omicron, eta preceding nu are changed into epsilon. Ebulonto, Ionic, ebuleato. Peptantai, pepteatai. By this change of nu into alpha, the Ionic dispenses with the periphrasis of participle and ami in the third person plural perfect and pluperfect. Example: frazo, pefradatai, third person perfect, for pefradntai, for which is substituted in common dialect pefrasmenoi esi. The ending eta sigma alpha nu, both indicative and optative, is shortened by the Ionic and Epic into epsilon nu. Example: etupen, for etupesan. Imperative, optative, subjunctive, and infinitive modes. 1. The imperative endings epsilon tau omega sigma alpha nu and epsilon sigma theta omega sigma alpha nu become, in the Doric and Ionic dialects, omicron nu tau omega nu and sigma theta omega nu. Example: tuptetosan, Doric tuptonton, tuptesthosan, Doric tupteston. Section 104. Contracted verbs. The Epic admits contraction, but much more sparingly than the Attic. 1. Verbs in alpha omega. The Ionic keeps the open form, but substitutes epsilon or omicron, sometimes omega, for alpha. Thus, horao, Ionic, horeo. It resolves alpha into alpha alpha, horaasthai, for horasthai. It omits the vowel preceding the first aorist ending, as hebosa, for heboesa. In the dual, alpha epsilon are contracted into eta, Ionic. 2. Verbs in epsilon omega. Even in the common dialect, the open form is frequently retained. The Ionic contracts epsilon omicron into epsilon upsilon, as auteun, geneu. Verbs in omicron omega are likewise contracted by it into epsilon upsilon, as edikaion, for edikaion. In Epic, epsilon is resolved into epsilon iota, as eteleeto. 3. The infinitive being originally epsilon nu, not epsilon iota nu, is without iota subscript in contractions, as timan, from timaen, timaen. The Doric, contrary to its usual fondness for alpha, contracts alpha epsilon into eta. Thus, infinitive timein, also phoetetein. It contracts alpha omicron upsilon, and alpha omega into alpha. Example: penamen, for penaomen. gelan for gelaon. Section 105, Conjugation in mu iota. 1. The imperfect, epic, ionic, and Doric of verbs whose characteristics are epsilon and omicron is formed according to contracted verbs. Example: etithe, edidu. This is almost limited to the second and third persons. This form is met with in the present of these persons also. 2. The Ionic has the optative omicron iota mu eta nu instead of epsilon iota mu eta nu. Example: theoimein. The endings of the historical tenses are shortened by the epic. Example: ethen for ethesan, edon for edosan. 3. The epic forms the imperative of histemi, hista or histe, instead of histathi. 4. The Ionic lengthening by the insertion of epsilon is common in these verbs. Example: histeo, dunei, for histo, dunai. For sigma iota in the third person, the Doric has tau iota, singular, and nu tau iota, plural. Example: tithenti, didonti, for tithesi, didusi. Histati for histasi. 5. Inflection of the verb eimi, s, I am, in the different dialects. Indicative, present. Attic, singular. First, eimi. Second, e. Third, esti. Plural. First, esmen. Second, este. Third, esi. Epic, singular. Second, esi. Plural. First, amen. Third, easi. Ionic, singular. Second, ace. Doric, singular. Third, enti. Plural. Third, enti. Aeolic, singular. First, emmi. Imperfect. Attic, singular. First, ein. Second, ace. Third, a. Plural. First, amen. Second, ete. Third, esan. Epic, singular. First, ea, ea, eon. Second, eesta. Third, eein, eein, ean. Plural. Second, eate. Third, esan. Ionic, singular. First, eskon. Second, eas. Third, esque. Plural. Third, eato, einto. Doric. Singular. Third, ace. Plural. First, emes, amen. Subjunctive. Present, Attic, singular. First, o. Second, ace. Third, a. Plural. First, omen. Second, ete. Third, osi. Epic, singular. First, eo. Third, ea. ac. Plural. First, eomen. Second, eete. Third, eosi. Ionic, singular. Second, eis. Imperfect, Attic, singular. First, ein. Second, eis. Third, ea. Plural. First, amen. Second, aete. Third, aesan. An. Epic, singular. Second, eois. Third, eoi. Plural. Second, eta. Third, aean. Imperative. So, Iolic and Epic, second person singular. Eonton, Ionic, third person plural. Future. First, esomai, Epic. Second, esse, sai. Third, essetai. Participle. Eon, Epic and Ionic. Dialects of eimi, I go. 6. Present indicative second person eista. Epic subjunctive iesta. Infinitive imenai, imen. Epic. Imperfect Epic. Eia, eis, and es. Eia, ee, ia, and ei. First person plural, eomen. Third person plural, eion, and eisan. Ionic first person singular, eion. Third plural, eion, isan. Optative, eoi, iee. Epic. Aorist middle, eisato. Dual, eisasthein. 7. Many verbs in omega have the present perfect and second aorist, active and middle, according to the form in mu iota, especially in the epic dialect. To such belong perfects in alpha alpha, as gegaa from ginomai, syncopated. Second aorist in mu eta nu, as ebleto from eblemen, ktamen and ktamenai from ktino, etc. From the principles of both conjugations above developed, the student can determine to which class each verbal form belongs. Adverbs. Adverbs are either primitive words as u, main, a, etc., or derived from the other parts of speech. They serve to define an object as to place, time, circumstance, manner. The greater number of adverbs are formed from adjectives and are generally of the termination omega sigma, omicron nu, alpha. Prepositions and conjunctions are used solely in denoting relations between words in a sentence, and therefore are transferred to that part of grammar which treats of the sentence. End of section 23. Of an Elementary Greek Grammar by Kühner, O'Leary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. An Elementary Greek Grammar by Raphael Kühner and Charles O'Leary. Section 24. Part 2, Chapter 1. Section 106. Syntax. 1. Syntax treats of the relations words bear to one another in a sentence. 2. Every sentence has a subject, or that of which something is stated, and a predicate, or that which is stated of the subject. Example: Ho pais paidue, the boy plays. Here, ho pais, the boy, is the subject, and paidue, or what is stated of him, is the predicate. 3. The subject most commonly appears as a noun or pronoun, but may also be an adjective or participle with a noun understood, an infinitive mode, or a complete sentence. 4. The word which limits the meaning of a substantive is called an attributive, and this may be an adjective or participle, another noun. Note: a noun used in this relation is said to be in apposition with the noun it defines or limits, as Demosthenes the orator, Tacitus the historian. End note. The article, a pronoun, or a complete sentence. See Compound Sentences, section 131. 5. The predicate appears generally as a verb, accompanied by what is termed the object. The object may be a noun, pronoun, adjective, preposition with its case, a participle, infinitive, or a complete sentence. Section 131. Example: Agathos ho aner dikaiosunein philei, the good man loves justice. Here agathos is the attributive of aner, subject, and dikaiosunen, the object of phile, which completes the predicate. 6. From the foregoing distinction, the construction of a sentence is divided into the attributive and objective construction. Chapter 2, Section 107, Attributive Construction, or the agreement of attributive words with their substantives. 1. The attributive word agrees with its substantive in case, gender, and number. Note: what is said of number in regard to agreement between attributive and substantive applies to the verb and its subject. The subject of a finite verb is always in the nominative case. End note. 2. When the infinitive or a complete sentence stands in the place of a substantive, the attributive is in the neuter gender if it be susceptible of gender terminations. 3. An adjective used substantively cannot have another adjective as attributive. Section 108. Principles of synesis. Note: this principle of agreement between words and clauses being regulated rather by the meaning implied than by grammatical form, is of very general application. As an example in clausal agreement, when a present is used for a past, praesens historicum, in the principal clause, the optative mode follows in the subordinate clause instead of the subjunctive, as required by grammatical form. See subordinate clauses. End note. Kata synesin. Exceptions in gender and number. 1. The attributives, instead of taking their gender and number from the grammatical gender and number of the noun, assume those of the object implied. Example: O teknon phile, dear child. Ho allos stratos ap ebainon, the rest of the army departed. In case. 2. An attributive substantive in apposition with a possessive pronoun is in the genitive, to agree with the genitive implied in the possessive. Example: Emos daer ein kunopidos. He was the brother-in-law of me, shameless. Iliad, Gamma, 180. Compare the Latin in tuum hominis simplicis pectus vidimus. This principle applies also to possessive adjectives. Example: Nestoree para nei basileos. Iliad, Beta, 54. Remark: the Greeks viewed a plurality of objects of the neuter gender as one connected whole. Hence, neuters plural have the number of the verb determined by the following principles. 1. When the neuter plural expresses a class as such, without regard to the individual members comprising it, the verb is singular. Example: ta zoa treche. The same rule applies to participles. Example: doxan tauta. These things being agreed upon. Xenophon, Anabasis, 4:1-13. 2. If the neuter plural denotes persons, and if the idea of parts is prominent, the verb is plural. Example: ta tele, brasidan, exepempsan. The magistrates dispatched Brasidas. Thucydides, 4:88. Amphoterois hamartemata, egenonto. errors were committed by each of the two. Thucydides, 5:26. Section 109. Agreement in the dual. Note: objects really plural, i.e., embracing more than two, rarely occur in the dual. A dual significance belongs generally to those substantives which, though plural in form themselves, are joined by a verb or attributive in the dual. End note. 1. Two objects may be expressed either in the dual or plural number, accompanied by attributives and verb, in either number indiscriminately. Example: He mairoi potamoi kat oresfi reontes, sun baleton obremon hudor. Two winter torrents descending from the mountains commingle their impetuous floods. Iliad, Delta, 452. 2. The dual forms to, toin, tutoin, auto, autoin, ho, hoin, tuto, occur in agreement both with masculine and feminine nouns. Example: to gunaike. The feminine ta seldom occurs. Note: in tragedy, with the names of women, the attributive occurs in the masculine in all numbers, as more suited to the dignity of the drama. End note. Section 110. Agreement with several nouns. When several nouns are connected together and have common verbs and attributives, the agreement is governed by the following rules. Number: 1. The verbs and attributives are in the plural when they belong to all the nouns equally, and the nouns are regarded as a combined multitude. Example: kai lethe, kai dyskolia, kai athumia, kai mania, polois empiptusin. Xenophon, Cyropedia, 3:12, 6. 2. When the several nouns are viewed separate and not combined into one united multitude, the verbs and attributives must be understood as belonging to each in its proper number, but are expressed in the number of the object to which they seem especially to belong. Example: epeto kai ochimata kai therapontes kai he passa pole paraskioe. And there followed vehicles and servants, etc. The attributive adjective commonly takes the number of that object nearest to it. Example: pater kai meter kai adelphoi aichmalotoi gegenemenoi. Person: 3. When the nouns are of different persons, the verb agrees with the first in preference to the second, with the second in preference to the third. Gender: 4. Nouns denoting persons of different genders have their attributives in the masculine. 5. When the nouns denote persons and things, the attributives are in the gender of the persons, if they are the more prominent. Example: he tyche kai Philippos esan ton ergon kurioi. Fortune and Philip were the masters of circumstances. But if both are viewed as things, the attributives are in the neuter plural. Example: he kaliste poleteia kai ho kalistos aner loipa an hemin dielthein. Plato, Res Publica, 562, alpha. 6. When the nouns denote things and are of the same gender, the attributives agree with them, or are in the neuter and plural number. If of different genders, the attributives are always in the neuter plural. Example: kai dunames kai timai agatha onta. Plato. En he agora kai to prutaneion litho eskemena. Herodotus 3:57. Special rules on the use of attributive words. Section 111. The articles. 1. The article was originally a demonstrative pronoun and is invariably used as such in Homer. Its office is to limit the meaning of a noun. Hence, whenever a noun is to be represented in a definite manner, it is to be accompanied by the article. 2. Proper names, owing to their naturally restricted meaning, do not take the article. 3. If the proper name is repeated, the article is added to it to denote that it is the name already mentioned. Example: anabaine un ho kuros. Xenophon 1:1, 2. 4. The names of the arts and sciences, virtues, etc., as being individual appellatives, often omit the article. 5. A substantive predicate. Note: the nature of a predicate being to express a quality in general, it cannot be circumscribed to any one object which may possess this quality to the exclusion of others, and therefore rejects all restricting terms. The use of the article thus serves, in many instances, to distinguish subject from predicate. End note. Does not take the article unless it is limited in compass to the subject. Example: hoi dihipobatai ekaleonto hoi pachees. The rich were named those before mentioned ipobatai. Herodotus 5:77. 6. The article, when joined to an adjective or participle, becomes a pronoun. Example: ho poiumenos, he doing, the doer. 7. An adverb placed between the article and its noun is an adjective in meaning. Example: hai opithen nees, the rear ships. Thucydides 1. 8. The article prefixed to an adverb, a preposition, or preposition with its case, converts them into substantive or adjective phrases. Example: hoi panu ton anthropon, the best men. Ta nun, the present. Hoi en aste, the citizens. Section 112. Adjectives. 1. Adjectives, instead of being placed in agreement with their substantives as attributes, sometimes govern them in the genitive. Example: ho Christoi ton anthropon, worthy men. The adjective in this construction derives its gender from the noun it governs. 2. An adjective placed in the neuter gender, independent of the gender of its noun, governs the noun in the genitive. Example: meson tes himeras. 3. When the noun can be easily conceived and supplied from the quality or action denoted by the adjective and participle, it is commonly omitted in the context. Example: ho sophos, the wise man. He epiousa, implied hemera, the following day. 4. Associations of space, time, and manner are denoted in Greek by adjectives. Example: skotaios dielthein to pedion, to traverse the plain in the dark. Xenophon, Anabasis, 4:1-5. Hina me hupaithrios talaporoe, that he might not suffer in the open air. Section 113. Pronouns. 1. Pronouns, both personal and possessive, are used in Greek only where emphasis is required. 2. Possessive pronouns have sometimes an objective meaning. Sos pothos, regret for you. 3. The pronoun sphisi, the possessive hos, and the reflexive heautou are used of the first and second persons. Example: Ude gar ten heautou suke psyche horas, for neither do you see your own soul. Xenophon, Cyropedia, 1:4-9. Heuresite svas autus hemartekotas ta megistu esteus. You will find yourselves committing grievous errors against the gods. Xenophon, Hellenica, 1:7-19. 4. Relative. The sentence in which a relative has place has two clauses: the antecedent clause, which contains the substantive, and the relative clause. The antecedent is often in the relative clause. Example: Houtos estin, hon aides andra. See adjective subordinate clauses. 5. Demonstrative. A demonstrative pronoun, instead of being in the neuter gender or in the gender of the object to which it refers, takes the gender of the noun to which it assigns that object. Example: aute ton kakon pege estin. This evil is the fountain of evils. End of section 24.
Of an Elementary Greek Grammar by Kühner O'Leary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An Elementary Greek Grammar by Raphael Kühner and Charles O'Leary. Section 25, Chapter 114. Objective Construction. 1. The relations existing between the members of the predicate, Chapter 106(5), are denoted by cases, which in Greek and Latin are distinguished by inflection endings. These relations were originally viewed as relations of space. From this they were transferred to time, and from time to cause and manner. 2. The action of every verb with which an object is joined as a supplement to complete the predicate was viewed as preceding to, from, or resting on that object. Hence the three relations: of genitive, which denotes motion from, of accusative, which denotes motion to, and of dative, which denotes rest in. As these relations are not confined to the verb and substantive, but may exist also between the latter and other parts of speech, it follows that wherever they are established, the case that expresses each respectively is to be applied. Hence it is that we find these cases in connection with nouns, with adjectives, with adverbs. Prepositions are used only to express these relations more precisely, as subsisting between two words, and will therefore be treated separately. Note: an attributive combination expresses one notion only. An objective combination expresses one thought. Becker. Chapter 115. The genitive. 1. In local relation expresses the idea whence, out of, separation, removal from. Hence it is joined to verbs of departing, separating, removing, freeing from, etc. Example: tu pedio hypochorein, to retire from the plane. Xenophon Cyropaedia 2, 424. So of verbs of ceasing, differing, alleviating, etc. 2. In its relation of separation, freeing from, differing from, the genitive is joined to nouns, adjectives, and adverbs. Example: apates kakon, without suffering evils. Herodot 3, 147. Philus poiestai heterus tonun onton, to make other friends than the present ones. Thucydides 1, 28. Perentes hodu, on the other side of the way. Lysis kakon, freedom from ills. 3. In causal relation the genitive denotes outgoing, but as from an internal source of power or spring of action. Hence it is joined to verbs that signify to originate from, proceed from, be produced from, spring from, etc. Example: ariston andron eikos arista buleumata gignestai. It is consistent that the best measures should spring from the best men. Herodot 381. The genitive in this relation is used as an attribute, as ta ton anthropon pragmata, the things of man, that is, ta anthropina pragmata. 4. Remark: this and the following to 9 are the attributive combinations of the genitive, in which the noun in the genitive holds the relation of an attributive to the noun governing it. End of remark. The material of which anything is made, being viewed as its cause or source, is put in the genitive. Example: chalku po eontai ta agalmata. The statues are made of brass. Herodot 582. Attributively, as trapeza arguriu, a silver table. 5. The relation of origin, source, extends the genitive to that of authorship, possession, and the like. In this relation the genitive stands with the verbs einai, genestai, poiestai. Adjectives expressive of the same relation as idios, oikeos. Example: egeneto meschene lykron tinachonon. Messenia belonged to the Locrians for some time. En hymon auton etelesete genestai. If you wish to, belong to yourselves. Be your own master. Demosthenes, Philippica 1, 42. Hieron einai ton heliou, sacred to, belonging to the sun. Xenophon Anabasis 4, 5, 35. Attributively, as he Socratus arete, Socrates' virtue. 6. In its relation to possession, the genitive is joined to einai to denote habit, character, value, part, duty. Also the standard of price or measure to which anything belongs. Example, andros agatou estin poiein tus filus. It is part of the good man to benefit his friends. Tokei tauta tapanes megales einai. This seems to be a great expense. Ho euphrates potamos to euros esti tetaron stadion. 4 stadia in breadth. Xenophon Anabasis 1, 4, 11. Deca minon chorion, a place worth 10 minae. 7. Not only the direct agent or source from which an action originates, but also the collateral circumstances which may be viewed as concerned in the action, and conspiring to produce it, are placed in the genitive. On this principle, terms of time and place are construed in the genitive, especially in poetry. Example, ante talai tu earos, flowers bloom in spring. Pediu di epresson, they traversed the plain. Ilias Gamma 14. Nephos tu fainetu pases gaies, no cloud appeared over the plain. Ilias Rho 372. 8. Hence, attributively, the genitive tu autu et tus tes autes hemeras, the genitive in this sense expresses time when, but only as a period in the course of which, or within which, the action takes place. 9. On this principle, the genitive absolute, as a term of time, can be explained. Example, kyru basileiontos. The accusative in this relation implies that the action is protracted during the whole of the time specified. The genitive, that it takes place at some moment within the time specified. 10. The genitive stands for the whole of an object in relation to one or more of its parts. Hence its use with all words of a partitive meaning, with verbs whose action can refer only to a part of an object. Example, ton menonton etele einai, he wished to be one of the remaining. Thucydides 1:65. Stagones hydatos, drops of rain. With adjectives, poloi ton anthropon, comparatives and superlatives, hoi neoteroi auton, the younger among them. Aristos ton achaion, the bravest of the Greeks. With adverbs as pou ges, where on earth, en tauta tes helikias, at the age, opse tes hemeras, late in the day. 11. Here belong such phrases as epibainein tes ges, to set food on land, temnein ges, to ravage a country. 12. Of verbs whose action can refer only to a part, may be mentioned as of most frequent use with the genitive the verbs to taste, to smell, to eat, to catch hold, to aim. Remark, the verbs to aim, to pursue, etc. seem more correctly to belong to verbs expressing an affection of the mind. 14. As they always imply mental effort and direction. End of remark. Example, apogeiestai tuton ton bromaton, to taste of these meats. Xenophon Cyropedia 1, 3, 4. Odzein ion, to smell violets. Estiein cheon, to eat of flesh. Meso duros helon, having seized his spear by the middle. Ilias eta 56. 13. Under the relation of sharing, participating in, the genitive accompanies words that denote experience, dexterity, skill, and the like with their opposites. Example: Empeiros aimi tes technes, I am acquainted with the arts. Apeiros einai tautes tes technes, to be unacquainted with this art. 14. Every word that implies any mental emotion may have the genitive of the object which calls forth that emotion. This obviously is the genitive of motion from under another phrase. Example: Sokrates erotikos diakeitai ton kalon. Socrates is fond of the beautiful. Plato, Symposion 216. Ton agathon pantes epitumusin, all long for the good. Plato, Republic 438. Zelose tu plotu, I envy you your wealth. Hector daut Aianthos acontise. Hector aimed at Ajax. Ilias He 855. 15. Many verbs are used figuratively in denoting mental action and are, on the above principle, construed with the genitive. Example: Epaigomenos per areos, eager for the fight. Ilias Tau 142. Metis nun enaron epipalomenos, setting himself on spoils. Ilias Zeta 68. 16. A condition is connected with the genitive of the object which occasions it, as kakos echopodon, I am ill in my feet. The object seems governed by the adverb, as hotu tropu eches, Xenophon Kyropedia 7.5. For the genitive of the infinitive with tu me, see under infinitive. The genitive relations above developed may be briefly stated as follows: motion from source, means, authorship, possession; motion from separation, part, participation in. Chapter 116. Accusative. 1. In local relation is the case that expresses motion to and answers to the question whether. It marks the limit to which the action proceeds, as astu molein, to go to the city. 2. The relation denoted by the accusative can subsist between a substantive and a verb, a preposition, an adverb, another substantive, but most commonly occurs between it and the two former. 3. With verbs of motion, the space passed over, also the time over which the performance of an action extends, are put in the accusative. Example: al emigarde lemonestaten hodon, I shall go to the most toilsome way. Euripides, Medea 1067. Sybaris ekmadze tuton ton chronon malista. Sybaris was extremely flourishing during this time. Herodot 6, 127. 4. From this use of the accusative have sprung many adverbial expressions of space and time, as ten tachisten hodon, as quick as possible; ten proten, first; Demosthenes Olyntia 11. Ten allos, Demosthenes Philippica 11. The accusative of place is used in poetry with verbs of rest. Example: O Pythios tripoda katizon phoibos. Euripides Orestes 944. 5. Causal relation. The accusative marks the effect as the limit to which the cause tends. Example, he hybris ton tyrannon phuteuiei. Hence the accusative of effect with transitive verbs. 6. The simplest relation of this accusative exists between verbs, whether transitive or intransitive, and a substantive of cognate stem or kindred meaning. Example, Deomai hymon dikaian deasin. I claim from you a just request. Demosthenes Philippica 1. Polemon estratoisan. They conducted the war. Thucydides 9, 912. 7. From this principle, intransitive verbs take the accusative of an object of kindred meaning, or such as accords with the meaning of the verbs to form one complete, harmonious idea with them. Example, estraptein gorgopon zelas, to light a terrific light. Menia pneiontes achaioi, the Achivi breathing strength. Ilias Gamma 8. Area pnein blepein, to breath, look, war. Olympia nikan, to conquer in the Olympic Games. Some verbs of this class, instead of substantive, take an adjective. Example, asthenes phtengestai hedu gelan. Latin, mortale sonans. Aeneas 6. 8. This use of the accusative explains the origin of many adverbial expressions as tautachairein, taumasta, ekpletestai. 9. The accusative relation of verbs intransitive is extended to verbs passive, to adjectives of intransitive signification, in order to give completeness to their meaning. It is called the accusative of definite limitation. Example, kamnein tus ophthalmus, to suffer in the eyes. Kalos esti ta omata, of beautiful eyes. 10. In causal relation, the accusative, beside limitation, denotes the design or purpose for which anything is done, and also the manner of the action. Example, krestai tiniti, to use anything for some purpose. Te krene ta plaistu axia ekronto, the fontaine they used for the most solemn purposes. Thucydides 11. Peistenai tin anachoresin, to be persuaded to a retreat. Thucydides 2:15. Tuton ton tropon, in this manner. 11. In causal relation, the accusative is used of the object upon which the action or condition is founded. Example, me feuge ton kindynon, do not flee the danger. Tas men machas tarete, brave the battles. Xenophon 3:2-20. Extenai kindynon, to shrink from the danger. 12. Hence the accusative is used with verbs that express a feeling or a sudden emotion to denote the cause that excites that feeling. Example, eishynomai ton theon. Double accusative. 13. Transitive verbs take a second accusative of the object upon which the immediate effect is produced, or of the matter in which, or of the means whereby it is produced. The latter is more commonly in the dative. Example, heauton lobatai loben anekeston. he inflicts on himself an incurable maiming. Herodot 3, 154. Tenomachian apeosameta Corinthius. We repelled the Corinthians in a naval fight. Thucydides 1, 32. Orcosan tus stratiotas tus megistus orcus. They bound the soldiers in the most solemn oaths. Thucydides 8, 75. 14. This double accusative is common with verbs signifying to do good or evil, to inquire, to ask, to teach, etc. When this construction is changed to the passive, the accusative of the immediate object becomes the nominative of the subject, but the second accusative remains the same. Example: ekrisis en ekrite, the judgment to which he was condemned. Chapter 117. Dative. 1. The relations of the dative, as of the other cases, are twofold, local and causal. 2. In local relation, the dative denotes approach, nearness to an object, or a residing in it, and is joined to all words conveying such signification, also to words implying association with, intercourse with, communion, contrast. Example: aigialo bremetai, roars upon the shore. Ilias Beta 210. Tois agatois homilein, to associate with the good. Koinai pasin hemin, common to us all. Isocrates, Panegyricos 42:9. Toisi lacedaemonioisi antioi, opposite to, etc. Plato, Symposion 195. Homoion homoio aie pelatei, like approaches like. Thucydides 2, 61. 3. The dative denotes the time in which an action happens, the circumstances under which it happens. Example: te prote hemera aficonto epi ton potamon. On the first day they came to the river. Xenophon, Anabasis 4, 8. Se kake ai se tekon, under the evil destiny I gave you birth. Ilias Alpha 418. 4. In causal relation, the dative denotes the object with reference to which it is, for or against which anything is or is done, dative of advantage and disadvantage. The object on which an action is manifested in its results. Example: Artemidi eorten agein, to keep a feast for, in honor of Artemis. Herodot 6, 138. Hyphistastai xymphorais, to yield to circumstances. Xenophon, Anabasis 3, 2, 11. Kyro en megale Basileia, to Kyros was, that is, Kyros had, a great kingdom. Echtrostini, hostile to anyone. Periphilias tois Athenaios, regarding friendship with the Athenians. Thucydides 55. Pyros protois doter horas Prometheia, to giver of fire to mortals. Aeschylus, Persae 617. This dative is often qualified by a participle. Example: moi hedumenu elten. 5. The dative is used with expressions of likeness, agreement, suitableness, and their opposites. Example: humoian tais doulais eiche ten esteta. She had a dress like her slaves. Xenophon, Cyropedia 5:1-4. Ta ota pasio zoi, the same with you. 6. With expressions of reproach, blame, help, contention, opposition, cooperation, and the like. Example: Utois archein bulomenus memphomai, I blame not those who wish to rule. Thucydides 4:61. 7. The ablative of means, cause, in Latin is expressed by the dative in Greek. Some verbs also, as chaomai, take a dative of the direct object instead of the accusative. Example: phobo appelton, they departed through fear. Tini chastai, to use anything. The dative of manner, means, etc. is extended to the degree, the standard and measure of anything, the degree by which one thing surpasses another or differs from it. Example: polomeizon. 9. Many dative expressions, not directly embraced in the foregoing rules, can be easily traced to the general principles of dative of the object, with reference to which anything is done. Such are the following: to aptomenu exoten soma uk agan thermon en, to one touching the body externally it was not very warm. Eispanti syrian hosa mekri thalasses oikei, as many as dwell towards the sea, as one enters Syria. And the expression synelonti eipein, to say in a word, that means to say it when one has brought it together. 10. With verbal adjectives, the agent is regularly in the dative. Example: asketeon esti zoetin areten, you must practice virtue. 11. The dative of the personal pronoun, first and second persons, is used to point out in an animated manner the interest of the speaker or of the person addressed. Example: O mater, hos kalos moi ho pappos, O mother, behold how beautiful grandfather is. End of section 25.
Of an elementary Greek grammar by Kühner, O'Leary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. An elementary Greek grammar by Raphael Kühner and Charles O'Leary. Section 26. 118. Prepositions with their cases. Prepositions express the foregoing case relations, see 114, with more precision and fullness. They denote primarily relations of place, but are also applied to time and cause. As some prepositions are connected with different cases, it is obvious that their signification must be modified under different constructions to correspond to the different case relations of genitive, whence, accusative, whither, and dative, where. Thus, para, nearby, with genitive denotes from nearby, as para basileos, from near by the king. With the accusative, it denotes to the presence of, as hei para ton basilea, he went into the presence of the king. With dative, it denotes rest nearby, in the presence of, para to basilei menein, to abide in the presence of the king. List of prepositions. There are 18 prepositions in the Greek language. Of these, 4 govern the genitive only. anti, opposite to, instead of, pro, before, apo, ek, from. 2 govern the dative only, en, in, syn, with. 3 govern the accusative only, ana, up, ace, horse, into, towards. 4 govern the accusative and genitive, dia, through, kata, down, hyper, over, meta, amidst. 6 govern the genitive, dative, and accusative, amphi, peri, around, epi, upon, hypo, under, by means of, pros, to, para, nearby, by the side of. Besides the foregoing, some adverbial phrases are used with the meaning of prepositions, as dicen, demas, Latin instar, like, charin, henica, for the sake of, heceti, by, according to. 119. Infinitive and participle. 1. The infinitive is the simple notion of the verb. Note, the infinitive is not properly a mode, for it represents the simple notion of a verb without any modification. End note. Without reference to any particular subject, and therefore without the limitations of number and person. 2. It retains the governing power of the verb, with the verbal properties of tense and voice. 120. Infinitive without the article. 1. The infinitive without the article is used only as the subject of the verb eimi, or as the complement of the predicate in the accusative. Note, this limitation of the infinitive seems hardly admissible in some passages, as in the following. Dem Ol 1:13. Pola kai chalepa, hysteron eis anangin, elfomen poiein, where the relation is that of genitive. See Genesis 4. 2. The infinitive as an accusative follows such verbs as express feelings, powers or operations of the mind, or some action, state, or endeavour proceeding from the will or the understanding. Such verbs are 1. To will, strive, resolve, design, undertake, dare, require, command, persuade, exhort, allow, together with their opposites, forbid, refuse, etc. 2. To behave, suppose, etc. 3. To be able, understand, cause, make, etc. 4. To learn, instruct, etc. 5. To rejoice, be glad, sorry, etc. 3. The infinitive in the same sense follows adjectives, denoting fitness, worthiness, agreeableness. Example, heidu, pinein, pleasant to drink. Note, the use of the active infinitive where a passive suits our language is explained by supposing such expressions as for us, for one, understood. Thus axios thaumasai, worthy to be admired, worthy for us to admire. End note. Also impersonal expressions and expressions denoting power, capability, etc. For example, hoyos poiein, capable of doing. 121. Infinitive accompanied by a second object and its attributives. 1. Many verbs besides an infinitive take a direct object, which is in the case required by the verb. For example, deomai su elthein, I request you to come. 2. Attributives joined to the object by means of the infinitive of apposition verbs are in the case of the object or in the accusative. Deomai su prothymu einai, or prothymon einai, I request you to be earnest. 3. When the attributive gives the object new relations by becoming itself the head of a clause, it is in the accusative instead of the case of the object. For example, deomai humon katapsephisasthai enthymumenos hosos moi ho agon estin, reflecting how great my contest is. andron agathon estin adikumenus ex eirenes polemein. It is the duty of the brave when wronged to exchange peace for war. Th. 120. 4. When the infinitive with its subject is made the object of verbs of willing, thinking, manifesting, verba sentiendi et declarandi, and the subject of the infinitive is different from the subject of the principal verb, it, together with its attributives, is in the accusative, nomisei ton agathon andra eudaimona einai. If the subject of the infinitive is the same as the subject of the principal verb, it is not expressed, and the attributives are in the nominative. For example, nomisei eudaimon einai. He thinks he is happy. Note, this rule applies also in the case of the infinitive with the article, even when such infinitive with its subject is the subject of another verb, and not in the relation of object. For example, to hamartanein anthropus ontas, uden oimai thaumaston. That men, constituted as they are, should err, is, I think, nothing strange. The use of the accusative seems to arise from the dependent nature of an infinitive clause. End note. Hoste is joined to the infinitive in order to express a purpose, or an object to be accomplished. For example, anepese, xerxea, hoste, poiein, tauta. He persuaded Xerxes to do this. Herodotus 7:6. 127. Infinitive with the article. 1. The infinitive with the article is virtually a noun, and satisfies all the case relations of nouns above explained, without losing its government as a verb. It gives the Greek language the power of expressing a whole clause, inserted between the infinitive and the article, as one substantive idea. For example, doruphorousin epi tus kakurgus hyper tu medena ton politon biaio thanato apothneskin. They kept guard against the wicked, in order that no citizen should suffer a violent death. 2. As the infinitive corresponds to the rules of substantives, it is unnecessary to treat it in detail. The following particulars, however, deserve special notice. 3. The genitive of the infinitive with tu. Note, the genitive of the infinitive is sometimes used in the sense of belonging to or connection in reference to what precedes it. For example, empeirus de echontes tus diokondas tu me ekpheugein, having their pursuers experienced which tended to their not escaping. Th. 11:4. This may be regarded as a feature of the genitive of quality or possession. See 115. Consult Arnold's Th. Book 2. End note. Tu me is used to denote a purpose or object, the result of an action being substituted for that which calls forth the action. See genitive of cause, source. For example, minos tolestikon kathere ektes thalasses tu tas prosodus. Mallon ienai auto. Minos cleared the pirates from the sea, in order that his revenue might come in better. Th. 1:4. 4. Frequently the infinitive with the article to is used where a noun in its place would be in the genitive. For example, ton bleiston, homilon, ton psilon, eirgon, to me ta egus, tes poleos kekurgein. They restrained the multitude from injuring the neighbouring portions of the city. Th. 3:1. Here to merely gives emphasis to the infinitive, which is governed as without the article, that is, the object of eirgon. 5. The phrases in which the article stands with the infinitive einai absolutely, an adverb or a preposition, and its case being enclosed, may be regarded as adverbial. For example, to nyn einai, according to the present condition. To kata touton einai, as far as pertains to him. 128. Participle. 1. The participle represents the idea of the verb attributively, but instead of quality, it denotes action or state. It retains the verb properties of tense and voice, as also the governing power of the verb. These give it relations not embraced in the rules for attributives, to which it otherwise conforms. Such relations only will be here presented. 2. The participle is joined to a verb to express an action or state as already belonging either to the subject or object. For example, oida thnetos on. I know that I am mortal. Ekusa Sokratus dialogomenu. I heard Socrates debating. It is obvious that the participle agrees with the word to which it refers, whether it be the object or subject. When the subject of the principal verb is likewise its object, the object is not expressed, and the participle is attracted in case to the subject. 3. The participle is used as a complement of verbs denoting perception, manifesting, etc. For example, ro se trejunta, I see you running. Diabeblemenos u manzanes, do you not perceive that you are calumniated? He psyche athanatos phainetai usa, the soul appears to be immortal, evidently is immortal. See 129. 4. The condition or circumstances attending an action are sometimes expressed in Greek by a verb, whilst an accompanying participle expresses the main action. For example, ho kroisos phonea tu paidos, elanthane boskon. Croesus unconsciously nourished the murderer of his son. Diatelo kala poion, I am continually doing good. Ephtesan apikomenoi, they came first. 5. This construction is adopted also with the adjectives polos, pantoios, and the verb echo, signifying state or condition. For example, polos ein lysomenos ho xeinos, the stranger entreated earnestly much. Echusi autein, tein hegemoniein ktesamenoi, they have acquired. Ti leron eches, why keep trifling? 129. Difference between the infinitive and participle as complements. 1. From the foregoing rules it is seen that the participle and the infinitive may be used as complements of the same class of verbs and phrases. There is a difference, however, in the manner both connect the action or state they denote with the noun to which they refer. The action or state, as implied in the participle, is viewed as already belonging to the object or subject, and appropriated by it at the time signified, whilst with the infinitive no such close connection exists, but the idea of the verb is viewed as detached, and rather possibly than actually at the time specified belonging to the subject or object. This difference can be best seen from examples. Thus, oida theus sebomenos means I am conscious of worshipping the gods. Oida theus sebestai, I know how to worship the gods, without implying that I worship them. Akuo Sokratos dialegomenu, I heard Socrates discoursing with my own ears. Akuo Sokratus dialegestai, I hear from others that Socrates discourses. Aischunemai kaka praton ton philon, I am ashamed of doing evil to a friend. Aischunemai kaka pratein ton philon, I am ashamed, prevented by shame, to do evil, etc. Ephineto klaion, he evidently wept, or it was evident he wept. Ephineto klaiein, he seemed to weep. 130. The participle used to express adverbial and circumstantial relations. 1. The participle defines a substantive as to time, cause, condition, purpose, and manner. 2. This use of the participle is often supplied in English by a subordinate clause, introduced by a relative or a conjunction. Example, oi fugontes polemioi ediochthesan. When the enemy fled, they were pursued. Episkepsomai ton philon nosunta. I will go to see my friend who is sick. Leisomenoi zosin. They live by plunder. Tuto phrason eko. I come to announce this. 3. When the participle qualifies a noun or pronoun not otherwise governed or not governing in the sentence, they are both in the genitive. This is called the genitive absolute or independent. Example, panton, sioponton, eipe, toiade. When all were silent, he spoke the following: Kyru basilewontos, in the reign of Cyrus. 4. This genitive absolute generally refers to time, but is used also in other relations, both conditional and causal. For example, panto hellenikon ekinethe diaphoron uson hekastachothen. The whole Grecian world was agitated because, inasmuch as disunion prevailed everywhere. Th. 382. 5. The dative of the participle and noun is used in specifying time and instrument, but cannot be regarded as absolute, since its close connection with the other members of the sentence brings it under the rules of the ordinary dative. 6. The accusative absolute is used where the participle has no definite subject. Consequently, in the impersonal phrases exon, deon, dokun, paraschon, prosekon, etc. Hemin, exon, me, galos, zein. As it is not in our power to live with honor. Galos, paraschon, as a favorable opportunity being offered. Dokun, whereas it seems fit. 7. The accusative absolute is sometimes used with participles not in the impersonal form. In this case, a verb denoting mental operation is understood. For example, esiopa hos pantas eidotas. He was silent, thinking that all were informed of it. 8. The nominative and accusative absolute are used as additional attributives in description. For example, tus bus thaptusi ta kerata hyperechonta. They bury the oxen with the horns projecting. 9. Some adverbial expressions in English are rendered in Greek by the participle. For example, arxamenos, in the beginning, teleuton, finally. End of section 26. Section 27 of an elementary Greek grammar by Kühner, O'Leary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. An elementary Greek grammar by Raphael Kühner and Charles O'Leary. Section 27. Chapter 4. Compound sentences. 131. Principal and subordinate clauses. 1. In the simple sentence treated above, the attributives, as well as the complement of the predicate, consist of single words: noun, pronoun, infinitive, adjective, participle, and adverb. The place of each of these may be filled by a complete clause dependent on the verb or phrase on which the simple term in the same position would depend. 2. Subordinate clauses, as dependent sentences are termed, are therefore divided into substantive, adjective, and adverbial clauses, according as they supply the place and bear the import of these parts of speech respectively. 3. The connection between the two clauses, principal and subordinate, as individual members of the same sentence, falls on the verb alone, which must be modified
in the subordinate clause, according to the nature of the dependence existing, and to the time implied in the verb of the principal clause. 4. The leading principles which regulate the syntax of the verb in the connection here intimated will be briefly given, a short notice of the syntax of tenses and modes being prefixed. 132. Tenses. 1. Tenses are divided into two classes: principal, namely present perfect, future, and historical, footnote so called from their use in historical narratives, end footnote, namely imperfect, past perfect, and aorist. 2. The present represents an action going on at a time present to the speaker, as grapho ten epistolein, I am writing the letter. It is used of past actions to present them in a more intimate view, as tauten ten taphron basileus poiei anti erumatos. This ditch the king constructs as a defense. 3. The perfect represents an action just completed at the present time, or existing to the present in its results. Example: ten epistolein gegrapha, I have written the letter. He polis ektistai, the city has been and still remains built. 4. The future represents an action as about to take place at a time that is future in relation to the present time of the speaker. Example: grapso, I will write. 5. The future perfect represents a future action as completed in anticipation, as tetuxomai tes eirenes, I shall have obtained the peace. 6. The imperfect represents an action in progress in past time, but contemporaneous with some other action or event. It takes in accompanying circumstances, and is therefore the proper tense for descriptive narratives. Example: hote engys esan oi barbaroi oi Hellenes emachonto, when the barbarians were approaching, then the Hellenes were fighting. 7. The past perfect represents an action completed in past time, but always with reference to some other action, as hote oi symmechoi eplesiedzon, hoi Athenaioi tus Persas enenikekesan, as the allies drew near, the Athenians had conquered the Persians. 8. The aorist represents an action of past time, absolutely without reference to any other action, as egrapsa, I wrote. It is used of customary and repeated actions, of facts based on experience. For example, Zemias autois epethisan, they were wont to impose penalty on them. Zen CY 122. Mikron praisma hapanta anechaitise kai dielusen. A slight disaster subverts and ruins all. Dem OL 129. Hence arises its frequent use in comparisons in poetry, since comparison must be based on observation. For example, hos hote tis drus eripen, as when a tree falls. ILP 482. 9. The subjunctive of the principal tenses and the optative of the historical denote something present or future. This accounts for the absence of the augment in the imperfect and aorist in those modes, since augment marks time that is past. 133. Modes. 1. The indicative is the mode of actual facts and positive statement. 2. The optative and subjunctive are the modes of conditional facts and conceptions. 3. The optative is the subjunctive of the historical tenses. The aorist subjunctive implies conditional future. 4. The imperative is the mode of the unconditional expressions of the will, and is used in commanding, supplicating, etc. General principle of the use of the modes. 5. A positive assertion, an actual realized fact, a statement based upon realized facts, are to be expressed in the indicative. Hence, this is the natural mode of the principal clause. Hoi polemioi apephygon, the enemy fled. 6. A conception, a fact dependent on a condition, a purpose or aim, which are all things merely conceived, and dependent on some condition as to their realization. An indirect statement, the statement of the opinions of another, which the writer would not have ascribed to himself, are to be expressed in the optative or subjunctive mode. Hence, these are the proper modes of dependent or subordinate clauses. Examples: conception, uk echo hopoi trapomai, I know not where to turn. Purpose, lego hinamathes, I speak that you may learn. Indirect discourse, elegen hoti hetoimos eie hegeistai autois, he said that he was prepared to guide them. Zen An 7:1-33. Statement of the opinion of another. Tissaphernes diebale ton kyron hos epibuleivoi auto. Tissaphernes accused Cyrus that he was plotting against him. Zen An 1. 134. The indicative in subordinate clauses. 1. The indicative is used in the subordinate or dependent clause when a realized fact, and not a conception or supposition, is therein stated. Example: hoi telegon oti arktoi polus ede diephteiran, and they affirmed that the boars already killed many. Zen CY 147. 2. The indicative of the historical tenses is used with an in the subordinate clause of actions which would certainly follow on the fulfillment of a certain condition. Example: eituto eleges, hemartanes an. Such a sentence is virtually negative. 3. As the future is naturally dependent on time and circumstances, it is of frequent use in subordinate clauses, except of the aorist subjunctive. It takes an, epic ke, when a condition independent of futurity is to be made prominent. Example: ei dodysseus elthoi, aipsa kesyn ho paidi bias apotisetai andron. OD Ro 540. 4. With the present and perfect indicative, an is never used. 5. The indicative with an is also used to denote repeated action under certain conditions. Example: an apen, he would say, was accustomed to say. Footnote: the use of the modal particle an can be learned only by a complete examination of conditional subordinate sentences. The following general view of its signification deserves attention. It indicates that what is stated in its own clause is dependent on certain conditions, expressed or implied, and therefore, as to realization, dependent on the fulfillment of such conditions. A predicate, therefore, accompanied by an, is based upon another predicate as its condition. See Kühner, GG. A predicate, therefore, accompanied by an, is based upon another predicate as its condition. See Kühner, GG. 135. Optative and subjunctive in simple clauses. 1. The dependent or subordinate clause of a compound sentence is the proper and natural place of the optative and subjunctive modes. They are sometimes employed in simple sentences, yet always involving a dependency on some thought or feeling. The following are the most common instances of their use in this respect. Subjunctive in simple clauses. 1. To express doubt and deliberation. Example, Poi trapomai, whither am I to turn? 2. Advice, exhortation. Example, Iomen, let us go. 3. Command, entreaty. Negatively with me, mede. Example, me tresis, do not fear. 4. In poetry, epic, the aorist subjunctive is used of a future action instead of the indicative future. Example, ugar tis me bie dietai, for no one will force me. Il eta 197. Ugar potoius idon aneras ude idomai, for I have never seen nor shall I see such men. Il alpha 262. 5. This use of the subjunctive with ude, me, is common with Attic writers, as ume genetai tuto. This use of the aorist denotes what is future, as something admitted, expected, or apprehended, and terms of such import should be supplied in rendering the thought into English. The optative in simple clauses. 1. The optative, as before remarked, is the subjunctive of the historical tenses, and therefore, as a general rule, denotes what is conceived as past, whilst the subjunctive refers to the future. The optative, when a present conception is expressed in the subjunctive, the probability of its being realized is assumed, or its uncertainty is suppressed in viewing the present, or the future from the present point of time. But when expressed in the optative, the subjunctive of historical tenses, the speaker transfers himself, as it were, to the past, and views the conception from a point of time remote from that implied in it, and consequently without the same definiteness and certainty that spring from an inspection favored by a close connection in time. Kühner, LGG 466 1. End footnote. Aorist and imperfect, when used of present and future time, denote that the conceptions are viewed with much more uncertainty and indefiniteness than would be implied in the subjunctive. It is thus used to denote 1. Supposition, presumption, admission, possibility, without implying its realization. Example, Apollomenes de tes psyches, tot ede ten physin tes astheneas epideknioi to soma. Life being extinct, the body then, we may presume, betrays its frail nature. Plato, Phaedo 87. 2. Wish, desire, tuto me genoito. May this not happen. Meman aspudi kai akleos apolloimen. May I not perish ignobly, etc. Peak C 304. 3. Command in the form of request. Example, chorois eiso, proceed in. 4. Direct questions implying supposition, wish. Example, ra pneumoi ti pithoio. Would you but listen to me? Il Delta 93. 5. Deliberative questions with the past signification of the tense. Example, ti philos rexaimi, what friend was I to do? 136. Sequence of tenses. 1. A subordinate with a principal clause present one united thought, the two being so related that the subordinate stands as the complement or limiting member, subject, attribute, or object of the principal. Example, Engelan hoti hoi persai apophygoen. They announced that the Persians fled. Here the subordinate sentence, hoti hoi persai, etc., is the object. Engelthe hoti megara aphestike. It was announced that Megara had revolted. The revolt of Megara was announced. The subordinate holds the place of a subject. 2. The relation of the verb of the subordinate clause to that of the principal clauses is regulated as follows. 3. If the verb in a principal clause is in the principal tense, present, perfect, future, the verb in the subordinate clause is in the subjunctive. Example, grapho, hina, elthes. I write that you may come. If in a historical tense, imperfect, aorist, pluperfect, the verb in the subordinate clause is in the optative. Example, egrapsa, hina, elthois. Hence the sequence of tenses is: principal clause, present, grapho, I write, perfect, gegrapha, future, grapso, subordinate, hina, elthes, subjunctive, that you may come, imperfect, egraphon, aorist, egrapsa, I wrote, pluperfect, egegraphein, subordinate, hina, elthois, optative, that you might come. Note, from the above it will be seen that the optative is properly the mode of the historical tenses. It corresponds to the imperfect and pluperfect subjunctive in Latin. 4. The rule regarding the sequence of tenses, though a main principle in the construction and syntax of the language, is not regularly followed. In animated narrative, the subjunctive follows an historical tense. Example, tus hepeas, ekelose, phulatein, heos, an, tis, semane. Zen, CY 4:536. 5. Frequently there occurs also an attraction of the mode in the subordinate clause. Example, anthropos, edunet an pratein, ha ebuleto. Man was, would be, able to do what he wished. XC 1:4-14. 6. When two conditional clauses are connected, implying probability in different degrees, the more probable result is expressed in the subjunctive. Example, uk antoi chraisme kitharis, hot en koniesi migeies. IL, Gamma 55. Here the doubt rests on migeies. 7. When the present is used for a past tense, see 132(2), in the principal clause the optative is in the subordinate clause, kata sunesin. 137. Special view of subordinate sentences in their threefold division of substantive, adjective, and adverbial. 1. Substantive clauses represent the substantive idea of subject, attribute, or object expanded into a sentence. In the use of the mode, footnote, it is a common error to trace the mode employed in a subordinate clause to the preceding particle. It is the conception implied that determines the mode, whether such conception embraces a fact or reality when the indicative is required, or merely something existing only in thought and imagination, which demands the subjunctive and optative. This principle is the same for simple and subordinate clauses, and viewing the latter as involving any other principle in their modal construction is an error. End footnote. They conform to the general principles of modes. See 133. 2. Substantive clauses are introduced by the conjunctions hoti and hos, when they stand as the objects of words of perception, manifesting, etc. Example, engelthe, hoti megara aphestike. Th 1:114. Hutoi elegon, hoti ariaios de pephelgos eie. Zen an 2:1-3. 3. The mode in such substantive clauses can be the optative or indicative, according as they denote reality, or a conviction of reality on the part of the speaker, or mere conception or supposition. 4. Secondly, Substantive clauses denoting purpose, aim, effect are introduced by the conjunctions kina, hos, hopos, ophra, poetic, hina me, hos me, hopos me. Example: gegrapha humin, hina me enochleste, dem cor 239-39. Ton gyron apekalei hopos ta en persais epichoria epiteloie. He summons Cyrus back that he might complete, etc. Zen cy 1:4-25. 138. Adjective subordinate clauses. 1. Adjective subordinate clauses are such as represent the adjective or participial idea expanded into a sentence. Example: ta pragmata ha Alexandros epraxen, ta hypo Alexandru prachthenta pragmata. The deeds which Alexander has accomplished. The deeds accomplished by Alexander. 2. Adjective clauses are introduced by the relative pronouns hos, footnote in Homer and the Doric poets, and sparingly among the Attic and Ionic prose writers. Hos is used as a demonstrative. Example: poles, Hellenidas, asmen, anairon, etc. Dem cor 248. End footnote. Hostis, hoios, hosos, hostisun, helikos. Example: hus an horo, ta kala epitedeontas, tutus, timeso. I will honor those whom I observe living honorably. 3. An adjective subordinate clause becomes a substantive clause when the relative accompanied by the verb eimi and an adjective stands as a demonstrative noun. Example: elthon hoi aristoi esan. The best, that is, those who were the best, came. 4. From this use of the relative is derived the expression estin, footnote inflection of estin hoi, abbreviated enioi, nominative, estin hoi, enioi, genitive, estin hon, enion, dative, estin hois, eniois, accusative, estin us, enius. End footnote. Hoi, hon, hois, hus, ha, some, which obtain the character and signification of one word in the different relations of case, and is inserted even in the middle of sentences. Example: Kleopombos tes parathalasiou estin ha edeose. Cleopompus laid waste some of the country bordering on the sea. Th 226. En de tuton ton stathmon hus pani macrus elaunen. He made some of these stathmoi very long. 5. The use of esti and the relative adverbs is also of common occurrence. Example: estin hote, sometimes. Estin hote elexen, he spoke sometimes. End of section 27. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. Recorded in Oxford, England. Of an Elementary Greek Grammar by Kühner O'Leary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. An Elementary Greek Grammar by Raphael Kühner and Charles O'Leary. Section 28. 139. Attraction of the relative. 1. The attributive connection of the adjective clause with the principal has led to the frequent attraction of the relative into the case of its antecedent in the principal clause, whereby the adjective character of the subordinate clause is better preserved. Example: chairo tais epistolais hais egrapsas. Chairo tais hypo su gegrammenais
epistolais is more in the adjective agreement with the principal clause than the common construction would be. 2. By attraction, the adjective clause, when introduced by hoios, hosos, helikos, etc., may be omitted in the following manner. The correlative demonstrative pronoun is omitted with eimi. The relative is attracted into the case of the antecedent noun, and the subjunctive of eimi follows the case of the relative. For example, charizomai andri toyuto hoyos su ei becomes by above rule charizomai andri hoyo soi, which was inverted into charizomai hoyo soi andri, pros andras tolmerus hoius kai athenaius, against brave men such as the Athenians are. Inverted attraction. 1. This consists in the attraction of the antecedent into the case of the relative. It occurs most frequently in the phrases oudeis hostis ou, eimi being omitted, etc. Example, peri hon oudena kindunon, oudeis kindunos esti, hontin uch hypemenan hoi progonoi. There is no danger which your ancestors, etc. Dem Cor 295. 2. Adjective clauses in respect to mode are governed by the general principle. See 133. For difference between optative and subjunctive, see 133. 140. Adverbial subordinate clauses. 1. Adverbial clauses represent the adverbial idea dilated in expression into a sentence. They denote the adverbial relations of time, place, and circumstances, and serve as adverbial expressions to define rather than to complete the predicate. 2. They are divided into adverbial clauses, 1. Of place, which are introduced by the relative adverbs of place, namely hu, he, hope, hopu, hothen, entha, enthen, hoi, hopo, hope. Example, hepiste hopi antis hegetai, follow whithersoever each officer leads. Th 211. In mode they conform to the general principle. See 133. 2. Of time. To these belong all conjunctions and expressions denoting when, while, as soon as, since, sooner than, till, until. For example, emachonto mechris hoi Athenaioi anepleosan. They continued fighting until the Athenians sailed back. Xen H 113. For mode, consult general principle C 133. The indicative mode is used after heos, till, when an object is regarded as unattainable. 3. Of cause. When the ground or cause is expressed in the form of an adverb of time, the introductory conjunctions are hote, hopote, hos, epei, epeide. When in the form of a substantive, the conjunctions are hoti, dioti, diatuto hoti, hunica, tuto henica, or hothunica, hotu henica. Example, hote toinun tauthoutos eche, proseke, prothymos, ethelen akuein. When such is the case, it becomes, etc. Dem all 1. 4. Of condition. The introductory conjunctions are ean, continuous, ein, an. 3. The clause with the conjunction is termed the conditional, the other the consequent clause. 4. Every condition is viewed either as possible or impossible. Possibility is viewed as of certain, doubtful, or uncertain realization. Upon this difference in the condition rests the observance of the mode, which may be briefly stated as follows. 1. Possibility without any intimation of uncertainty, indicative in both clauses. Example, eituto leges hamartanes. 2. Possibility with some prospect of decision, consequently involving the idea of future time. Subjunctive, present generally, in the conditional clause, indicative future in the consequent clause. Example, ean tutto leges hamartesei. If you say this, you will err. 3. Possibility, viewed as a conceivable case, apart from its realization. The optative in both cases. Example, eiti echois doies an. 4. When the condition is viewed as not a reality, which is the case when reference is to the past, the indicative of the historical tenses in both clauses. Eiti eches edidus an. This is virtually a denial of both the condition and the consequent, and consequently the same as an impossibility. 141. Coordinate sentences. 1. When sentences are so united as to present one connected thought, whilst each has its own independent construction, they are said to be coordinate. 2. Coordinate sentences are connected by the copulative or disjunctive conjunctions, or by the adversative particles men, de. 3. The conjunction e, besides its adversative force, has also a comparative use. E kata and e pros are used in the sense of the Latin quam pro, when an attribute belongs to an object in a higher or lower degree than could be expected in relation to another object. Example, meizo e kata dakrya pepontha. I have suffered too much for tears. E hoste, when the attribute is greater than accords with any preconceived notion. Example, e hoste epi peisidas ten paraskewen, greater than to be against, etc. Zen An 124. End of section 28. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. Recorded in Oxford, England.
9 of an elementary Greek grammar by Kühner O'Leary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An elementary Greek grammar by Raphael Kühner and Charles O'Leary. Section 29. Chapter 142. On the use of the most common adverbial and conjunctive particles. An, poetic ken, ke, contraction for ean, supposed root eao, corresponds to the conditional if. It accompanies subordinate clauses in all tenses except present and perfect indicative. Owing to the unconditional character of those tenses where an occurs in sentences containing them, it is to be referred to a dependent clause. Example, uk an oit ei dynaimen, I hardly know if I am able. An belongs to the dependent dynaimen. It sometimes denotes that the verb of the preceding clause is to be repeated. Ara, aro, to suit. Primary meaning is suitable, appropriately, natural, in the course of things, natural order in narrative or chain of reasoning. It may be rendered by consequently, therefore, thereupon, as it seems, forsooth. In connection with individual terms, it corresponds to the English just, exactly. Tutara, just this. Homer uses it frequently as a connecting link between thoughts closely related and developed out of one another. This use is often without its corresponding English equivalent terms. An and ara never begin a clause. Ara, interrogative, signifies, is it that? I, again, moreover, on the contrary, further. From a to ara comes the compound aitar, but. It preserves, in part, the meaning of ara, intimating a close connection with what precedes. Yet, generally it has an adversative meaning like Allah. It introduces an objection and stands at the beginning of its clause, except when in connection with a vocative. Atar ephes, still thou didst say so. Gar, for, always explanatory, introduces a reason for something stated. Example, kai enga ho marathon epitedeotaton chorion, estutus phi kategeto. And to this place he led them, for Marathon was the most favorable position. Herodot 6, 102. Kaigar may be rendered, and no wonder, and with reason for. Gar is compounded of ge, ara. Ge, enclitic, at least, limits and defines an object. Ego ge, I at least. De, an affirmative strengthening particle, giving prominence and fullness to the word to which it is annexed, may be often correctly rendered by assuredly, truly. Its meaning, however, is not restricted to any one term in English, but is best rendered by any expression that gives corresponding prominence to the word to which de is added. Monos de, quite alone. Kratistoi de, the very best. De is joined to other particles, as pu, un, and in this connection corresponds to certain phrases, to be found in every language. Tis deun, who, pray, who, tell me. De pu, assuredly yes. Alloi de, others, whoever they may be. Deta, from de, has the limiting force of de. It corresponds to the Latin demum tandem. Ti deta, what pray, quid demum. De and ede, as particles of time, signify just now, just then, precisely at very time, etc. Kai te, latter enclitic, correspond to the Latin et, que. Te is used in Greek where no copula is required in English. Its distinct and proper use seems to have been at first to add something secondary, whilst kai connects things equally important. Kai has also an intensive force, nay, also, especially. Te, kai, both and moreover, kai te, yet, besides, not only, but. Ma, ne, used in adjurations with the accusative of the object sworn by. Ma, negative, as ma ton dia, no by Jove. Ne, affirmative, ne ton dia, yes by Jove. The primary meaning of ne, sometimes nai, Latin nei, is truly, verily, indeed. It is often added to ma, as nai, ne, ma ton dia, assuredly no, etc. Men, de, serve to contrast two clauses. Men on the one hand, de on the other. Used to connect coordinate sentences, the clause with men is termed the protasis, or antecedent clause, that with de, apodosis, or consequent clause. With divisions of time they denote sometimes. Proton men, epaita de, so they contrast number and place. To men, to de are sometimes used absolutely, partly on the one side, partly on the other. They sometimes simply connect clauses both and. Frequently They are used where in our language connecting particles are not required, though they appear to give compactness to the sentence in Greek. Me, uk. These negatives differ in meaning as the indicative and subjunctive modes. That is, uk is used in negation of facts, denies objectively, me in the negation of conceptions, denies subjectively. Uk is to be used where a sentence contains a direct declaration. Hence, as a general rule, they accompany respectively those modes to which in principle they are allied. Uk also denies ground, cause, reason. Frequently accompanies the optative. Me is prohibitive, accompanies the imperative, and is the regular negative of the infinitive. Example: Hoti hoi barbaroi uik etetesan, hoi Hellenes ta hore u katelipon. Because the barbarians were not, etc. Me graphe, me grapses. Do not write. Polla menesti idein ta metis etelei. Of such kind as one may not wish to see. When these negatives are joined to participles, it is intended that the participle partake of the idea characteristic of the negative. Example: ho upisteion, one who does not believe. Ho me pisteion, if one does not believe. Man denotes assurance, asseveration, etc. It is strengthened by which has a similar meaning. Example: Hemen hos philois kai pistois kresestai autois. That he would assuredly treat them as friends. Xenophon, Cyropaedia 4:2-8. Nu, a particle of confirmation, forsooth, truly, certainly. Example: kai nu apoloito, and he would assuredly have perished. Etoi is of similar meaning. Un, wherefore, consequently, marks conclusion or the effect of a cause. Ukun, compound of uk, un, properly means not therefore. Its negative force is lost, however, unless when the accent is on uk. Otherwise it means simply therefore. Per enclitic signifies through, throughout, altogether. Is attached to words that are to receive marked emphasis, and may be rendered by very. Hosper, the very person who. Hososper, precisely as much. Pu, of place, denotes where, somewhere, anywhere. It gives vagueness and indefiniteness to the idea it qualifies. Of causal signification denotes probability, detracting from the definiteness of the expression to which it is joined. It may be rendered by perhaps, if I mistake not, I ween. Pos, manner, used interrogatively, denotes how, otherwise it denotes in some certain manner or way. Often it is used by the dramatic writers in expressing wish, desire. Posan oloimen, would I could perish. Toi, enclitic, has the meaning truly, certainly, hence it is used as a confirmative particle. Remark: the Greek particles have not their equivalent terms in modern languages. Their force or meaning is best rendered by any expression, or even emphasis, that reflects in a word or phrase that shade of meaning given to it by the Greek particle. End of section 29.
Of an Elementary Greek Grammar by Kühner, O'Leary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. An Elementary Greek Grammar by Raphael Kühner and Charles O'Leary. Section 30. Section 143. Accentuation. The general rules for the position of the accent have been given. Section 9. The following is a more detailed view of the same. 1. Words are divided according to the position of the acute accent into oxytones, with the acute on the final, example, kakos, paroxytones, with the acute on the penult, example, tupto, proparoxytones, with the acute on the antepenult, example, anthropos. 2. According to the position of the circumflex into perispomena, with the circumflex on the final, example, kakos, properispomena, with the circumflex on the penult, example, soma. For the influence of the quantity of the final syllable, see section 9. 3. The inflection endings omicron iota, alpha iota are short in relation to accent. Example, anthropoi, tuptetai. These endings of the optative are long. Example, timesai, eklepoi. The omega peculiar to the Ionic and Attic dialects is short in relation to accent. Example, poleos. Accentuation of the verb. 1. The accent recedes as far towards the beginning as possible, and this even in compounds. Example, timao, etimaon. Fere, prosfere. 2. The syllable of the word prefixed that had the accent before composition retains it. Example, apodos, epides. Exceptions, parts of the verb that are oxytone and perispomena. 3. Final syllable has the circumflex in second aorist infinitive active. Example, to pain. Second aorist imperative middle. Example, labu. First and second aorist subjunctive passive. Example, tuptho, tupo. 4. Final syllable takes the acute in second aorist participle, masculine and neuter. Example, tupon, tupon. Second aorist imperative of 5 verbs, epe, elthe, hure, labe, ide. All participles in sigma, genitive, tos, tetufos, tufthes, except the first aorist participle active. Example, bouliusas. Paroxytones and properispomena. 5. The penult takes the acute or circumflex, according to section 9(8), in the following forms: perfect middle infinitive, tetufthai, pephilesthai, first aorist active, tupsai, timesai, second aorist middle, tupesthai. All infinitives in new alpha iota, tetuphenai, tufthenai. tithenai. Participles of perfect middle. Bebuliumenos. Dual and plural of the aorist's passive, subjunctive. Tupthomen, tupomen. 6. In polysyllables which have a penult long by nature, the three corresponding forms of first aorist are distinguished as follows: infinitive first aorist active, bouliusai, properispomena; optative first aorist active, bouliusai, paroxytone; imperative first aorist middle, bouliusai, proparoxytone. When the penult is not long by nature, the infinitive and optative forms correspond. Example: phulaxai, infinitive, phulaxai, optative. In dissyllables, the correspondence is obvious. Accentuation in contractions. 1. A contracted syllable is accented only when one of the syllables blended in it held the accent previous to contraction. Note: adjectives in omicron upsilon sigma, contracted from epsilon omicron sigma, though proparoxytones in the open form, take the circumflex on the contracted syllable. Example: chrouseos contracts chrousous. End note. Example: philee contracts philae, but philee becomes philae. Note: the genitive plural and dual of trieres is paroxytone, contrary to rule. Triereon, trieron. Adjectives in accented eta, theta, eta, sigma have the same irregularity. End note. 2. When the contraction is in the penult, the accentuation conforms to the general rules. Section 9, 8. 3. A final contracted syllable has the following rules regarding the acute and circumflex. 4. An oxytone before contraction remains oxytone when contracted. Example: hestaos, hestos. 5. A paroxytone when contracted becomes paraspomenon. Example: philee, philae. Accentuation in connected discourse. 1. In sentences, oxytones receive the mark of the grave. Example: e me metrue pericales, heeriboia ein. The acute remains before every pause. Example: kuros e perase ton potamon hoi de polemioi, etc. Crasis. 2. When crasis combines words, the acute of the second word is retained. Example: tagathon for to agathon. When the second word is a dissyllable and paroxytone with the final syllable short, the crasis syllable takes the circumflex. Example: tupos for to epos. Elision. 3. Accent is not taken away by elision, but is transferred to the preceding syllable, except in prepositions, and in the adverbs oude, mede, alla. 4. When an oxytone preposition follows its noun, the accent recedes towards the noun. Example: maches epi for epi maches. This is called anastrophe. Proclitics and enclitics. 5. These are words that are so closely united, the former with words that follow them, the latter with words preceding them, that they are regarded as part of them in tone, and consequently forego their own independent accent. To the former belong the forms of the article ho, he, hoi, hai, the prepositions en, es, ek, hos, preposition and conjunction. Ek and hos, following their nouns, retain the accent. To the latter belong the verbs eimi, femi, in the present indicative except second person singular. The forms of the personal pronouns mu, moi, me, su, soi, se, hu, hoi, he. The duals svoin, plural, svisi. The indefinite tis in all its monosyllabic forms. The indefinite adverbs pos, po, pe, pu, pothi, pothen, poi, pote. The Attic particles te, toi, ge, nun, per. Section 144. Digamma. Its name, value, proofs of its existence. 1. The digamma, sections 4 and 5, belonged to the early language and was preserved longest in the Aeolian dialect. In sound it answered to the English f or v. Its traces remain in many Latin words of Greek affinity under the character v. Example: oinos, vinum; oikos, vicus; ois, ovis; boes, bovis; naus, navis; edo, video. It was virtually the labial breathing, possessed like the lingual breathing sigma of the power of a consonant. As its use in the language declined, its place as a breathing was in some instances supplied by the aspirate, or by the sibilant sigma. This can be seen by comparing Latin words with their Greek kindred. Example: hesperos, vesperus; or those Homeric terms to which it belonged with the Latin terms of common origin. Example: hu, sui. Name. The name was originally bao or vau, called digamma from its resemblance in form to two gammas joined together. Proofs of its existence. It is preserved still in the numerical alphabet as the symbol of 6, marked by a character similar to stigma. This was its place in the regular alphabet, i.e., between zeta and eta. 2. In the language of the Homeric poems, certain words occur beginning with vowels, which occasion a hiatus with the final vowel of the preceding word, as apoheo lipe de he. Apart from these concurrences, hiatus seldom happens, and it is therefore inferred that some sound of consonant character prevailed in Homer's time, which at a later period was dropped from the language. 3. Before these words, a vowel capable of elision is never elided. Example: Tarseisas mala epe theopropion hoti oista. Iliad, Alpha, 85. 4. Before these words an ending syllable naturally short is lengthened, and a long vowel in the same position is never shortened. Example: Eban oikonde hekastos. Iliad, Alpha, 606. Alpha nu is lengthened by position owing to nu and the digamma of oikon. Phoikonde. Dominae helicopida. Felicopida. Alpha iota is preserved long by the digamma. 5. The preservation of vowel, digamma, in Latin words of common origin with the Greek. Digammated words of the Homeric poems. The pronoun forms hu, hoi, he. Agnumi, halis, halonai, anax, handano, araios, arna, astu, ear, where, aethera, edna, ethnos, eido, helisso, hekelos, heketi, eleo, volvo, epen, ekosi, ero, ergon, ergo, ekas, ekastos, eka, hekuros, hekon, elpo, eldomai, henumi, eoika, ero, eruo, hesperos, estes, etos, elikopis, ethos, hedus, etosios, era, eche, iache, iris, is, vis, ifi, itus, isos, ulamos, ulos, olx, ilion, ion. The end. End of section 30. End of an elementary Greek grammar based on the latest German edition of Kühner by Charles O'Leary.